Why, hello. Good morning, good morning. Oh, it's cold. It's cold. But it's like a weird kind of cold. It's that kind of cold where it's just slightly warm enough where you can't wear a sweater. It's just slightly cold enough where you can't wear a t-shirt. Sucks. Weirdly muggy, yeah, a little bit. Good morning, Goblin Lord. How are we today? Waking up. Emo-only mode wasn't on all night? Yeah, I forgot to turn it on. That's why you have a sleeveless sweater? What does that mean? That sounds weird, dude. Yeah, it's just a vest. It's just a vest. You're banned? No, you're not. Oh, I mean, you are now, based on the shit you've said. But I'm going to be honest with you, Frog Boy. You were normal in 2023. You started shit-talking in 2025. And you've just been asking to be banned ever since. Literally. Like, why? Why? You could just be normal. You didn't need to be this way. Anyway. Have some self-control, bud. He's gone now, but like, Jesus. It's been a whole year of that guy freaking out. Yeah, deeply infected with dumbass. You played the beginner's guide, and you were not ready? Such a good game, dude. No Diablo today? Maybe Diablo later. I don't know when the patch drops. Do you know when that's actually hitting? Could have sworn that was a bit. No, that guy had been doing that since November of 2025. Just coming into chat, freaking out, demanding that he get banned, and then trying to say increasing... It's like, were you in high school? And then in high school, like, your friend wanted to play that game where one of you would, like, whisper the word penis, and then the next guy would, like, say it a little bit louder, and then it was whoever could get the loudest without getting in trouble. Like, that's literally that guy. Like, it's literally that, dude. It's like, holy shit, dude. We're not in high school now. You can just move on. It'll be alright. Did he win? I guess. We did that in Spain? That's a global phenomenon, dude. That's really a game people play? Oh, yeah. A classic game back then. Yes, that's literally what he's doing. Usually D4 patches drop around 1800 UTC. Oh, that's going to be way late then. Never heard of that before? Yeah, it's a pretty common thing. The classic game of getting in trouble with teachers, dude. Tomorrow, Subnautica 2 releases. That's great. Oh, yeah. As both a former student and a teacher, you can confirm that this is a thing in Australia as well. I'm not surprised. Usually, I expect people to stop it at, like, I don't know, junior high school at the most, but some people keep doing that into adulthood, man. You know, like, that's all you're seeing there. It's just that. Surprised they didn't throw spiders in Australia? Oh, no, you don't need to throw spiders in Australia. They throw themselves. Yeah, it's horrifying, really. Don't they drop bears at you? Oh, no, those are your Australian children. Yeah. Devil May Cry Season 2? When is your trip to Australia? I don't know. Everything's kind of gone out the window this year so far. So, I haven't planned it yet. Trying to find out if I need to travel in the next couple of months. We'll see. Devil May Cry anime was not that good. Was it not? Kind of sucks. Let's see. I have cool news, by the way. I'll show you. Yeah. I need to update the Ferret website as a result. You know how the transition to Hytale is going? It's paused until they have custom item components. So I'm just doing design work instead of Minecraft block game until that's done. My hope is to get a bunch of design ideas out of the way to see if players like them and if they're fun. And if they are, then I'll transfer it over to Hytale once I switch over. Yeah, there's a Ferret rescue update. We'll see. Yeah, needing to update the website sounds like big news. 'Cause it is. Why, hello. So, really sick news, actually. This is good shit. We are finished with the overall site plan for the Ferret rescue. The next phase is schematic designs, and then we go to permitting, which means the next phase is schematic designs is like 4 to 6 weeks, and then finalization is 4 to 6 weeks, and then permitting is 3 to 4 months usually, and then we build, which means by the end of the year, we should be building. Likely. Unless there's a shitload of red tape, which there might be. But it looks like within the next 5 to 6 actual months, we should be building the building, finally. Which is kind of awesome. So, Ferret builder emote. We could have like this little hammer or something. But yeah, no, it's a really big deal. And I don't know, it's terrifying. You know anything about the state of Ashes of Creation? Will Steven return to development soon? No. He lied to everybody. And then all of the employees didn't get paid, even though they were federally required to under the Warren Act. He lied to everybody, dude. Yeah, that's dead. That's dead. Yeah, no, it's super dead. He lied to everybody and said that he was bankrolling the entire game himself, and he actually had a board of investors that shouldn't have existed. And then admitted all of that, and then left in protest because the board was taking the game away. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah. Any new feedback from the OC devs? No. Like, they've all moved on to other jobs, dude. Or they're moved on to other jobs and in the middle of a lawsuit to try and get their money that they're owed. MK Legend, that sounds like something that I don't care about. Like, it sounds like something you should go report somewhere else, dude. I don't know who that is. And whoop. Sorry, I won't bother again. No worries, dude. You're cool. But no, this is really good news. You planning on doing Kick only Thursdays, or is that a one-off? I'm planning on doing it on Thursdays, yeah. I'll be doing streams on Kick on Thursdays, I think. I think it'll be quite fun. And it was really good. So I'm just going to keep doing it. Oh. Interesting. They're actually updating the platform, too. I literally, while we were just talking about it, it showed up in my feed. Here, check this shit out. Boop. They're leveling the playing field in Discovery, testing a For You for a week, then defaulting to algorithm instead of promoting high to low view streams across the platform. So no more Kingmaker slots, which is a big deal. Kick will be nerfing Discovery for streams with inorganic activity. A couple more surprises up our sleeve for the next few weeks. Interesting. Like, I'm actually really interested in that because I don't think anyone else does any system other than Kingmaker, so I don't know how that works. We'll see how it works. See how it feels. Someone posted these yesterday about Hightail. Let me see. Okay. Minigame stuff, cool. Okay. Yeah, no, he's talking about minigames. I think that's actually kind of cool. Making them like, really simple is pretty interesting. Trying to create a peer-to-peer system for that is very interesting. Like, so you can just minigame with your buddies. That might be cool. What's a Kingmaker? Who here doesn't know what a Kingmaker system is? Who doesn't know what I was talking about with that? Let me pull it up and I'll talk about it. Boop. We'll do the old MS Paint. Makes life easy. So if you're using Twitch or using Kick or any other platform, you'll usually go to a category, and the category will have like a number of streams up at the top up here. Wow, this is really weird with my mouse so sensitive. And these will be up here, and this will be like the highest amount of viewership, and this will be slightly lower, and this will be kind of like lower, right? And as you go down this, it gets less and less viewers as you go down the page. This is called the Kingmaker slots, usually the top 5 in a category, and the reason why these are Kingmakers is they're the most likely to be clicked, which means they have the most viewership, and they're most likely to retain the most viewership. And the longer that they're streaming, the more visibility they get. So they're the Kingmaker slots. They stay the kings of the category. So if you're in the top 5 in the category, you're getting a lot of visibility, just based on this system. So if they're moving away from a Kingmaker system, which it looks like they are based on this post, they're using a For You page, and instead of promoting high to low viewership streams, which is Kingmaker, they're doing a different system. I'm interested to see how that works out, because that will kind of shuffle it up and give viewership to different types of streams instead of just the king in the slot, right? It also de-incentivizes view botting immediately, because if you're only showing the highest viewership in a category, that means view botting makes it so that you're always the highest viewership in a category. This directly attacks the benefit of view botting. So let's see how it goes, right? I have no idea. I'd be interested to see what Kick does with this, because that is a different way to look at this. Yeah. Google first page? Yeah, no, it's exactly the same as that. Yeah. I'm kind of interested. Do you think For You be like YouTube? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they're going to be setting this up. I don't know how it's going to be portrayed, but I'm interested in seeing the results, because nobody's really doing this. Like if you look at Twitch, it's Kingmaker all the way down, and that's the standard, right? It doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just that's how this works across all these platforms. But if you cut off view botting at the knees and you basically say, hey, view botting isn't going to give you an advantage because there's no Kingmaker slots, cool. The real problem here is, how do they curate this? And the answer is, I have no idea, right? How do you curate what's being displayed to a person? Is it based on their viewership habits? Do you do this programmatically? Is it based on a rotating amount of channels? Do they handpick them? Don't know, right? Because if you're not doing it based on views, you have to figure out what you're doing it based on. And is it the same? Is that carousel of streams that are at the top, is that the same for every viewer, or is it curated per person, right? Don't know. No idea. We'll wait and see. I think it's kind of interesting, though. It's a cool experiment, and it's neat to see them taking a chance to try and change the meta, right? And I think it's a good thing, generally. The steps they're taking to improve Kick, do you think they'll finally be the serious competitor to Twitch? If you would have asked me 8 months ago, I would have said no. If you would ask me now, I'd say yes. I think they're finally trying to. The turning point for Kick is going to be when they implement ads. And the reason it'll be when they implement ads is because Twitch already has a problem with ad fill, and I know they do, because the amount of ad revenue has decreased in Q2 over Q1, which is unheard of in streaming. That is not normal. Normally it goes Q1, then Q2, then Q3, then Q4. It just goes up throughout the year. But Q2 this year, it has decreased. And we're seeing a larger prevalence of Twitch Turbo ads on Twitch as well, which means that they're not able to fill those ads, so they fill them themselves with their own product to try and make ends meet, to keep streamers making money on that, right? And I've seen them do that in the past. Either that's a shift in advertiser sentiment for the platform, or it's a shift in advertiser spend overall based on economic factors. I don't know. It's one of those, right? So I'm interested to see what happens when Kick finally opens for ads, because that means they're now competing for the same space that Twitch is having trouble with. And that is the bottom line for Twitch, is they need advertisers to make this platform function. So if they have a real competitor that's now taking money away from that same pool, what happens? Does Kick implement it well and they steal a bunch of business from Twitch, or does Kick implement it badly and piss off all their user base? That's the other question too. So there's a lot of unknowns there, right? You'd have to look up exact numbers, but you think that Twitch has lost 25% of overall viewership? We can actually get those exact numbers. Let me pull this up. So here's Twitch's viewer statistics year over year. So back in 2020, right when COVID hit, Twitch went from 1.36 million viewers up to 2.49. The platform exploded, and it's slowly gone down year over year since then. Kind of held steady in 2023. 2024, it started high and then went down. And then 2025, it went way down. And then now 2026, it started at the lowest it's ever been. So it's slowly falling off from this. You think Kick is taking some of that? In fact, I know they do. Yes. So let's go to stream charts, and we'll go pull this up real quick. I love analytics. Like, this is the biggest thing about this is we don't have to ask this question. We have the answer. We'll go to, not channels, but hub, and we'll go to streams, platforms. Where's the platform? There it is, platforms. My favorite part about this is we've already got the data. And you can see this here. This is streams charts, right? And they'll show every one of the platforms. And we've got Twitch here with 1.42 billion hours watched, and this is in the last 30 days. And you've got Kick with 500,000 hours watched. That's 1/3, right? I think that's a big deal, though. And with this in mind is like, Kick is 1/3 of the viewership of Twitch now. That's wild, right? Like, that's a really big deal at that point, is because it's not a small fish anymore. It is 1/3 the size, right? I just got rid of him, dude. How many of those are bots, though? Don't know. How many are bots on Twitch's side? Don't know. How many bots on Kick's side? Don't know, right? Twitch's recent thing where the way that they're combating view botting, I think, is misguided, and I think that doesn't fix the problem. I think it actually just opens up creators to abuse. And I made that known on social media, much to their hatred. So they're very not happy about that. But on Kick's side, I'm interested in seeing what they do, because they've seen that if you do it the way Twitch is doing, the internet hates you. So what was their solution? They're creating a system where they said that they have historical data that proves all of the view bots that are on the platform. The way they're going to handle it is by capping views on individual channels, which doesn't make any sense. That is a very, very strange thing to do, because that means if somebody goes and view bots you en masse, they can cap the views on your channel, which immediately signals to the rest of the viewer base on the platform that you are view botting, and it now makes it official and paints a target on that creator's back. Imagine you popped onto your favorite streamer's channel and their views are capped. What are you going to think? Immediately, everyone's going to be like, oh, you got caught view botting, right? Yeah, that's great, right? Like, isn't that awesome? What if they were the victim there? Because that shit happens all the time. I mean, if you look at my channel, I had 200,000 peak viewers. Do you think that was real? No. That shit's ridiculous, right? So if that happens to a streamer eventually, like, what happens there, right? They get destroyed by the court of public opinion. I don't think that's a good route, dude. I really don't. Yeah, so I'm interested in seeing Kick's different solution here. I really am. But I wrote a whole post on this on Twitter. And then Dan Clancy responded to it, and he was very mad. But I don't think what they're doing makes any sense to me. Yeah. I said, the more I see the public discourse on this, the less that it all makes sense. If Twitch can identify view bots through historical data, then why can't they strip only view bots instead of just applying an arbitrary cap on views overall? It's because they can't. View bots people use today are primarily done through embedded traffic on third-party websites, distributed over many different areas, routed back to the channel. That means it's real people, real traffic, real websites, but the stream is in the corner as an ad or hidden as a single pixel. This still counts as a viewer and inflates the channel's numbers. And we know that this is the case because the view botting platforms actually advertise this. And you can test it. It does do this, which is ridiculous, right? Like, that's a terrible thing for that. So if you have this, and then you have Twitch saying like, oh yeah, no, view botting's bad. We're going to be applying caps to streamers. What do you think's going to happen there? Like, legitimately. None of that is going to go well. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? This isn't the right way to handle this. And the way that I feel about this is they should be damaging incentives for view botting, not just applying like caps on streamers, because then you're just passing the risk off to the streamer. Damage the incentive. The idea of breaking up the shuffle of kingmaker slots on a platform, that directly damages that. Like, it directly damages the incentive for view botting. This doesn't. This just turns into a weapon. And I'm not happy about it. View botter sites add it because they know winning and all they care about is money. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, they're a business, right? It's the same thing as gold selling platforms. Works exactly the same way. They don't give a shit if what they're doing is wrong. They just make money off it. They make a lot of money off it. Yeah. Twitch paints with a broad brush. Yeah, because they're a corpo, right? That's a corporate entity. I think Kick's main advantage right now is that they don't have to be a corporate entity. That will likely change when they open up for advertisements because they've got a whole new enemy there. They have to keep an advertiser happy in an environment where they need to be agile and fast. And agile and fast means you're going to make, mistakes. So, and that scares advertisers. So you've got this like really weird environment that they're going into, and they've got to navigate it. I hope they will. They're trying not to be, though, Emelface. That's the whole point of this. By opening up for advertisements, they further segregate themselves away, separate themselves from gambling content, which is a really big deal, I think. They need to, as well. Wait on ads. Could you add a way to get cats in block game? Oh, yeah, no, non-combat pets is something I want to build. That'll be something eventually, man. There we go. What's this, a Wednesday night stream? I always stream on Wednesday nights. Here's Gabe of Valve would solve the anime issue. What does that even mean, dude? Is it easier to make a game like everything is crab? No, that's a massive amount of art. Very massive. Trying to create attachments on a model that change based on all of those different indicators, that's a huge amount of shit to do. It's not easy at all. But yeah, adding cats in block game is something that'd be pretty cool. I want to do non-combat pets eventually, or maybe even pets that give you stats, right? It's really crazy. Actually, Twitch has gone from 2.5 million viewers to 2.1 million viewers. If McDonald's lost 25% of its customers every year, they'd be going crazy. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Jay Seiko, they also have a shitload of staff. Like, I think that's the other really big thing between these is here. Let's pull this up. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Grab this. I'd be really interested to know how many employees they have. Let me see on LinkedIn. So it's really hard to tell the exact amount of employees between the two different platforms, but according to LinkedIn, it's somewhere in the range of 3,000 to 5,000 for Twitch. And for Kick, it's somewhere between 500 and 1,000. So you have a platform that has 1/3 the viewership, but it also has like 1/6 to 1/4 the amount of employees. So it's kind of interesting to I'd be interested to know the exact numbers on that to see how much it is, because Twitch has to deal with a completely different animal in that they have so many employees to deal with shit, right? So much cost associated with those employees that they have to make different economic decisions. And I think that's the other thing that's really rough about that, is if the platform loses viewership overall and it loses money overall, and it's having trouble with advertisers overall, then there you go. I think the real risk to Twitch over anything, though, has nothing to do with, kind of any of the opponents or any of the other platforms or anything like that. Look at Steam. You win by just doing better. It doesn't matter if you have opponents. It just matters if you have a solid base and you're doing things that actually make sense. And with Twitch, having things like the recent, the streamer having 2 guys in GIMP suits on stream and not getting banned for that, how do you think advertisers feel about that? Do you think advertisers are comfortable being like, yeah, I'm definitely going to keep advertising at a platform that does that? Like, no, dude, like that's going to scare them off. It's just watching them shoot themselves in the foot, right? So shit like that is not good. Yeah. It's like, why are you doing it this way? It can't move agilely, and it's very ironic because the platform of the young, agile youth. I know, right? Exactly. Elon should buy Twitch off Amazon? Gross. Honestly, Google should. Like, YouTube streaming is in such disrepair that if Google bought Twitch, it'd probably be the best move for both parties. Twitch chat keeps disconnecting? Yeah. Google would just mothball Twitch? Hopefully not, but maybe. Okay. Magician. Medicant. Tracker. Oh, maybe assassin. Butcher. What are we gonna make for this one? You hope Google won't put Twitch in its graveyard project? Dude, I don't know. See, Kick has a new algorithm to hide viewbotters? Wait, why did you just get banned? What is going on there? Hold up. Oh, what? Hold up. I unbanned you. I don't know what just happened there. I think that was my auto system. That's really funny. And yeah, no, we were actually just talking about that Kick clips. Give me just a sec. I actually just clipped it because I was talking about it because it's a really big deal. I want to know why this just tried to kill you off. Buh? Was that a regex kill? That might have been a regex kill. That's weird. I need to see the exact system that is. Wait. It did it again. Hold up. Is it your name? Hold up. I think it is. I think it is your name. Is it killing your name? Dude, I have to find out what's doing this. Oh, it is. Hold up. Got it. You're good. Yeah, no, I you got on bed. Don't worry. I needed to figure out what it was. I had a regex thing that was killing a pattern that is directly in your name because there's a bunch of bots that were coming and that were advertising a platform that use the exact same pattern. Sorry about that, dude. Oh, no, it's really funny. No, it was a name match, which is hilarious. But yeah, no, I was actually just talking about that. I find that to be really interesting because I spoke out against what Twitch is doing with the way that they're handling this with the viewbotting stuff because I don't think what they're doing makes sense. And I spoke about it online, and you could feel negatively or positively about it. I don't really care. But let me show you what's going on here. So Twitch put out this thing saying that they're going to be fighting viewbotting, and the way that they're doing this is they're introducing a new enforcement type where they plan to roll out caps on channels. So they will cap your current average concurrent viewers, which I don't think that's good generally because like we already see a problem with this all of the time. We see an issue where people will aggressively viewbot a streamer. Either they do it because they're trying to support the streamer and the streamer has no idea, or they're trying to hurt the streamer and get them banned. This even happened to me. So if you go to my Twitch tracker, you can actually see that my peak viewership on this channel was 200,000. Yeah, that's not real, obviously. And every time that happens, I have to reach out to my partner manager and be like, yo, I am not doing this. Please don't ban me. Right? Like, because somebody is viewbotting the channel, and it happens quite a lot. If you're ever part of some big streamer event, you're usually getting aggressively viewbotted by somebody, right? And this, you just have to report it and move on. So the idea of we're applying a cap to the streamer's CCV bothers me because it shows me that they can't differentiate between viewbot traffic and real traffic, despite stating they can in this post, saying like, oh, we have the historical data to know if you're viewbotting or not. And I'm like, no, you don't, because you're applying an arbitrary cap. And if you knew what a view was, if the view was a view bot or a normal user, you wouldn't have to do that. But they are. So this whole post just doesn't make any sense to me. So outside of that, then you have the other side of this, which I'll pull up real quick. Grab this real fast. And we've got this here. Grab this. This is going to be Kick's side of stuff now. And I actually like their approach better, but it also, we don't know if it's going to work, right? So this one here is they're changing the way that they're doing discovery. So normally on platforms, you have the kingmaker slots. The top 5 slots in any category are the highest viewing slots. So the people watch those the most, so they go to the top of the category, and those ones end up getting clicked the most. They're called kingmakers. I've talked about this on shorts in the past, right? But with this, they're going to change that. So now the discovery is going to be different. It'll be based on something else. Instead of high to low viewership, no kingmakers, they're doing it based on some kind of an algorithm. I don't know if that's going to be based on your viewing habits, if it's going to be based on like a rotating carousel. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen with this. However, it cuts off the incentive for viewbotting at its knees. Because if you don't have kingmaker slots, there's no reason for you to have the top viewership in a category, because it doesn't benefit you to have the larger number, because you won't be at the top of the category to be viewed more. That kills the incentive. The real difficulty is, how do they maintain this? How do they manage it? How do they display those streams? What makes the most sense for discovery, right? So I just don't know. But I think that's a cool approach. It's a new approach, and I don't know if it works, and I don't know how they're going to implement it. But I think it's a better approach than applying arbitrary viewership caps on streamers. This doesn't make sense to me. This makes sense if it's implemented well, but we don't know how they're going to implement it yet. So this has the potential to be good. Kick side does, and Twitch's, I just don't think it's good. I think it's a mess. I think it's a bad direction. C-Dog got viewbot on the last day of his charity event. Oh, it's super common. Like, it's super, super common, dude. But yeah, what you're seeing here is you're seeing 2 different platforms have completely different ways of handling the same problem. And Twitch's is kind of a broad stroke, sort of, we're going to just, hit it, the whole thing all at once. Everybody gets lit on fire, including the streamer, right? And then Kick's side is, what if we tried something different? And maybe their different thing works, and maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. I'll laugh if they just put that carousel with an RNG. Honestly, they can't. So if they just did the carousel with an RNG, if they just did like the top streams with an RNG, it wouldn't work. And the reason why is if you go into any category, anyone on Twitch, and you look at some of the streams on there, they're going to have like 1 or 0 viewers, and it's going to be like really weird shit. Like someone with a camera pointed at a TV watching SpongeBob in any category. That's just kind of how that goes on streaming. You're always going to have like weird channels, so they can't really promote shit like that. So they have to have something that is... Yeah, literally, you'll find that kind of shit on any platform. Go to the bottom of any category, and you will see what I'm talking about. It gets weird. The lower you go, the weirder it gets, right? So, like, that's why kingmakers generally exist, because it's a form of moderation. And the reason that's like that is, if enough people are watching something, that means it's probably okay, or at least more likely to be okay, right? There's still weird stuff there, but it also incentivizes viewbotting, because you're at the top of the category if you have enough viewers. And then you get real viewers on top of that, which is why people viewbot. But with this, I don't know. They have to curate it somehow so that it's not just weird shit being shown to people, but they also have to defeat viewbotting in a way that is clever, and I think that's more clever. So I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do. You wonder where the algorithm will push? Like, what if it's a stream of a guy sleeping that's front-paged? How does the AI know what's entertaining? Bingo. And that's the real question that I have as well. It all comes down to, which streams do they promote this way? How do they choose those streams? And how do they maintain that system? Is it manual? Is it automatic? What streams are selected? What's the criteria, right? Can you gamify it in a different way? Can we end up having a weirder problem than viewbotting? Don't know. Because this is kind of uncharted territory, right? Like, that's not a thing that anybody does. Like, Twitch is done by kingmaker slots. It's always done by kingmaker slots. You can go to any one of these. They kind of have a For You thing that they've done in the past, but it doesn't really do anything. Like, because they ran both systems at the same time. So if I go to Twitch right now, I go to the category I'm in, which is game development, software and game development, and we go on to here. You can see the kingmaker slots for this. If I pull this up, there they are, right? It's all just done high to low as the default standard. And that's it. That's the whole idea there. So you've got us up here and then there and there and there. And then as you go further down, it's less and less viewership and it starts to get eventually weirder and weirder, right? Twitch is a choice to make with a what? You let the viewers shape the brand, or you let the brand, or you feed the brand, and if you do the latter, you risk the guillotine. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think the biggest thing with this is like, I think Twitch is applying too broad of a stroke to this. I think they do. It's too broad of a brush. I don't think it makes any sense. And I think it offloads risk to the creators. Because you're basically saying, hey, if you're viewbotting, we're going to cap your CCV. But if we detect that you're viewbotting, we're going to cap your CCV, even if you're not. Even if someone else is doing it to you. And it just creates another barricade to talking to Twitch. And if you're wondering why I'm like passionate about this and I'm mad about this, they did it to us. The stream for the Ferrets, the Ferret rescue stream, they demonetized it once. In the very beginning, right as it became affiliate, they paid out our first paycheck for affiliate ad revenue from it. And the next month, when the paycheck came around, they just didn't give it to us. And I had to reach out to them to ask them what was going on. And they're like, yeah, you've actually been banned from monetization. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, bye. And support legitimately wouldn't talk to me. I contacted them from my partner account, and they said, hey, it needs to be the account owner. And I was like, I am the account owner. They're under the same email. You can see that on your end. And they brickwalled me again. I had to go through Mike Minton, who was the chief monetization officer at the time, to get this resolved. And he finally figured out that you guys had watched the channel so heavily, so early on, that it triggered their ad fraud, where they were like, oh, this looks like viewbots, which further solidifies that they have no idea what viewbot traffic looks like because you guys are real people. So then they got that resolved and they ended up giving us the money back. But if I wasn't a larger creator, we'd just be done, dude. Like, we'd be completely cooked. That channel would be gone and there'd be nothing that we could do there, right? So like when I see this kind of a thing where they're like, yeah, we're just going to cap people's CCV when we detect that it's viewbots. I'm like, dude, you have consistently screwed this up throughout the years. What do you mean you're just going to cap people's CCV? How are you going to do that if you can't detect the bots in the first place? Not realistically. You're just doing it based on vibes at that point. And I've seen what they do when they base it on vibes. They brick wall you, they stop talking to you, and there's nothing you can do to resolve it as a streamer. So I don't trust that shit. Not even a little bit at this point, because I've seen them screw it up for 3 years, man. There's no privacy. They know everything. I don't know, dude. Yeah, we can't tell if you're viewbots or not. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the biggest issue with it. And we've seen this before, too, like with the VTubing community. VTubers get targeted by this shit all the time. You'll actually have, it started with Polish VTubers. We saw this originally. Someone will make a number of bots. They'll use those bots across the platform to advertise a specific VTuber. They'll go in and they'll be like, hey, you should go watch this person's channel, and they post it in chat. And they'll do this everywhere. And then the VTuber gets banned. It's somebody who's directly targeting VTubers. And we saw this, and I brought it up to my partner support manager for like the last 2 years. I've been seeing that. And then now we started seeing it on Kick. And what they were doing is I've got a list of it was like 15 accounts that I sent over to Kick staff. And I was like, yo, these guys aren't advertising this. It is somebody targeting their channels. And they were like, we're on it. They looked into it, and all those bots are gone from chat now. Like, you don't see them anymore. And what they were doing is they were going to a ton of channels, and they were like, this guy's about to break his window. This guy's on drugs. And it would just post that person's channel. And some of them were getting banned because it looks like they're using a service to advertise their channel across the platform. And it's just targeting those streamers to try and get them banned. Twitch can't discern that. Every time we see one of these issues, Twitch hits it with a hammer and everybody gets hurt. And then the support system basically just it ignores you. You're not allowed to talk to anybody. There's no conversation. You're just out. And that's it, And like, if that happens to me, and like, I'm a partner that's been on here for a long time, and this channel's in the top 300 of the platform, and that's still a problem that I have to deal with. What do you think's going to happen if you're a new affiliate? What do you think is going to happen if you're in the top 10,000, right? Exact same thing, but you won't have any connections to do anything about it. And I think that's terrifying and really bad for the platform overall. I think that's a really big mistake. So that's why I'm so passionate about this, because I'm like, dude, this isn't going to work. Like, I've seen you screw this up. So I don't like this solution at all. Yeah, you don't need to stream on X to get it solved. Yeah, you'll have to do like court of public opinion to fight it. And I think that's terrible. That's the bad part. Communicating with Twitch is impossible unless you're an established streamer. It's even, dude, in this case, it was even impossible for me, right? And like, I was already established and I was like, what is going on? What are you doing? Right? And like, the only reason that happened is because I knew people. I knew who to talk to. And like, That means there's a policy issue. It's not even an employee issue. It's a policy issue inside of a giant corporate entity where they don't talk to you. If they think that you've done a crime, they just go, nope. And they're the ones to determine what a crime is. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, so, no, I think this is going to hurt a lot of people. I really do. And I don't think that Twitch is being as honest as they say they are in terms of their ability to discern view-botted traffic versus normal traffic. And I don't feel that they're being as honest as they say they are because of documented evidence throughout the years where I've been directly impacted and I've watched others get directly impacted because of Twitch's inability to determine what is a view-botted source or what is botted traffic or what isn't. So they've directly failed this, and now they're saying, no, we know everything. It's fine. And I'm like, dude, that's not, that cannot be true. And if it is, what are you doing with that data if you're not using it correctly this whole time? Like, that's ridiculous, dude. Anyway, there's my rant on it. I think that's exactly why Dan got so mad at you on Twitter. You called his bluff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, he quote tweeted me and he got pissed. And then I responded to it. I'll show you. Let me grab this. He tried to say that, no, it's not embedded. It's not embeds. And I was like, no, that's bullshit. Yeah, he tried to say this. He just said a number of streamers suggested the embeds in the primary viewbot vector, and he quote tweeted me. So a number of streamers. Very cool. Thanks, Dan. Said 0.37% of total hours watched on the platform. And I said, it's impossible for the public to verify a claim of 0.37%, which makes this post hard to agree with. He's just thrown out an arbitrary number from a black box. We can't verify that. I'm a big fan of trust but verify. I trust he's trying to tell the truth, or that's true from his perspective, but there's no way we can verify the claim, so to me it's bullshit, right? It's an unverifiable number. It could be any number. It doesn't matter, right? It's easy to find the services that provide exactly what I'm talking about with embedded stream views. They actually advertise it on viewbotting websites directly front and center on page, right? They'll say they're doing it directly with embeds. And I said, why is Twitch counting views from any source that isn't a fully authenticated user, right? Why? I don't understand a reason to do that. If the viewer is not fully authenticated, why do they count as a view? That should be a logged in, authenticated user. And there's no reason for that to be any other way. You shouldn't count as a viewer unless you're authenticated. Otherwise, you will always have viewbotting problems. So it would force viewbotting companies to actually use created accounts, and at scale, that is easier to correlate behavior and shut down. Because if they have an actual, an account that they're authenticated to, you could start to draw analytics for usage and connection, and even just polling like how many connections are happening over this IP, just basic shit like that, right? And then it turns into a cat and mouse game there. But it's a lot easier to fight a war with fully authenticated users than it is for random viewership randomly across the internet for non-authenticated users. That would hurt their ad impressions. It would hurt their ad impressions, but at the same time, it also makes advertisers more comfortable, which may drive up rates. Don't know, right? So I think that's important. I said in the past, I've seen you guys misfire this entirely, and then I talk specifically about what happened with the Ferret stream, and I also talk about what happened with the VTubers, exactly what we just talked about. And I just threw that back at him and didn't get a response, but his post got a lot of replies, not a lot of likes, and mine got a lot of likes, not a lot of replies. So it's very clear that people understand what I'm talking about on this. And it's just, I don't think the direction Twitch is taking this makes any sense. And it doesn't make sense to me, not because of vibes. It doesn't make sense to me because I have seen throughout the years them fail at exactly the thing that they're claiming they're good at. And I'm like, I can't believe you, dude. Like, I've watched you fumble this exact problem for 3 years at the least. And then suddenly it's fine, right? Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not about it. The long short-term profit of it mindsets. Dan might not even think about it because he's CEO brand. I don't know. I'd like, it's not even me psychoanalyzing Dan Clancy. It's literally just going, you say you're good at this. You say you have all the data, but you failed this over and over again for years. And you suddenly are like, I'm the master of it now. Like, what, dude? That doesn't make any sense to me, man. It really doesn't. Yeah. They've been doing that for years in Twitch. Suspect the streamer of doing bad first. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, we've actually had a number of people that I know that are streamers that just get slammed by shit like that. And it's outrageous, man. Watch someone viewbot Clancy? I bet they would. You know, he used to stream. I don't know if he still does. I seem to remember his conversions were an issue on Twitch. Reducing bot viewing will likely increase the conversion rate? Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's how that's going to go on any platform, right? You remove viewbots and you're going to get more conversion because more people are actually watching the ads, right? That's just... It undilutes it, right? Kicks is just updated the website. I don't know what they changed, but my extension button fully moved. It was attached to the Get Kicks button on the left side. Weird. They might be trying different stuff with their UI layout, which is good. Authentication would work? That's what I'm saying. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but to me, having streamed for so long, why are you counting viewers that aren't authenticated? Why? Why would you ever count an unauthenticated viewer? I don't understand the reasoning for that whatsoever. You should be counting authenticated viewers, and then streamers will be incentivized to get more people to sign up for the platform that they're streaming on. Like, it just doesn't... It just... You know how many people converted from YouTube over to Twitch when my shorts exploded? We had thousands of people enter chat that are like, this is my account was made 1 minute ago. Like, do you know how good that is for the platform? And then suddenly they're like, no, definitely not. Just unauthenticated viewers are fine. That's like, no, dude, you need to incentivize authenticated viewers. Like, you have to. If you don't do that, they're not increasing the viewership. And then they may not stick around. They're way more likely to stick around on a platform if they have an account on the platform. Incredible, right? You know? It's just wild. Yeah, that's true, Danashi. Yep. What's up, Big O? That doesn't make... What are you talking about? There's nothing to do with what we're talking about. The head of marketing would be sweating bullets. God forbid numbers go down, even for a good reason. Like, honestly, dude, I get it. I understand. But, like, they're going down anyway, so... I think there's going to come a moment in the next 3 months. And I think that moment is going to really tell what's going to happen between these two platforms. And that moment is when Kick finally gets advertisers. They're opening up for advertisers, and when that happens, that will be a tipping point to determine what the direction of these two platforms is going to be. Because Kick will then be in the same arena fighting Twitch for advertiser money, which is bad for Twitch if it goes well. And if Kick implements ads incorrectly, or in a way that pisses off its user base, they will hemorrhage viewers because people are used to not watching ads. And when you change monetization on a user base, you're going to lose people, which would be bad for Kick. So that moment is incredibly critical and will tell you what's going to happen going forward for both of these platforms. It'll be a very big deal. So I'm waiting for that to find out what happens, right? That's what we're all like. That is the moment where you determine what's going to happen. And I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. If people adopt ads on Kick and they do it in a way that makes sense and people like it, Twitch is going to have a big, big problem because that's directly taking from their wallet, effectively. Because there's no other game in town, dude. There isn't. Like, Twitch is the game in town when it comes to advertising on live streams. They're the one. And if Kick even takes a bit of that, let's say they take 10% of the advertisements, right? Just 10%. Just 10. That's still a shitload. Like, that is a big deal. Even 10%, even 5% is a big deal to start off with. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm waiting to see. Twitch should have a game store like before? No. I don't like that. Simplest is allow streamers to choose how to show ads. Kick defers the shitstorm to the streamers. Well, yes and no, right? It costs money for the platform to be able to display that stream to all of those different users. The actual transfer of video data is expensive. It's not as cheap as you would think. They do get good rates when they do it at scale, but it's still going to cost money on a per stream basis, on a per viewer basis. So they need to add advertisements into that mix in order to get rid of that cost or to make money over the top of it. Not just, reduce the cost, but actually eliminate it entirely. So if they're not getting enough advertisers, that makes it impossible. Right now, Kick is bleeding money. They're just spending money to keep the platform alive, to get more users so that they can move forward and then get advertisement and then stabilize with a economy that is positive instead of just throwing money into a hole to make the platform work like they are right now. That's why I think things like the 95-5 split on ads or on subscriptions, it doesn't feel sustainable to me. But if they want that to be a basis of their platform, then great. With the Kick Partner program, they're paying out a shitload of money. That doesn't feel sustainable to me. But if they want to keep that going, then great. But the money's got to come from somewhere, and it can't just be burning a hole in your pocket, right? They've got to make money somewhere, and advertisements is the way for them to make money there. I'm interested in seeing where they go. Also, they have a different user base on Kick. Kick is very big in the Arabic-speaking world, and Twitch is very big in the English-speaking world. So, very different platform. That means very different targeted ads. That means very different users. And I'd posit to guess that that's a different ad base that Kick would have access to that wouldn't butt right up against Twitch at first, but eventually would. So they might get different advertisers, ones that Twitch never would get. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, actually. Not anymore, Big O. They de-incentivized that entirely, and it's not even the top categories now, which is good to see. It's mostly just chatting and IRL over there now, which is the same as Twitch. So Twitch should have a game store like before, though. I don't agree with that. I don't think so. I think they need to be a streaming platform, not a video game. So not compete with Steam, right? Hey, Sparkle Meat Light, what's up, dude? Oh yeah, no. Spark Meat Light, I am streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at the same time. Twitch is generally my primary platform in terms of size. We usually get to about 2,500 sometime during the day. Kick and YouTube are usually around 100 to 300, somewhere in there. Unless I do a Kick-only day, which I've been doing on Thursday. Are we talking about Avec? Who's? What? Yeah, blocks us, dude. Speaking of Steam, the new Steam controller is a cool Easter egg. Oh. Did Block Game Restart go through? I was actually waiting to see if that worked. Let's find out. It was supposed to go off at 110. Oh my god, it's going to make me log in again. You son of a bitch. Yes, log me in. Are you working? Why didn't this work? It said that it's scheduled. It didn't work. I don't know why. Yeah. It's scheduled to go off every day. Like, literally scheduled to do this, and it just doesn't do it. It's the host just not doing what it's told. Kick-only days must be hella profitable. They are, actually. So I did some analytics on this. I'm really big on showing you guys data and letting you figure it out from there. We did a Kick-only stream last Thursday. And based on a per-viewer basis, I do 4 minutes of ads on the main channel. I was streaming Diablo 4 on Twitch, which is a mature video game, so it reduces ad revenue by about 30 to 50% on average. And then on Kick, I was doing the Kick Partner program, but I was doing an exclusive stream, which means that it's the full Kick Partner amount instead of half. And Twitch came out to 1.19 cents per hour per viewer, and Kick came out to 23.71 cents per hour per viewer, which is 19.92 times more revenue on Kick than Twitch. Which means every individual viewer is worth 20 viewers. So one viewer is 20 viewers on Kick in terms of incoming revenue of ads in Turbo versus the Kick Partner program. I don't think that's sustainable. To be clear, that shit's ridiculous. but that's what it is. So if it's not, if you're doing a multi-stream, this value is cut in half. So it's about 10 times. What does that translate to on the burrito index? 20 times as many burritos. Literally. So we had about 600 to 700 average on that kick-only stream, which comes out to about, it would be the equivalent of having 12,000 viewers on Twitch. Like, that's the difference. It's a 600 average viewer stream on Kick exclusively in terms of incoming revenue from passive revenue, like Kick Partner Program, is equivalent to a 12,000 viewer stream on Twitch for ad revenue. That's insane. There's no way they can keep that running that way. No way at all. Like, I cannot see that being sustainable under any model, right? So, like, that's what I'm talking about, where I'm like, what the shit, dude? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. How many ads do Kick viewers see? None, because they don't have ads yet. That's literally the partner program paying that out. Which is like what? So I was just like, okay, man, cool. What time is it for you? It is 1:28 a.m. right now. Like a gold rush with Kick? It is. It is literally a gold rush. And you have to understand, it's like that because they're paying out a shitload of money to try and get as much audience as possible, so that in the future, when they pivot, and, you know, they can, right, their monetization will cover the cost of the platform. That is generally how you build a social media platform these days, is try to get everybody in, get all the users, and then pivot a little bit, right? If you start off with monetization, it may scare people off. If you slowly bleed it in, they're likely to stay, right? And that's kind of how that goes. Imagine that grass is always greener elsewhere. No, it's not even really about that. It's more so that I understand what they're doing. They're throwing as much money into it as possible to get as many viewers as possible, and then maybe eventually it works out. And we saw the exact same thing with Mixer. Remember? Mixer fumbled it, though. I hope Kick doesn't. I also hoped that Mixer didn't fumble it, but they did. So I'm waiting to see. It really just comes down to, are they going to be able to do it? Don't know. Hope so. We'll see. All right. Magician, Medicant, Assassin, Butcher. I need a word for a Guardian. Like a tank, right? How did Mixer mess up? Mixer's screw-up was really funny, actually. How does YouTube compare? Very, very low comparatively in terms of ad revenue. Adjudicator, Defender, Shield, Anchorite. The Bulwark. Of the Bulwark. I like that. Yeah, Bulwark is good. So, Mixer's was really silly. What happened was on Mixer, you know how you have channel points on Twitch and on Kick? You have channel points. When you get those points, I have to lower the speed of my mouse. It's way too fast. There we go. Now it's too slow. There's got to be a middle ground. There we go. That's kind of better. My new mouse is too fast. There we go. So you have channel points on there, and you get those points, and you can only use it on that one channel, just on your channel, right? The one that you gain the points on. Well, on Mixer, they were global. And that global point was fine. It would have been okay, but it incentivized a really weird behavior. Because you have to understand, like, player behavior on a platform like this is whatever you incentivize, the users are going to do it. So what happened was there was a top channel on Mixer called Monster Cat Radio, and they would always put their streams to Monster Cat Radio 24/7, get your Sparks here. Sparks were channel points, but global. If you gave those channel points to your favorite streamer, you would actually increase the percentage of embers that they got, which was their version of bits or kicks. It was real money. It would increase the amount for your favorite streamer. So the behavior that users adopted was leave the stream or leave, their browser running overnight or their phone running overnight, watching a channel like Monster Cat Radio, gain those points. When my streamer goes live, go and give them to my streamer, and now my streamer makes more money through monetization. That sounds cool, right? That sounds beneficial. It brings up watch time, but here's the problem. You just incentivized legal view bots. Every single user is now a bot because they're not actually watching the content. They're just farming the points. And what does that do when you open up for advertisers? Advertisers see the long watch times. They say, oh, wow, that looks really good. I want to be a part of that. They throw their ads up and they're like, the conversion rate is terrible. Nobody is clicking these ads. No one's looking at our ads. We're just feeding money into a hole. And then they pull out. And then Mixer died. It's like, right after they opened for ads, the platform died. Like, literally within weeks. And I was like, okay, you guys just made a bunch of legal view bots. Oh, don't do that, right? That's pretty bad. You really liked Mixer? Mixer was cool. It had its weirdness and its quirks, but I think that was a major misstep, honestly. The website was impressive. They did some really cool shit, but like, that was such a weird choice, man. It really was. Okay. I need to pull these statistics. Grab these. And I think we'll do, what is it, 0.5 to start with? Yeah. Get magic damage on this one. Thaumaturge. I don't know how we're gonna do Thaumaturge. Seems like that could have been predicted so easily. I know, like, to me, you have to understand, it feels, when you look at it in the aftermath, it's really easy to have hindsight. Hindsight's 20/20, right? It's easy to look at that and go, wow, that was a mistake. But in the moment, I don't think anyone knew. Like, I could see that. Many other people could see that. But it becomes much more clear when you see it afterward. You're like, the hell are you doing that for? But for me, it was more like, I see what you're incentivizing players to do. Your player behavior incentivization is off. And this is the behavior you're going to get out of it. You have to think about, what is this making my players do? What is making the viewers on the platform do? Why am I designing this system this way? Because whatever way you design that system, your players are going to follow suit. They're going to find the best way to goblin through it, dude. They're gonna do the most like weird, degenerate behavior imaginable to abuse that system. You got global channel points. They're going to leave their phone in their desk watching a stream so they can get points for their favorite streamer. Like, that's just how that goes, right? No matter what. So you always have to think about, how is this system going to be abused? Not just, man, that would be cool. How is it? Yeah, need design for interaction. Exactly. Always design for interaction. Always, always. Grab this. So I've got a little bit of a problem here, and that's Thaumaturge. I don't know how I want to do this. Because Thaumaturge is, they do damage and they do healing. And I have to scale their damage somehow with this. But it basically just ends up being Wizard Gear Plus. You know what I mean? Actually, better idea. You guys are going to get 1.0 per level instead of 0.5 per level. I think that works much better. Yeah, I think it does. Chat could help with the how it will be abused question. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, to be real with you, you want to find out how people are going to abuse your systems, make video games. Like, the moment you add anything, they will find the most efficient path, even if it's, like, the most degenerate, right? Like, with Block Game, what did you guys do? You built towers of wheat, and you just farmed that wheat infinitely and then threw it away. Why? So you could get more points in herbalism. And that's all you did. It didn't even benefit the in-game economy in any way. You just did that. Thousands of them. It just makes no sense. Thank you, Thor, for not playing Directive 8020. Everyone else is playing it. I don't know anything about that game. Made melons to sell them. You are the only melon farmer. That's it. Speedrunners are great for that. They're the most powerful players, man. What, dude? Number go up. Number go up. Why streamers didn't call out before Mixer went for ads? Some of them did. I was one of them. Like, I remember when I was at, what was it? What was that convention? PAX West. We were chosen for the top 10, the PAX 10 for that. And I was at that convention, and I had a publisher approach me, and they said, "We want to publish your game." And I was like, "Okay, tell me I basically did like a impromptu interview right there on the floor, and I said, "If you were to change one thing about my business, what would it be?" And they said, "I would stop streaming on Twitch." And I was like, "Okay, give me your reasoning." And this was about 3 months before Mixer died, something around there. And they said, "You should move to Mixer. It's like all the hot new thing. Everybody's talking about Mixer and all this kind of stuff." And I posed them that, and I said, "This is what's going on with Sparks. I don't think that that platform is sustainable." And it was clear after that, like, the conversation was basically over. They didn't actually have anything for that. And I talked about this before, like on stream a lot. And that was it. And then a couple months later, the platform died. And I was like, it's like, okay. It's like, that doesn't make any sense, right? But if I would have taken their advice, if I would have gone down that route and listened to the publisher that wanted to publish our stuff, I'd probably be screwed. You know? So you really got to pay attention to these platforms and what they're doing, because you have to pivot as a creator. You're not beholden to the platform you're on. Not even close. You should go wherever it most benefits you and your community, and nothing else. Your nickname should be... What? What does that even mean? Yeah, bullet dodged successfully, exactly. The only reason I dodged that bullet is because I did a little bit of research into what are users doing on this platform. That's it. Apparently you have fat thumbs. My hands are too big for playing video games on my phone. That's my problem. Ever thought of making a game that's like old school CNC, but with a mix of turn-based RPG? No, but I can think of one that's like that. Lost Magic is awesome as shit. It's old, too, but it's good. It's got light RTS elements and is also an RPG where you draw magic runes to cast spells. It's an insane game. Also, all of the art is done by Studio Ghibli. Ghibli. You miss being Tom's friend? Old days. Yeah, Djibouti, dude. You got it. You had to pry open your wet palette? What? What does that mean? Are you painting right now? Okay, I think the stats that I want to give for Warrior are going to be 2 defense per level. No, it's going to be 1. It's got to be 1 per. I'm trying to think of what I do in terms of defense on these. I don't think I want to add more defense. I think I want to add more max HP. Or healing received in some way. Maybe healing received? I'm getting rid of strong as well. It's really stupid. Yeah, this is a suffix system. We've got suffixes and prefixes for this. You want to enjoy watching Red Dwarf? Dude, I love Red Dwarf. That shit is hilarious to me, man. I love British humor. Can you still multiclass in block game by mixing and matching sets and gems to create a character that is both a Guardian and a Thaumaturge? No, and you haven't been able to do that in years. The set bonus is a 5-piece, and there is no 2-piece bonus, if that makes sense. If I wanted to incentivize that kind of behavior, I guess I could. And I could make it so there's a 2-piece bonus and a 5-piece bonus. So multi-classing could be a thing. Here's actually a question for you guys. Is that more fun? Is it more fun to wear 2 pieces of one set and 2 pieces of another set to kind of build your own multi-class? Or is it more fun to be like 5 pieces of warrior makes you a warrior? Which one is more fun? 2-piece? You think the 2-piece is more fun? Multi-class is more fun? Mixed sets? All right, let's change that. I'm going to make them 2-piece and 5-piece then. Can it be possible to implement a character in a block game like Cat from Red Dwarf? I mean, I guess. You just make one, right? 2-piece and 3-piece? Yeah, no, 2-piece and 5-piece is what it'll be. Like, you fully are a warrior, or you're like a warrior and something else. 2 and 2 for multi? Yeah, no, it'd be 2-piece and 5-piece. So you either wear 2-piece of one and 2-piece of another, or you wear a full 5-piece. It was like item melds. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I'm redesigning all of the items right now. Like, this is a whole day. The coolest system is when the game recognizes your combination as a specific name for it. That would be pretty cool, huh? With 2-piece and 5-piece, you'd have one useless piece? Yes. Maybe we should do 3-piece and 5-piece then. Right? It should be 3 pieces of one. No, because then you can't do a 2-set. No, 2-piece and 5-piece is the right way. Yeah, 2-piece and 5-piece is the right way to do this. 2 and 4? No, because you have your offhand. Your offhand is defined by this. We'd have to do 2, 3, and 5. So it'd be split up into multiple pieces there, right? So at that point, you'd be a warrior tier 2, because you have 3-piece warrior, and like a thaumaturge tier 1, because you have 2-piece thaumaturge, right? 2, 3, and 5. It's not 2 and 4, it's 2 and 5. Right now. Or it'd just be 5 right now. Could make offhands for each combo. The offhand's already there. Yeah, that's already a thing. Primary and secondary classes. Yeah, I need to look at this. 1-piece gear 5. Big tank, small healer. Yeah. I think 2, 3, and 5. 2, 3, and 5-piece to allow multi-classing. There we go. Redesign says to be 2, 3, and 5-piece to allow multi-classing. Give me that combo. Yeah, 2, 3, 5 I think works. You mean in addition to the offhand per class? There is an offhand for each 2+2 combo. Oh. So you're saying that I should make an offhand for every possible combination. We have 5 different classes. I need you to understand. The amount of combinations is directly related to that. So it'd be 5 times 4 times 3 times 2. Oh, no, that did 60. Why did you do... What is... That's not where I'm clicking. Look at my mouse. Something's going wrong with this. What is happening there? It's like clicking slightly to the left of where I'm going, and then it's moving to the left. Is this mouse shitting itself? Look at that. There's got to be a stuck keyboard button somewhere. Which keyboard button? Is it my numlock? Is it my left? Yeah, look. I'm holding right on the keyboard. It's just pushing to the left. What could be doing that? But it's not doing it in every program. Like, it's doing it in Calculator. It's not doing it in here. I'm unplugging my keyboard and replugging it in. Maybe the keyboard's dying. Oh, wait a minute. It was sitting on the floor, and there was a book on the joystick. Oh, that's super... Wait a minute. Hold up. Does that mean that Calculator has controller support? Dude, what? Oh, this is wild. Calculator's controller support, dude. That's insane. I never thought I'd see the day. Why is that a thing? I don't know. It's got to be an accessibility feature for sure. That's super weird, dude. Anyway, so that's going to be 5 in terms of combinations times 4 times 3 times 2. That'd be 120 different offhands. And then we have 5 different tiers of that. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing cross-class offhands. It's not happening. It's not happening. And if I ever had another class, I'm increasing that factor by another level. So, did they ever fix the alignment in calculator? No. What's your favorite game? Calculator, dude. This must be a short. Yeah, no, I clipped it. It'll go up to Shadelock. Did you do that with a loop? You have to understand something. It's not just about creating the items in data. That'd be easy. I put descriptions for each one of them. I put flavor text on each one of them. I'd have to do that for all of them, which is not fun or good. Yeah, it'd be really bad. For the unique offhands, it's only 10 of them, since 2 of 4 is the same as 4 of 2. No, it'd be for all the combinations. So it'd be like warrior and, ranger, and then warrior and guardian, and warrior and thaumaturge, and warrior and wizard. And then you do guardian and ranger, and guardian and thaumaturge, and guardian and wizard, right? You do each one of those possible combinations. And if I add another class, basically what that does is that implements tech debt, right? That implements tech debt entirely. I guess it'd be 4 times 3, technically, because you're not doing 5, because we have a total of 5 classes. So actually, it's 1 less than that. So it'd be 4 times 3 times 2. It's 24, and then times that by 5 different tiers. So I'd have to make 120 of them. I'm still not doing that. That's still not going to happen, right? But if I ever had another class, then it increases that by 1 more factor. And that's tech debt that makes me less incentivized to make new classes for you, which means that it will diminish the game over time. I want to make more classes. I don't want to be incentivized to make less, right? You just have to do that once per weapon, right? No. For offhands, these are offhands for each one of these. I'd have to create cross-class offhands. What I might do that would be more interesting is I may add legendaries, very specific ones that are that specific thing. Like if we had a legendary that made it so it was a warrior set and a ranger set item. A very rare item. Not a standard where these exist everywhere, but like a very specific, weird, build-defining item that does exist in the game that you could get. That would be kind of fun, right? And then I can tune around that one specific item instead of just doing like, these exist everywhere and there's like 100 million of them and blah, 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 right? Where's your construction worker class? You don't fight? F. Yeah, Bow of Bonk. Exactly. It actually sounds like a cool idea. Yeah, stuff like that would be neat. I still want to do the 5 set piece. I still want to do that. Just consider, though, putting this in a block game now means it's adding more to the move to Hightail. Not actually true. The reason why is because I don't know if all these systems are going to work. I have a best guess idea of how you guys are going to approach the things that I'm building, right? And I'm refining and defining these different new features and testing them by giving them to you. If it turns out to be fun and you enjoy it, then it will make it into the Hightail version of the game. If it turns out to be ass, then I'm just going to remove it, right? This is about making sure that it's fun. Because if I imagine I don't do this work now, and then we move it over to Hightail, and then it's in Hightail, then I have a system that isn't fun in Hightail. That sucks. I'd rather just test it here where it's easy to maintain and manage and change, right? Currently. So that way, this becomes the testing ground, right? It's a test server right now, yeah. I mean, it's always been that. It's always been a test server for that. Disregard my mumbling? No, you're totally valid. I just want to have a conversation about it, right? There's nothing wrong with that at all. You shouldn't feel that way. I'm going to do weapon damage on this. Okay, Guardians. I think Guardians should get weapon damage, but half. Kind of like Thaumaturges do. And then they should get some kind of tanking stat in some way. Is the creator code still pirate for Hightail? Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah, you don't have to apologize for a question. Not at all. We're like shouting at each other, not listening. All right. Speaking of testing things, I wonder if this is working. Which ferrets are out right now? Do we know which playgroup is out right now? Because whoever it is sleeping. I don't know who's sleeping. Bruce and Rusty? Do we know where they're at? They're hiding somewhere. Are customizations fixed for Hytale yet? No. Is that clock right? Yeah. Twitch stream looks fine, yeah. You switch category to IRL on the Ferret stream? Yes. I did an announcement about that. Twitch is doing a thing called the Twitch IRL Takeover. If I go pull this up. They didn't tell us they were doing this. It's a little bit weird. We had no idea they were doing this. We just woke up and found out we were a part of this. So they did this thing called the IRL Takeover, where they started promoting a bunch of streams and saying that they were part of IRL. And it's got Maya Heeg on it, who is also doing it. Oh, we're going to wait in the ads in a minute. We'll talk about it in a moment. The TTS wait time on the clock is a lie. Don't worry about it. It's based on me hitting the button or not, which I should probably do. Yes. My man, I'm going to do you one better. Oh, no TTS audio. Hold up. Did it not go through? Boo. I can hear it. One moment. Speaker bot. Why are you stupid? Streamer bot. Speaker bot. Found it. I can hear it, and I'm sorry that you couldn't. They were asking about Secret of Evermore, and if I'm going to play it on stream. Well, yes. In fact, I have it right here. I also have Earthbound, and Chrono Trigger, and Illusion of Gaia, and Secret of Mana, and Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. So, at the end of this month, I should be receiving an Super Nintendo operator from Epilogue. I bought it from them back in January, and they're shipping at the end of this month. When that comes through, I'll be playing these on stream. Yeah. Soon. They're in the sardine tin bed. Oh. Yeah, so at the end of this month, I will be playing, hopefully, when they come out, anyway, when I get the SN operator, I'll be playing a bunch of Super Nintendo games on stream. I'm excited for it. The sound of cartridges summoned me? Yeah, bueno. I'm really excited for it, man. I have all my old classics and all the things that inspired me to make games in the first place. I'm going to do that. Anyway, now that the ads are over, the reason why the Ferret stream is set to IRL is they did this thing. They're doing a thing on Twitch called IRL Takeover, and they are showing IRL streams on this front page shelf. And if we go to the front page shelf and look at this, you'll see that the ferrets are right here. And that's where they want them, because animals, aquariums, and zoos, which is the category it's normally in, doesn't get the drops for the event that it's part of. So I reached out to my partner manager and I was like, hey, you guys put a bunch of animal cams on here. There's a ton of them up here. And you made them part of this event, but you didn't whitelist the category that animal cams are in. So now people can't get the drop for the event they're a part of, even though you added them to that event. And he was like, yeah, you're right. We'll look at that. And now they're going to take a look at it. But this is only for a week, so I don't know if Twitch is going to fix it in time. So I just switched the category over to IRL to do that, and it's working just fine. And that's it. You know, and people, if you go to that channel, you watch the Ferret stream right now. If you watch for 15 minutes, you get a little IRL badge in chat, and that's it. That's what it is. So they did this event. They added our channel. I didn't even know that was going to be a thing. It's cool, though. It's neat, and you can get these cool emotes. If you're a part of a hype train on the Ferret stream right now, you will actually get one of these emotes, which are from Albius Sanctuary, which is rad. So hell yeah. It's very cool shit. Also, the Winnie Ha is really good. Huh? They're all very good. Yeah, you get a badge. Yeah, look, see that IRL badge next to all those guys' names? Like Corsic there, and Lively Bailey, and Avik? All of those are from watching the Ferrets right now. And you wouldn't be able to get that if I didn't switch to IRL. Ferrets are illegal in California. That is true, yes. I wonder how many rogue ferret streams are on Twitch right now from California. Do not do that. Do not own a ferret in California. Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game in California will euthanize a ferret if they catch you. They will kill your animal. Do not take that risk. Follow the law. Like 100%. Yeah. Not worth it, man. And boop. That badge, yeah. Do you play 7 Days to Die? Nope. Dude, what is that? I love that little shark emote over on Kick, dude. Hell yeah. Rats are banned in Alberta? Is that true? Dude, what? Still upset about the scroll being put down maliciously? Yeah. Stop streaming so much, I'm still catching up with the pod? No. What if I streamed twice as much? Wait, I'd die. Doing it anyway. Kick emotes go crazy? I mean, it's because you can upload them, right? That's your emote. I think it's cool. Any user can upload on Kick, which is wild. Their global emotes are really good, though. Alberta is rat-free? No way. Alberta has no rats. Since the mid-20th century, the Canadian province of Alberta has maintained an essentially rat-free status through a rigorous rat control program. Alberta is bounded by the Rocky Mountains to the west, boreal forest to the north, and long treeless prairie and semi-arid regions to the south that allow them to do this. No shit. They even have propaganda. There's actually Alberta propaganda against rats. What the hell, dude? He's a menace to health, home, and industry. It's literally like wartime propaganda, dude. What is that? That is wild. That is actually insane to see. I've never seen that. I didn't know Alberta was... I didn't know anywhere on Earth was, like, rat-free. That's... You kill him, you know? You can't ignore the rat. That's literally like World War II, World War I style propaganda. Rats make good pets, too? They do. They're very smart. They're very cool animals. Having a rat-free area of the world is wild to me, though. Yeah, no, Alberta. Holy shit, it's the rat scare. It is. It is actually the rodent scare, dude. Yeah, they're very adaptable. Got to go to the food bank. Be back later. Hope you find something cool. They're more adaptable to environments than humans? Yeah, but nah. We create tools to be adaptable to environments. That's the whole human thing, you know? World War II training films and animations go way too hard. I really like wartime propaganda. I know that's weird. Not for like the reason of you know, deluding people into a certain direction politically or anything like that. I just think that style of art is very fascinating. It's why I like games like Helldivers 2. I love that because it's fantasy, you know, propaganda shit, which I just think is really neat. I do. I like wartime propaganda images. I think they're neat. I think it's cool to see. It's the same thing as if we do Helldivers, right? Helldivers poster. And you do... Yeah. Anything that you see that's like this, it's like, enlist today, Helldivers 2. Like, this kind of shit I really like. I like that kind of fantasy ridiculousness. The Ministry of Expansion. And those types of things are very interesting to me because the art style is really cool. You know what it reminds me of? Which is going to be a little bit weird? It's corporate posters. We're all in it together kind of shit. And it's like, no, that's just propaganda. Like, that's corporate office propaganda. It's wartime propaganda and corporate office posters are exactly the same thing. No matter what, no matter what way you cut that, they're the same. And I love that. I think it's hilarious. Is this good for the company? Yeah. Hang in there. If you see something, say something. You know. The old motivational posters, yeah, they're the same. It's just corpo propaganda, dude. Remember the creek. Malevolent Creek, dude. Completely insane. Loose lips sink ships, yeah. Yeah, demotivational posters are very funny. Let me pull this up. I love demotivationals. Let me grab this. In Afghanistan, you saw modern-day loose lips sink ships, loose tweets sink fleets. Honestly, that's completely true. You've got a lot of people that work in the military in some aspect that will do stupid things like post on social media. In fact, there have been numerous occasions throughout different wars in the last 5 to 10 years where different personnel were doing things like doing their morning jog and using an app to track their steps or an app to track how much they're jogging for a fitness app, and it revealed their location. That led to either their loss of life or revealing a position of a critical asset. Happens quite a lot. And it's surprising how much data you leak when you're using applications like that. And there should be more training and understanding around that for the general population on top of the military population, knowing more about that. Yep, SecOps failed. Yep, 100%. Yeah, Eve failure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, for smartwatches, yep. Yeah, the reporter that exposed the battle plan the day before, they should have had access to it, to be honest with you. Yeah. A French naval officer used Strava, an athletics app, and revealed the carrier's location quite recently. Oh my god. I mean, it'll just keep happening, right? Yeah. OPSEC is a strange word to the common bloke. It is. People don't think about operational security. They don't, and it makes sense. You just think, I'm getting my steps in for the day. Love this song. That reporter still has a job? Wild. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't blame the reporter there. I blame whoever gave that reporter access to the area where sensitive information was. If you don't want a reporter reporting something, don't show them the thing. Right? Yeah. That's pretty basic shit, You don't want this leaking? Don't let people in. That's nuts that a health tracker needed to manage disability can be maliciously used against someone? Yes. Any advice on game development, unpaid testers? And how would you get your foot through the door with larger companies? Are you trying to be a tester? Is that what you're saying? You're trying to get into QA? QA is generally seen as an entry-level job. I would start applying as much as you can. It's very difficult to get into the industry right now, in tech in general, but games especially. Especially in QA, because a lot of companies are trying to automate it away. It's not going to work. You'd love to be a QA tester. Understand that QA testing is a lot of work. It is very difficult. It's very boring sometimes. And you're not just playing video games. With that in mind, I would apply for as many indie studios as you possibly can to do QA for them. And if you can get your foot in the door, you can use that to pivot your career to hire larger businesses and be like, I have experience doing this. Going straight into AAA is difficult. It's doable, but it's difficult. Is AI going to take over game design anytime soon? No, because AI can't make a determination on what is fun for you. Your design of a current system of a video game is an expression of your ideals on what is fun through the lens of the community that plays your game. That cannot be replicated by artificial intelligence. It can give an approximate best guess, but it can't curate that experience for the types of players that you have attracted. And that is very different. Like, that is a uniquely human thing. Yeah. It can take over asset creation, though. If you want to make stuff look like shit, yes. It can technically do that. Although you can tell very rapidly. Just like I'm going to be real with you, I tried to look through a whole bunch of Diablo 4 videos on YouTube this last week to see all the new content that was coming out so I could listen to it while I was doing other shit. And 99% of the thumbnails on YouTube that I'm seeing now for Diablo 4 are just AI generated, and they look terrible. It looks like someone just spilled a bunch of bullshit all over the screen. It's obnoxious. So when I see that now, I just click away. They look really bad. They're just busy as shit. It's getting better every day. This is the worst it'll look. The problem is this. This is the worst that it'll look, and it still looks bad, right? And like we had this conversation like 3 years ago. This is the worst it'll look back when we were looking at Will Smith eating spaghetti, right? With that in mind, I still don't think it looks good. I still think that it has a smell to it, very obviously. And the biggest problem that I have with generative AI as a whole is that it is using works from another artist in a commercial setting without compensating that artist because they're using it in training data. Because of that, I'll never support it. Until you create a model that is actually using licensed works where the artists were paid and have agreed to have their work used in that training model, I don't want to see that shit in media. And I don't want to play games that use it. Pay the artists. That's it. You've seen AIs that make 3D models? Yeah. I'll give you a good example of this. Arc Raiders did it correctly. Arc Raiders has voiceover that is done as a TTS system. It's AI, right? They paid voice actors to use their voices in that. And then those voice actors agreed to the contract, agreed to those terms, were happy with it, and then their voices were used. That is a good way to do that. The artist was paid. The contract was fulfilled. Everybody wins. They did it correctly, in my opinion. And because of that, I'm fine with it. If you're taking artists' work and you're not compensating them for it, that's where I have a problem. And that's the only issue that I have there. I don't give a shit outside of that. How come this isn't a bigger story? Because people tried to cancel the game for doing it. Yeah. Like, the cascade for trying to cancel the game was really interesting, because they started with, they use generative AI for voices, cancel them. And now it's like, but the artists, the voice actors agreed with it, and they wanted that, and they got paid. And they're like, yeah, but maybe they didn't get paid enough. And I'm like, but the artists were fine with it, and you weren't in that meeting room and you don't know. And they're like, yeah, but maybe they were pressured into doing it. And I'm like, this is just, the argument just started getting weirder and weirder and more off base until I was like, this is stupid. And I just ejected out of it because it was dumb. Yeah, so like with that game, artists got paid. That's all I care about. If the artists, yeah, the bunch of what ifs is basically where it went. And I'm like, dude, the artists got paid. They agreed to the contract. Everybody got what they were looking for. Like, who am I to bitch, right? At that point, like, there's no reason to bitch because the artists were paid. That's fine. If you're just stealing from artists, then we got a problem. Like with Marathon, I never support that shit. That was stupid. They just stole from an artist. Straight up. Stolen. Wasn't even AI doing it. Was directly stealing it. Like, god damn it, dude. Yeah, contract was signed. Story over. What about the ARCs? What were their feelings? None. Damn clankers. You need a reason to be angry? There's a lot of reasons to be angry. Be angry about the real ones. Not just ones you made up to be mad about. There's all kinds of shit to be angry about in daily life, dude. Is this Hytale stuff you're doing? No, I'm working on Block Game, which is currently in Minecraft. When I transferred over to Hytale, this will be in Hytale. Read your last, sir? What did you put? Just send it again. What? There's a German dancer who did a thesis on AI and dance. The sheer horrors that AI makes as she tries to teach it to dance. AI still can't dance? That's funny. I mean, like, there's a lot of really weird sort of takes that are seeing this, like AI doesn't have soul, like all this kind of whatever, dude. Like none of that really matters. What matters to me is contract negotiations and ownership of rights, right? In terms of artistic rights to something. And if you don't have the commercial rights to use somebody's art, then you shouldn't be using it. And commercial rights in this case is if you're using someone's art in training data in a commercial product to make commercial pieces and you don't have the rights to it, that's theft, right? Just license the art. And if you're not willing to license the art, then you shouldn't be able to use it. Like that's all it comes down. It's a business transaction, right? That's it. Yeah. The AI TTS voices are being removed from ARC Raiders? Yeah, they are. Yeah, now they've made enough money, they said, we want to go do real voices. And I was like, that's cool as shit. And that's totally fine, too. That is. Actually, you know what it reminded me of, and I talked about this on social media, is when everybody was dogging on ARC Raiders, and they're like, let's cancel ARC Raiders, because they use these AI voices that were based on real voice actors that were paid money to put their voices into the system to make this, right? The thing that was really funny to me is at the same time, maybe 6 months prior, social media was completely overrun by Dagoth TTSs. Dagoth talking shit, Dagoth on live streams, Dagoth on like YouTube shorts, like all this kind of shit for like 3 months, and nobody batted an eye. But you know who didn't get paid? The original voice actor of Dagoth. So like that to me is entirely hypocritical, where you're like, it's totally fine to steal Dagoth voice. That's fine. Yeah, we could totally do that. Don't even pay the original artist. Wait, the Arc Raiders devs paid artists for this and then used their voices? That's evil. And it just showed me that it's not really an issue of using someone's work without paying them. It's an issue of, I want to use this because I think it's funny, and I don't want them to use that because I don't think it's funny. And like that's all it came down to. It was completely hypocritical outrage, and I think it's lame, honestly. Yeah, it's just absolutely outrageous. What about meme snippets where they don't ever get paid? Meme snippets? What do you mean meme snippets? Thing you notice, especially in artistic communities, is that there are a great many who don't really understand the issue and just hate AI in general. That's fair. I can understand that, though. Like, to be real with you. Like, that's true of any problem. Yeah, exactly. It's true of any given problem. Bingo. For me, that's why I've really thought long and hard about, like, what is it that I don't like about this? And what I don't like is that an artist can have their work used without compensation. And that's kind of like the hill that I'll die on. That's my line in the sand. It's like, did the artist get compensated? Did they agree to these terms? Then we have no problem. If the artist wasn't compensated and they didn't agree to these terms and you use their work without consent, then, like, I'm out. I think that's shitty. And that makes it a very simple issue for me, and it makes it very defined and easy to talk to people about, right? Didn't the Marathon devs finally pay the artists that they stole the art from? There's a lot more nuance to that situation to me, and it's why I don't support Bungie and I don't support Marathon. They stole from an artist named Anti-Real. They took all of their art and put it throughout the game, and I did a sponsorship for Marathon. I had a sponsored stream where I was playing the game on stream, and part of what I like about Bungie's games is the amount of hidden ARG-style, content in the game. Hidden symbolism or symbols, hidden factions, all these kind of things. And so when we played Marathon on stream, I went through and actually looked at all the images, looked at all the symbols, and I was like, oh man, these might be factions. Look at all these different logos and all this kind of shit. Everything that I pulled up, everything that I looked at, turned out to be stolen from Anti-Real. Hundreds of assets. All of it was thefted. And that deeply pissed me off, because the only reason that we found out about it is because Anti-Real is actually a massive artist. And one of the logos that they stole that I was, looking at and doing other stuff is Anti-Real's personal signature. So, like, the level of theft was enormous. And then from there, it's like, okay, we know that they did this. We know they did it manually because some of them, they just scrubbed the name out and shit. Where do we go from here? And Bungie's response was, a single employee who no longer works for the company and hasn't in a while, they did this. And I'm like, that's the shittiest response you could possibly have. And then you dig a little bit deeper and you find out that the art director and half of the art team were following Anti-Real, the artist that they stole from. So now you can't even say, oh, they didn't know. They didn't know who the artist was. They were literally following the person that was like half of the assets in the game had their iconography and their imagery on. And it was like, this is just it at that point it's too bullshit where I'm just like, I'm out. Like this is too egregious. This is too ridiculous. What the hell is wrong with you? I can't support this. And especially after I did a sponsored stream for that, right? Like it just pissed me off. Tried to create a scapegoat instead of owning it. Yeah, exactly. And it just really made me mad. So eventually they get in touch with Anti-Real. The art director steps down or got fired. I don't know which one it was. And then Anti-Real then put out a tweet saying that they're satisfied with the situation now. So either they got paid a lot of money or they got paid a lot of money and the art stays in. But either way, I can't support Bungie after that. And the reason why is this isn't an isolated incident. This is like the 5th time that they've done this. This is like over and over and over again. They've been caught doing this. And this is just the largest, most egregious one. And I just can't. I can't, man. And like I won't do it. I won't play it. And I kind of liked that game too. 5th time that we know of. The only reason this one resolved this way is because Anti-Real is a massive artist. That's the only reason. If it was some smaller artist, you'd never would have known. And the reason why I really got angry about that too was when Anti-Real spoke up and said, "You've stolen my art." The internet, half of them attacked Anti-Real and said, "You're a piece of shit. You're making this up." Imagine if it was a small artist without a user base. Imagine if it was a small artist that had no presence online. No one would believe them. And Bungie would have gotten away with it. And I just can't, dude. Like, that pisses me off like you wouldn't believe. So I can't support them, especially with their response. The response was dog shit. Yeah. Yeah. The internet would just run them over, dude. And they tried to do that, too. They tried to run over Anti-Real at first. I don't know. You say I wish Bungie crashed and burned. No, I don't wish any ill on Bungie. I just personally cannot support them after watching this whole thing play out, right? That's my choice. As an individual consumer, I go, I do not wish to spend my money on that shit because I've seen what they do with it, right? Like that's me, my choice. They also said we're sorry in a secondary Twitter account. They did. Yeah, that was weird. Associating with them commercially is too risky. I mean, it's not even just that. Like, I personally don't like that. I'm happy leaving money on the table to not work with them. Right? Like, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's like, I don't want your money. Like, that's what you did sucks. That's shitty, dude. What are we going to do with this? I don't think passive defense is the right choice here. Maybe healing received? Maybe you do healing received on this? Yeah. Yeah. I think that works. We're also going to get all of these going forward too, where we've got Haunted on each one of these. We're going to go that direction. So we'll have specialty ones of this. So for tier 1 and 2 armor, it only has a suffix. And it's going to have the suffix of Magician, Medicant, Assassin, Butcher, Bulwark. For tier 3 and beyond, it can also have a prefix, and the prefix is going to be Haunted, Blinding, Unbreaking, or Blessed. And that's kind of the direction that's going to go. For the prefix, it's bonus defense and bonus maximum HP, or bonus defense, bonus healing power, weapon damage, magic damage, projectile damage. And for the suffix, it's going to be magic damage, healing power and magic damage, projectile damage, weapon damage, and probably not max HP, probably healing received is what I'm going to do. Yeah, it'll be like that. Anytime there are ads in the Ferret channel, it just says commercial break in progress and never shows me an actual ad. Really? Let me go see if the Ferret channel is making any ad revenue in the IRL category. That's going to be the interesting check. One moment. And I've returned. All right. I don't have enough data yet. I went and gave two of the groups water up here, though, because they didn't have any. So their water had run out. They drank it all at once. But yeah, so I'm gonna wait and see. We'll get more data on it. You make any money, son? I don't know yet. I already washed my hands. What are you talking about? But yeah, no, not enough data. Need another 24 hours. Then I'll be able to know. Wash again? No, what? You had ads pop up for you yesterday when you joined the Ferret stream? Okay. It really comes down to, is IRL considered a different ad bracket? Because animals category is good for advertisers, and I don't know if IRL is. We'll have to wait and see. When do you think you'll play more Windrose? I don't know yet. Twitch continues to be a disappointment. I mean, with this one, I just don't know. I just don't have enough data. So I can't tell if anything is wrong. And that would be like that on any platform, to be clear. By the way, in terms of the ferret rescue operations, we know how we're going to be doing the layout now, which is kind of cool. I've talked to Shay a little bit about this before. But right now we do cages, and those cages are kind of like structured like this, and they have a bottom level and they have a top level, and they usually have like a ramp that goes from one side to the other, like this, like up and down. And then you can connect these to each other where it does this. The problem with this is that these cages get really gross, like really, really get gross, because if they poop, say, up here or down here or like here in the corners and stuff like they normally do, you have to clean it out of the bars. And there's basically no way you can ever get rid of all of it. You have to do like a full breakdown, spray it all out, and all this kind of shit. They're also prone to rust because of this, because poop and pee get into it. That rusts the interior of the bars. All this actually is bad. Each of these cages is about $300, just about, give or take. So they're pretty expensive as well. We're not going to do this next time around. Instead, we have, if you look on the Ferret stream, if I pull this up, grab this here. We're going to go look at this on the Twitch side for this. You can see these big plastic barriers, right? If I close this out. See that big plastic barrier like that? These go up to about your waist. They're a couple of feet tall. They're like 3 feet tall, something like that. And they allow us to barricade off areas. And what I want to do is we're going to use those. So instead of having vertical cages, we're going to do, like if this is the layout of the whole room, we can do a thing that goes like this around the entirety of the room, have this be the play space in the middle, and then have this all sectioned off with barricades in any way that we see fit to be able to give them a big flat open space. And that'll be that. And they're too tall for the ferrets to escape, the new ones that we have. And the cost is less as well. It is less than this for the same amount of stuff. Don't you lose a lot of vertical space for the ferrets then? The vertical space is actually like pretty compacted for this. They get a lot more horizontal space this way. It's easier to clean out the entire room. It's easier to separate them. It's easier to get them if there's an emergency. It's easier to see them with the overhead camera. And the whole space inside of the ferret rescue room is going to be like washable, so we'll be able to wash the entire thing. So the idea is that in the quarantine room or in other rooms, we may be able to take all of them out and move them to another area and be good with it. Warmth, I'm not worried about that. We're gonna have overhead heating. That the heating and cooling system will be able to reach the entire room equally, so it should be fine. Any chance of a wall-mounted fun? Not currently, because the problem is if they fall, they don't fall very well. You don't want them to. We try to get them not do that. The other problem with cages is, speaking of that, they climb them. The big cages inside of the ferret rescue room actually have plastic barricades they've put there to stop them from climbing, because they will just climb them, and none of that is good. That's really dangerous for them. So this stops that from being an issue, and that's kind of the direction that we're going to go forward, and I'm kind of excited for it, because it removes just a ton of dangers and is cheaper and is better, right? So, planning to get a flare cam. We wanted to do something like that. They're like 10 grand. Like, we really want to do something like that. We got to find a use case for it where it actually works. So, they're really expensive, and it's also like the use case could be cool, but it's a lot. Yeah. They use a litter? No, they shit in corners. That's ferrets. It's more of a suggestion for them. Underfloor heating? No, nothing like that. Onion, Haku, and Demi are insane escape artists. Yes. Yes, they are. Actually, Frog is now as well. Toad, Toad and Frog actually are in an enclosure where they have the walls like that. And Toad will actually just stand here with his arms up, looking like, you know that Pedro clip where it's like the little raccoon baby? He looks like that. And he's just jumping, trying to get over it, and he can't do it because he's got little short, little stubby legs and he doesn't jump very high. And then Frog, right next to him, in the enclosure right next to him, same thing, looks at it and goes, leap, and just jumps right over. And we're like, and he just learned to do this last week. He just learned to just jump over the top of this. Just clears it. And we're like, oh, okay. So now what we did was we took plastic tubing and we've put this over the top of this. So now there's a circular plastic tube like this. He can't jump it anymore. Their enclosure is the shorter one. The new ones that we have are like this tall. So like 30% taller overall. He can't jump that. There's no way he can get over that. So that's what we're going to be using for it. And that's the one that Haku and... I think it's Haku. Yeah, Haku and his group are in that one. So he can't escape that one because it's the super tall one. Yeah, the insane animals. They're really good. They're really good at escaping, dude. Frog challenge accepted. Yeah. The Michael Jordan of ferrets. Yes. Jay Sego, what are you sending me? Why are there so many clips? Oh, God, what's going on? I don't have a Facebook. Why are you sending me this? Is that Shay's Facebook post? Probably is. Zoom Outdoor in Richmond isn't doable where you're at? No. Our area has Cryptococcus, which is a fungal thing, basically fungal spores that live in the soil. If they come into contact with it, it can kill them. And generally in the United States, you don't want to have them outside anyway. We have a lot of predators that will just eat them. It's just, and they're very good at digging. It's just like a very dangerous thing to have outdoor enrichment. It's not worth it. Too much risk. Indoor enrichment is just fine for them. Maybe Zagag, but we don't have the data yet, right? That's the whole thing, is that I want to know what is the data. How's it hanging? Good. How's it hanging with you? I've got ideas now. All right, block gamers, tell me if this is on target, right? We're going to have suffixes. We're going to have prefixes for all of these pieces of gear. The prefixes and the suffixes are going to be based on the class the gear is for. So if it's a wizard piece of gear, it'll have of the magician. Could have of the magician. It could also have haunted, if it's like that, because it'll be the acolyte piece, haunted. And that can get magic damage of 1.5, or it could get the suffix of magic damage as well. And those two can combine together, which I think is kind of cool. For the suffixes, it's 1% per rank for each one of those. For the prefixes, it's currently 0.5% per rank. I'm going to up that to 1% per rank because I think it's more fun. So I'm doubling it on suffixes. Does that make sense? A piece can have both a prefix and a suffix, yes. And that prefix and suffix are only there for a per-class basis. So wizard gets a prefix and a suffix. Guardian gets a prefix and a suffix, right? And I think that works. And that works in a nice way. So suffix, 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 suffix. And for wizard, it's damage. For thaumaturge, it's damage and healing power, but they're separate values. For ranger, it's projectile damage. For warrior, it's weapon damage. For guardian, it's less weapon damage and healing received. Yeah? For the prefix. And for the suffix, it does different stats. That sounds awesome. Good. Good. So this is the tier 1 for each one of these. Now I'm going to go grab these suffixes, or these prefixes, rather. We'll grab all of these. And I think what I want to do is I want to say... I'm going to change these to T1, 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 and I'm going to change the names up. We're going to make this one T1 Armor Ranger. And we're going to say Wizard Suffix. Right? So I'm going to change the tokens on these. Because we're rebuilding the whole system, so... And then these ones up here are going to be T1 Ranger Prefix, right? So this one's going to be wizard, prefix, and warrior. Oh, messed that up. Warrior prefix, guardian prefix, and thaumaturge prefix. So I think that'll add quite a lot of stuff. So if you get a really good one, it's going to be like blessed helmet of the medicant, right? So it's a blessed helmet of the medicant, whatever that's going to be, right? And I think that works. And then you can have like a cool, crazy item name, you know? Now then, let's change this down to 1.0. These are also adding 2 defense right now. I don't think the prefix should add defense. I think the suffix should add defense. Yeah. I think it works. What classes get crazy offhands? They already have them. Like warriors can get a bacon plushie. Yeah. Which one of them is best for the paladin build? Paladins will probably be warrior or guardian thaumaturge, which I'm going to make 2-piece bonuses soon. I'm rebuilding the prefixes and suffixes right now to make them more interesting. So that should be good. I'm trying to think of what we do here. Actually, screw it. They should get 1 defense in each one of these. Yeah. I want to give you guys more stats with this. So the prefix is projectile damage, magic damage, weapon damage, interesting one, and healing power. I feel like the prefix should be different, right? I feel like the prefix should be different values. Because right now I'm just having, maybe the suffix increases your damage and your defense. And then the prefix does some other statistic, right? But what stat should that actually be? I don't actually know what stat that should be. And missing news about Indie Summer Showcase? No, we're going through 500 applications. There's a lot.
Deadmans_playground on Twitch said thank you.
No, thank you. That's very nice of you.
H3XAKAI on Twitch with 500 bits said recently had a big job interview. I was insanely nervous. The interviewer asked, "How do you handle stress?" And I suddenly let out a loud fart. I got the job, so if anyone trips up in their interview, rip a fresh one. Disclaimer, results may vary.
What? No. No, 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 no. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I guess that's one way to stand out, man. Hope you're doing well. It's been a really rough month, man. It's been really, really rough. I don't know, like, I was talking about this in the stream the other day. I'm fine with talking about it. It's death is rough, dude, and running a rescue is rough emotionally, and it's been hard this last month. It's been really hard, and normally I can just kind of tank it, right? And it's like, oh yeah, there's like a death. It's like once every 2 months, once every month, something like that. But this is a lot of all at once, man. A lot all at once. Got to talk about it's healthy, yeah. It's too much. It's way too much. Way, way too much. Brusty is awake? Who's Brusty, dude? This week's been rough? Yeah. I'm sorry, man. It's okay. It's okay. There's nothing to be sorry about. This is life. The way that I look at it, man, is like, if I wasn't upset right now, it means that it didn't matter to me. And it mattered a lot to me. You know? Like, they mattered a lot to me. And I wouldn't be upset if that wasn't the case. And that means it's okay. You know, like I'll get there. I just need to be upset. And there's nothing wrong or weird about needing to be upset. You should, like, when it's appropriate, be upset. You know, there's a time and a place to be upset. There's definitely that time and that place, you know. And it just sucks, man. The pull my finger joke has evolved into a stronger form. With that dude's application, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, hurting means that you care that they're gone, 100%. But, like, I don't know, man. It also kind of, like, makes me mad. I'm at that stage where I'm mad. You know, like the whole stages of grief. I'm at the mad stage. And the reason I'm at the mad stage is because I know that all of these medical conditions only happen because Marshall's Farms has screwed up the genetic lineage of this animal so heavily. Like, the rates of cancer are so high in ferrets because of them. And we know that because we can see other populations of ferrets, like the European polecat populations in Europe, that have none of this, and they live to like 14 years old. In the U.S., they live 5 to 7 years and die of cancer early. And that's why I'm mad. Because I have the data to know that they have screwed up so badly and cause infinite suffering, right? And it just pisses me off. Very much like the kennel club here in the UK with dogs. It's exactly the same. Or like making pugs because they look cute. And then they die of like respiratory issues. It's exactly the same. It's like, we made these animals like this. Why? Because it makes money. Is it good for the animal? Hell no. Like, and it's just like, you pieces of shit. And I get really angry about it because I can't solve that right now. I just can't, dude. Like, I can't solve it. And it's because Marshall's Farms is federally funded. You know, they're the primary breeder of laboratory animals in the United States. They're funded by the federal government. And they operate in a way where it is incredibly awful and hard to stop them. However, something recently happened in the state of New York that I find to be fascinating is New York made it illegal to descent ferrets. Ferrets are descented in the United States by Marshall's Farms. They're the ones who breed them. And that means they don't smell. So if you ever go like, oh man, that rescue must reek, it doesn't, because they're all surgically descented when they're born by Marshall's Farms. They don't have scent glands, so they don't produce musk at all, unless they're from a private breeder. Like Frog and Toad, they reek, dude. Frog and Toad reek like crazy. The rest of them have no natural musk smell at all because of the fact that they've been descented. New York just made that illegal. In 2025 of January 2025, New York made it a $1,000 fine to descent a ferret, which is wild, considering that Marshall's Farms' primary facility for breeding and decenting is in New York. And then guess what happened? Suddenly, ferrets disappeared from all the pet stores. Going to any PetSmart or any Petco, they don't have ferrets anymore. They have guinea pigs in the same spot. Ferrets were slowly increasing in price up to about $450 to $550 per animal. And now they have guinea pigs for $60 in the same enclosures. Talking to the staff at Petco and PetSmart, they said that they're unable to get ferrets from Marshall's Farms because the breeder is just not providing them. So they switched over to guinea pigs because they're unable to get ferrets. I think it's because New York made that law. That makes the most sense to me. It may not be that's what happened, but it appears to be that way right now. And my hope is that they just keep doing that. Yeah, my hope is that they just keep doing it. But yeah, Washington or New York has made that a law now, if you look that up. Fine just means legal at a cost, though. Fine means legal at a cost, but it's $1,000 per animal. So unless you're willing to pay $2,000 per ferret, which people are not, it's a pretty powerful deterrent from doing this. And I'm interested to see what happens, right? Yeah, they want to get a cut of every cut made. Sure. But you have to understand, this is an animal that generally goes for $450 to $550. They've effectively increased the cost of each animal by 3 times minimum. That is making it so that Marshall's is not providing them to all these pet stores. They may still be doing their laboratory practices, but they're not doing the pet store practices, which, to me, even if it's not a perfect solution, is better than what it was before this. Yeah, it's too expensive now to make it cost effective, which I'm very happy with, to be honest with you. I'm really happy with that because the amount of suffering that Marshall's Farms produced with their poor management of this animal's genetic lineage is enormous. It is the most amount of suffering imaginable. Nearly 100% rates of insulinoma, which is pancreatic cancer. Nearly 100% rates of adrenal disease because they spay and neuter at like 3 weeks old. And that's a hormone imbalance issue that causes cancer and hair loss and makes them bald and die early and get hyper aggressive. Like you've seen a number of ferrets at our rescue that are bald and then they get their fur back, like Coco and Kiki when they came in. The reason that was is because of adrenal. And we can fix that with hormone supplementation. So we do. And then we fix it, and then they get their fur back, and they stop being hyper aggressive, and they live longer. And that's just because they spay and neuter too young. And they do that because they want to get the animal out to the pet store when it's young and looks cute, and you're more likely to buy it. Because boys in their first year, look at Nemo. Nemo's enormous now, right? He got huge. And when he first came in, he was a sweet little boy. Because in that first year, the boys get huge. If they spay and neuter early, they can get them to the pet store before they have that giant growth spurt. You're more likely to purchase the animal. It is literally just marketing that causes long-term health impacts on these animals. And it sucks, dude. Like, how is that shit legal? It shouldn't be. And that's the point. That's why I'm mad about it, right? So when we're talking about this and we have a bunch of deaths at the rescue that are from things like, cancers or like weird heart condition issues, anything like that, it is because of bad genetic management. And that's why I get angry. So, like, I'm at that phase, I think, of my grief of I'm just mad, and I know exactly what I'm mad about. I know exactly who I'm mad at, and I'm just going to stay mad for a little while. That's basically where that's at. Someone to get a ferret as a pet of their own, what's the best way to do so? Adopt. 100% adopt. Reach out to your local, humane society, see if they have any there. Find anyone that is rehoming a ferret in your area. 90% of our rescues come from people that don't know where to put their ferret because nobody is adopting. Adopt them. There may be a rehoming fee too, but the rehoming fee is probably going to be about $100 to $200 instead of $450 to $550 if you find them out at a pet store somewhere. Like it's just way better, way better. Do you know ferrets were once used in the creation of aircraft? They're used for like running cable and stuff too. I didn't know about creation of aircraft, but they're used for running cables and hunting and all kinds of different stuff. I think they used one at CERN as well, which is kind of cool, because they can go in tubes and fit in tight places and carry things and can be trained to do stuff. Yeah, don't just get one ferret. That's the other thing, too. If you want to get a ferret, don't get one. They are highly social animals. You need to have 2 at the minimum, bare minimum. 3 optimally is the idea with it. It was cable running for planes. That's cool as shit. Yeah. At CERN, they clean pipes. That's wild. It's happened with other animals. From them, I don't know. I know they produce all the laboratory animals for the U.S. for Marshall's Farms. For ferrets specifically, it's a massive issue. And the basic population that you can see from this is United States ferrets or Marshall's Farms ferrets. They're the only ones that get DIM, which is disseminated idiopathic myofasciitis. We don't know why they get that. That's why it's idiopathic. It is an unknown cause and a devastating autoimmune condition where their own immune system, the neutrophils in their immune system, eat the soft tissues of their body. It kills them. It's horrible. Mocha and Hawk had that. We gave them experimental chemotherapy and they survived. Mocha then ended up passing to hyper-aggressive cancer 2 years later. Horrible, right? Just like the worst possible cards to be drawn. The reason we know it's Marshall's Farms ferrets that have that is there isn't a single documented case of DIM outside of Marshall's Farms ferrets. And in the United States and in Japan, that is primarily where people get their ferrets, Marshall's Farms. And so they have them in Japan, they have it in the United States, and that's where it comes from. From the side of that as well, the rates of insulinoma, which is pancreatic cancer, and the rates of adrenal are incredibly high, near 100% in ferret populations in the U.S. and Japan. From Marshall's Farms, you get a private breeder, you may never get it. It just won't happen. And because of that, European population ferrets, which are not Marshall's, live on average 8, more like 7 to 10 years. U.S. ones live 5 to 7. Original polecat mixed populations can live up to 14 to 16 years. So it's like you go one step down from polecats to the European population, and then another step down to the Marshall's Farms population in terms of stability of the animal. And that's the biggest issue there, is just lifetime, basically life expectancy goes down by more than half because they screwed up these animals. Are there any reputable breeders around in the USA? We worked with one in Alaska for frog and toad. So that's the only one that I know of. I don't really work with breeders, right? I work with rescue. So it's a very different animal. Shay would probably know more about that than me. If you want to talk to somebody about breeders for that, I would say talk to Shay over a Ferret ticket on the Discord. More often than not, I'd tell you adopt instead of going for a breeder, generally. Adopting is the right way to go. Polecats are very fluffy and pretty tails. I know what they do. They're crazy, you know. Yeah, running cables in big aircraft. Oh, yeah, Duchess and Lady. That's true. Duchess and Lady, I forget which one. One of them has a cleft lip. She's got little clefts, so she's got a little genetic anomaly there. European polecat that you showed recently? Yeah, they're cool, dude. 100% agree to adopt. Just curious the state of breeding in the States nowadays. Yeah. In fact, people have brought it up before. They're like, why don't you breed them? And I'm like, I don't want to add more animals to the problem. I want to fix the animals that are in this horrible position. Because the way that I look at it is they're victims, man. They're victims of a monetized breeding operation that doesn't care about their health. And that is awful, right? Like, that's not their fault in any way. And it sucks, man. And it's something I'm really passionate about, you know. Literally missing the parts. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, for the breeding operation stuff? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. For Marshall's Farms ferrets, they're all fixed. Every one of them. We got ads. If this would play. I love when these buttons don't work. Yeah. All about his mission? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the mission that I have on it. You know, I've got to have a very clear vision of what I want to do and why. Is Shay not streaming anymore? I don't know. She doesn't do it very often. She hasn't done it in a while. I think she gets stressed out on stream, to be honest with you. Shay doesn't like being observed too much, you know? If domestication doesn't make them live longer, we've seriously screwed something up. Yes. 100%. Drawing a pic of Henry, it makes me sad. Oh, that's very nice of you, though. Great music taste? Oh, for Shay? Yeah. Her last streams were her pulling cards? Yeah. I had to set stuff up for her to help her with that. Shay is always observed in the Ferret stream? Yeah. I think it's really funny, too, because people go in there and like, who is that person wearing that kigurumi? Because Shay just walks around with kigurumis on because, like, she gets super cold. And it's, like, the perfect outfit for that. Who's that Pokemon? It's Shay. You hope the D4 patch doesn't happen? Why? Yeah, the European polecats are pretty cool looking, dude. You always get super hot. That room is like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a little bit cold for her. You're bored of D4? I want the patch to happen. I think it's cool. Classes are getting nerfed, probably? No, we've seen the patch notes. Everybody getting stronger, dude. In fact, you know that bug that I put in? Where that bug that I showcased on stream, where if you use the tornado of, like, bitey terror or whatever on a Warlock, and then you have the wolves and it makes it so it disappeared? They specifically fixed that one. So that opens up a totally new class of builds for Warlock that wasn't available before, man. Like, I can turn back into a Beyblade on my Warlock. So, like, nah, dude, I'm excited for this patch. Like, they fixed the exact bug that I talked about. Here, let's pull up the D4 patch notes. I'll show you. Diablo 4 patch notes. Blizzard forums. Let's grab this. Grab that. Yeah. Like, here, look. Warlock. Yeah, fix an issue where the duration of Terror Swarm would be reduced when Spirit Wolves were summoned with the Saffron. Literally the bug that I showed on stream. And we, like, sat down and figured out what the hell was going on. I was like, it's the wolves doing it. God damn it, it's the wolves. And we proved it was the wolves. They fixed it. That weird edge case that we discovered, they fixed that specific issue. That opens up an entire new class of builds for Warlock. That one bug does. Like, that's rad, dude. You should really look at these patch notes. They've fixed a lot of shit. Like, a lot of shit. Yeah. What are you talking about, dude? It's been a while since you did any developing of the game. Do you think it'll come out at any point, or are you just using it as background to talk over? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Heartbound? I update it every month. Last update came out 14 days ago. If you're talking about this is block game, and we've been working on affixes, prefixes, and suffixes for this to specifically go and update all of these. So these are all new, and I'm trying to figure out which stats I want to do with that while we talk about other stuff, because this is important because it changes the whole basis of the video game. So if you want to know anything about Heartbound, go check the Steam page. Look at the announcements. There's a new announcement every month. Anyway, yeah, check this shit out. Check this shit out. They've done a lot of really good stuff in here, man. Boop. Yeah, you have to understand, to be clear with you, you have to understand, I do exist outside of this stream too. And I update that game every month. And you can see it from all of the updates that are on the Steam page. Oh, let's see. Warlock Beyblade is back, you say? Yes? Did they screw something up? Are you doing Beyblade again? God damn it, Zagag. You become an unofficial game tester for Blizzard and you play their games? Dude, I'm gonna tell you for real, if you find a bug, just report it. Right? And I wanted to make a build around a thing and it didn't work, so... The new Steam controller screams if you drop it. What? Are you serious? Does it actually scream if you drop it? It does a Wilhelm scream? Oh, no. That's amazing. That is actually incredible. There's a YouTube video for this? It actually is a Wilhelm scream. No, dude. Hold up. It literally is. That's amazing, dude. That's actually incredible. Holy shit. That is really funny. Oh my god. Your alien alphabet is coming along nicely? Hell yeah. I hope that's not a mod. I hope that's actually part of the baseline of the controller. I really do. That's really funny. Was that the Wilhelm? Yeah, it was. Been in queue for 4 days waiting for your Steam controller? Rock on. Yeah, it's a very famous known sound, right? You shared a Reddit post showing this as well. That's super funny, dude. It sometimes does the Wilhelm scream when dropped while in big picture mode. That's really goddamn funny. Yeah, several independent reports does not look like a mod. That's really funny. You have to be in big picture mode and you have to drop the controller, and it screams. They should build that in toilets? No. No. When I was a kid, I went to Magic Castle in LA, which is like a magician place, right? You either have to know a magician and be invited, or have to magician in your family. It's like a place where magicians go and train and like share secrets and shit. Kind of cool. You get to go watch magicians there. It was neat, right? Kind of private shows. Their bathroom there, the urinals, when you use a urinal, starts playing It's a Small World After All, which is really goddamn funny. It's really funny. So you just sit there using the urinal, and it's like, it's a small, small world. And it's like, oh, god damn it, dude. That's so funny, though. Are you a magician? No. No, I got in because my dad my dad was friends with another guy, it's like a family friend, and his, like one of his family members was a magician. So we got in, which was cool. And I got to go to that. It's just a neat experience. I remember very little of it. I saw a player piano and a guy doing magic tricks. That was like it. I think it was all I saw. It's stage magic. It's them to go and practice routines and shit. It's actually quite cool. You saw a video of a person on a Small World ride when he got a scam call? He let them listen to the song? That's hilarious. That's really funny, actually. I don't think I want this to be called Haunted for these, because these are Act 3, or Tier 3 is Haunted. We need to give it kind of a class name. And it's going to go... Let me see the order of this. Wizard, Thaumaturge, Ranger, Warrior, and then Guardian. And I'm going to put them all next to each other as well. So we'll take the Ranger and put the prefix here. So we'll do Ranger prefix suffix. And then we'll do Wizard. Where's Wizard? Wizard suffix, Wizard prefix. And then we'll do Warrior. Prefix suffix. This is gonna be neat. Guardian. Where's me Guardian? There we go. Guardian prefix suffix. Now I can kind of get them next to each other and see what stats I'm applying to these. And Thaumaturge, prefix suffix. All right. Good. The Albatross is evolved? Wait. Oh, I've got TTS. My bad.
S. Stunzier on Twitch said on the topic of Kick, there is something that's been bugging me ever since that Kick CEO interview.
Sure.
He said that video distribution is the vast majority of the cost of streaming and thus AV1 was not relevant. But if AV1 allows streaming 4K at the same bitrate as 1080p non-AV1, then wouldn't that also massively reduce the 1080p stream bitrate and thus the storage and bandwidth requirements for distribution, thus potentially saving Kick more money on costs?
Did he actually say it was AV1 was not relevant? I think he said 2K streaming was not relevant. I don't think he said AV1 was not relevant, unless I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure we were talking about 2K streaming at that point. I'll have to go and watch the interview again and see what you're talking about. But I'm pretty sure that was a conversation about 2K. Yeah, it was too costly to be worth it for 2K. I don't know if we brought up... I don't know what the conversation about AV1 was. Because the problem with AV1 is that it's not going to work unless Amazon IVS supports it, which is their backend. Amazon IVS is the backend for both Twitch and Kick. So it's not available. Yeah, he said AV1 was only available if the provider had it and they didn't. Yeah, exactly. So I think we were talking about 2K streaming at that point, which is too expensive to be worth it for Kick. And AV1 is not available from their provider, which is Amazon Interactive Video Service. I'll have to go and watch it. What is this coding? This is not coding. So these are configuration files. What we're doing right now is we're putting in statistics and values for prefixes and suffixes for different types of items that are randomized items. Nice. And we're designing those out to make it work between Wizard, Thaumaturge, Ranger, Warrior, and Guardian, which will then express on the server directly. Which I can hotfix live, which is kind of cool. Yeah. We're programming the matrix a little bit, yeah. Array planning. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of planning out design philosophy for this right now. 1080 and Kick requires a login. Yeah, you only get 720p otherwise, right? Is there really any real point to go beyond 1080p? I would much rather have 1080p with 50 megabytes per second in upload, like YouTube has, over 2K. And the reason why is because of bitrate and things like particle effects and lots of on-screen stuff, right? That's what matters to me. Hotfix live, like without /reload? No, /reload is hotfixing. Hotfixing means that you are changing something on a server and the server stays live for users. The servers stay hot. A patch would mean that I need to bring the service down and then bring it back up. I don't have to bring the service down when I'm changing these things, which is super nice. I could make it so it auto-detects and then auto-reloads, but, like, that's irrelevant, right? Think I'm going to stream when yours ends so you can watch? Do it up. And whoop. Any pros or cons to this way over a database? Not really. The only other thing, I mean, I could do it in like a CSV format. I could do it in a database or anything like that. This isn't being actively like pulled on in any possible way. When the server starts, it pulls all of this into memory, and it stays in memory for the duration of the server being live. Right? When it restarts, it just pulls it into memory. That is a part of the onlining process of the server. It never hits these files again. Since it's just reading them into memory at startup, it's not really a big deal how you store this. It's more like, is this human readable for you? Does it matter, right? And so since I have so many different tags, if I made this into a database format with columns, for instance, each of these different statistics would likely have to be its own column, or I'd have to do dynamic columns that way, which would be kind of a mess, and it'd be a little bit harder to do that from a manual basis. What I could probably do is do some tooling on my end to convert things like, let me pull this up. If I did some tooling on my end to convert, let's see, block game, and then block game stats. See this file right here. And this file could then be converted directly from this into the configuration you're seeing. YAML's easier to read human-wise. This could be done, maybe I'll write a Python script or something to turn this into the tokens that we're seeing on there. And I just have to have the stat name, maybe a token name in here, and then do it from there. I also have gear stats, gear token would be the exact same thing. The database is effectively Excel. This is how I do maintenance and management for these types of things, for the items. And it's just the calculations for all of this. And then this is what the master list of all the statistics that are available for you are. In this update, I'll be removing blunt power and blunt rating and rolling that into AoE size amplifier, which is going to be another statistic that already is in the game. So that'll be rolled into it. I'm also planning on making it so that sword AoE is then also definable by AoE size amplifier, but that's Java work, and I'll be doing that later. Less important for now. Yeah, YAML is also very fast to parse. It's the, if you're wondering, YAML and JSON are equivalent to each other. The only difference is YAML can have notation in a way that is like smart. So I could be like, I think it's this. This is a note, right? And it will just bypass that. And doing that in JSON on one line is kind of freaking ugly, right? But you can do that with this, with YAML, and it allows you to keep notation and have things more human readable. And it's exactly the same in terms of speed and performance, so it doesn't really matter, right? I hope that makes sense. Modern JSON is a bit slower since it supports references. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. With YAML, it doesn't really matter because, again, only runs at startup. Never runs again. Doesn't really matter. Getting close to adding items to your game projects while you ask. You're probably YAML as well. Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, that's a really... The way that I'll always look at this stuff is there is a reason to use anything. There might be advantages or disadvantages to anything, but if you have a system that's working and you don't gain any real advantage from refactoring it, then don't refactor it, right? I could refactor this into a different system, but does it make it more efficient? No. Does it make the server more performant? No. So it's like, why would I spend my time doing that when I could spend my time making new content, right? And even if it does make it more performant, does it make it more performant at runtime or at startup? Like, extra work for no gain, big O. Yet another markup language. Yeah. Using YAML in a MUD project. Faster to read, gets converted to JSON anyway, but you have a lot of time in iStrain? Yeah, you save a lot of time in iStrain that way, 100%. More Diablo later or more Heroes of Might and Magic? I don't know yet. I'm focusing on this right now to try and get this done. I'm thinking about what stats I want to have in this, to be real with you. We don't have a name for a prefix. Give me some names for a prefix. If we have a helmet that's named like, I don't know, Potato Helm, right? We have of the magician as the suffix, so it goes after the name of the item. What goes before the name of the item if it's a wizard-related prefix in some way? Because I'm basing this on the class. Oh, actually? What if I don't base it on the class? I have an idea. I think there's a better way to do this. I think there's a more fun way to do this, and the reason why I'm struggling with this is because it's not fun. We're not going to do class-based prefixes. We'll do class-based suffixes. We'll do stat-based prefixes. So we can do something like a stat of 5 extra defense. And we can name it based on the statistic that it is. So I can do a stat of like, here's a prefix, and that prefix can be like 5 extra defense, or 5% increased healing received, or health regeneration. Stuff like that might be really interesting to do. I think that works better. I think doing something like that is more interesting. And give it a lot of that stat. Yeah, like a lot of it. Yeah, hasty staff of the magician. Stuff like that. Sturdy hat of the magician. Bingo. See, you're getting it now. Is there not another AoE prefix in here? Do I not have a... Can you not get AoE size amplifier as a stat on runes? Hold up. I need to fix that. Isn't that how PoE does it? Diablo does it as well. Where's my rune curving? Get rid of all those. Is there really no AoE size amplifier? There's defensive runes. Really? No shit. Okay. Well, first off, I'm going to remove these real fast. I didn't realize that I hadn't made that. I need to fix that. Yeah, I need to fix that immediately. Well, shit. I think I could add that really quickly, actually. Because it's not a thing. That's gonna be an offensive statistic, kind of like cooldown reduction. That'll be in here because that's a really good stat. AoE size amplifier needs to be in there, and I guess I never made a rune carving for that at all. Let me see, PvE damage. Yeah, I never did. That's super weird. That's super weird. I don't know why I never did that. Rune carving defensive, rune carving offensive. We're going to remove the blunt rating, the blunt power in each one of these as well. I need to find AoE size amplifier, the token. I don't know how much of that I want to be in there, actually. Let me go into... Does that mean the only stat location for AoE size amplifier is talents? Is that it? I'm pretty sure talents give you like 50%, right? Let me pop into the game and check. I'm pretty sure you get 50% from talents. Because it's 5 stat points. And it's 10% each. Remember right. I need to look at the talent point system. Find out. And a rep buff, you think? Rep buffs aren't in the game right now. I'm going to be adding that to Clarity eventually. Why is there no Rogue Scoundrel type class? That's Rangers. If I want to do Rogue right now, it would just be Warrior, but different. And I don't think that's great. So I just have Rangers be their own thing. 10% per token in the stat. If you're getting 50% AoE size amplifier from talents, how much stat should I be giving with this? Let's actually go open up the sheet. It's balance time. Time to do balance. Let's see, AoE size amplifier. Base stat is 0 in this case. Gear base max is 0. Base max is 0. So in this case, it'll work just like that. Rune modifier. We don't actually have a rune for this. So if I go down here and we say AoE size amplifier, our rune modifier doesn't exist. Wait, why is that weird? Grab all of this. Go like that. There we go. I need to figure out what I want these stats to be like. Our gear amplifier is also not in here. AoE size amplifier. The values for these are non-existent. So I need to figure out what we do with this. How do we get this stat to a value that makes sense? And likely the rune modifier is going to be 1 below that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Resist knockback. Let me go look at runes real quick. Resist knockback. Because that'll be multiplied by 18. Yes. This is all scaled to go all the way up to level 10, by the way. Hytale added a friends list a month ago, so Minecraft added a friends list to Java today. Minecraft is afraid. Minecraft is afraid, dude. Is there a development team for Heartbound? No, it's me. And then Shay does art and animation, and Sign does music and sound effects. I do all the programming, writing, and design. It's, you know, they do work on contract for it, and I'm the one who works on it. If you want to know the updates for it, just go look at the Steam page, man. There's announcements on there every month. I do an update every month. So let's see. AoE size amplifier doesn't actually have a modifier for this. There's no value. I feel like this should be able to go on any piece of gear. I feel like any piece of gear should have this. Ranger plus Warrior equals Scoundrel. Ranger plus Wizard equals Spell Thief. Ranger plus Guardian equals Enforcer. Ranger plus Thaumaturge equals Druid. I'm not going to add those names, but you guys can. You can call them whatever you want. With this, I'm trying to think of how I'm going to scale this, because I want you to get 50% from talents, and maybe we can increase it by another 25% from runes. So I think the target max should be probably 25, but I need to go look at the stat to make sure that that's actually working that way, because I don't know how much stat value I'm adding to it, because that's going to be different. It's an arbitrary value based on each stat and how it's expressed in data. Ranger and Thumb and call it Vampire Robin Hood. Nice. You really want the non-combat pets because of your cat's rescue Ferret's texture pack? That's kind of cool. I dig that. Let me pull up statistics for this. I think it's going to be in lib, actually. I moved it over to lib. It's not in core anymore. Please. Actually, it'll be in core, and then it will be in... Is it skills? No, it won't be skills. Oh my god, it takes forever to load on this goddamn host. Simple in-game label for the combos. No mechanics design, just official names. That might be something interesting down the line. Ranger doesn't have any AoE stuff. True. But I'm not too worried about that, to be real with you. Because you can always cast AoE abilities when you're wearing Ranger gear, right? Attributes. Is it attributes? I think it might be attributes. Let me pull this up. Volition, Beefcake, Chunky Soup, Glass Cannon, Alacrity, Somatics, Bravery and Battleship, Bullying and Dreadnought. Where's my AoE? The hell did I name this thing? That's called Bloom. So it's 10 per point. Cancel. It's 10 per point. AoE size amplifier, like this. So go back into rune carving. Take a look at this. We'll go to this tier 1 here. And we'll get rid of blunt power and blunt rating. Goes away. I'm going to say T1. Rune carving. And AoE size. And we'll say stats. And AoE size amplifier. And then base spread, max spread. There we go. And spread is going to be 0.05. Max spread is going to be 0.1. We can go from there. I'm going to wait till you actually finish the classes and sets, and then make a chart to name the different combos, community names for them. Community names is cool. I'm down with that. What's up? You have a question sort of favor? If you'd be so kind to help me figure out a console issue you're having without getting banned? Why would you get banned for that? What's the console issue, bud? Space Haven out for me, eh, today? Did you ever played it? Nah. Never even heard of it. One sec. More TTS.
T814 has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
It has begun.
Chat has cursed T814 with writing.
Deeply horrifying. Is that going to work? Okay. I may have done this math wrong. Yeah, max ranks is 10. What is using max ranks? That's V? It is using it. Okay. Multiply that by 10. That's why I did this. I understand now. Now I understand. Wait. All right. T814, are you there? Are you there, T814? Hmm? Are you there? Maybe T isn't there. Maybe they don't exist. I was sitting here wondering, I was like, why is this multiplied by 2, 4, 6, 8, 10? And I remember the reason why is I had 10 ranks of runes originally, and it felt like shit. So what I did instead was I changed it over to 5 ranks of runes that do the multiplier by 2 each rank. And then we have 10 ranks of gear. So runes can be very goddamn powerful right now is the idea with that. And just kind of going in that direction for this. So with this, we've got level of the character, right? Let me go back to level 1 with that. Level of the character. We want to reach a maximum target of 25. We've got the gear maximum. We've got the rune maximum. And now I need to get these in parity with each other. So if we say the rune mod max and the rune value, we'll say the rune value here is going to be 10 times that amount. You can see that it's now gone up, right? And we need these to be as close to 25 as possible is the idea there. You can see here, this is 22.5. This is 35. So that is going to be base plus that. So these, like this is actually undertuned, is what it looks like for cooldown. Cooldown is a bit undertuned. Crit chance is a bit undertuned. And crit power is a bit undertuned. Magic damage, things like this. These are all slightly undertuned, but these are arbitrary values where I'm like, this is what it should reach. And there's a bit of a disparity. And we'll show you the rune disparity and the gear disparity between these two. The reason why I had to create this sheet is because we have 18 rune slots maximum, and we have 10 ranks of gear maximum. It's like a whole thing. So it's a lot, is the idea. So between these two, the rune calc, this should be this value. And the gear calc, this should be this value. Excuse me? Are you mad? Why are you mad? Oh, it's being stupid. Hold up. I have to actually take the value of this. 0.1389. There we go. And then this one should be 0.4167. And with that in mind, with a 6 piece of gear, you can see that the rune disparity and the gear disparity is now close to 0 because I wrote my own calculator for this that makes my life easy as shit, right? And all it's doing is it's taking the target maximum and it's minusing the base amount, whatever that is, and then dividing that new number by our maximum ranks in something, and then dividing that number by our total number of rune slots for this one. And then this one does the same thing, but divides that instead by the number of gear slots. So if I want this to exist on 6 different pieces of gear, so it can be on main hand, it can be on offhand, it can be on all 4 of your armor pieces, it will divide it by the number of gear slots that you have. And that means that our total gear modifier needs to be 0.4167 is the value there. And the total rune modifier needs to be 0.31389 for you to reach the maximum amount here. Now, here's the problem. All of this needs to be cut in half. And the reason it needs to be cut in half is because all of the original values for this were based on you having gear that either had gear modifiers or had rune modifiers. Not both. So now I got to cut everything in here in half. It's going to be a whole nightmare. So, yeah. It's going to be an absolute nightmare for that. So I'm going to go do that. Are you guys 6-7ing? Really? Goblins. Absolute goblins.
Wolfran _ on Twitch with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500 fun fact of the day. The albatross has evolved to recognize any chick inside its nest as its own offspring. However, if that chick ever falls out, the parents will stop caring for it simply because it is no longer in the nest.
Okay.
Evolution is fun."
Darwin. Evolution's terrifying. Arthur, are you freaking out with the emotes over there? Anyway, the value that I need to do for this then, the value I need to do across all of this is we have to reduce that by half. It has to be reduced by half. That's the total idea. Yep. What is this one getting? Healing power is super low. Find out by removing 500 chicks from the nest and placing them on the side and filling the nest with turtles and dolphins. Why are you like this? I'm trying to think of what I want to remove at this point. I'm going to remove blunt rating, blunt power. We'll get rid of both of those. AoE size amplifier is a new stat, as per this sheet. Blunt rating, blunt power. Delete those. Blunt rating, blunt power. Delete those. There's a lot to do for this. And I need to cut these values in half. All of these values have to be cut in half. Whatever is in here. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. So, equals this, divide by 2. Oh, look, it's scientific notation. Shit. Whoops. We're going to say copy and then paste special. Copy the values. Paste the values there. Did that actually copy paste correctly? Yeah, it did. Okay. Stop being scientific notation. Get out of here. We're going to say equal. And this value, divide by 2. Grab the same thing. Paste it there. Grab all of this. Copy. And paste special values. And now, all of these values are going to be wrong. By God, it's wrong. Right? We can go like this, add some more columns there, and we need to say total disparity is going to be a thing there. I need to change these because this is not going to be correct. Yeah, it's going to be different. Numbers being too strong? Yes. Too much or too little? Everything was too much. Basically, gear was going to be twice as powerful as it is right now, which imbalances the entirety of the game. I can't let that happen. We got to fix that. So what I'm doing now is I'm rebuilding my rune modifiers and my gear modifiers to make it that everything is in parity. Correctly, anyway. In the way that it should be, because right now it's just not. Some of these... Why do they have that background? Hold up. There we go. Fixed. That was really weird. So... Too much branding for you? It's not that bad. What I need to look at now is I need to look at this. So it's not reaching the target maximum. The target maximum should be a value of both of these. So we'll probably say total on this. And we need to add both of those together. Yeah, we're going to say total max And total max is going to be equal to the sum of these two. Why are you spilling? Why would you do this? Sum that up. Grab that there. Then we'll take all of this. Get that to there. This will have a barricade for some reason. It just doesn't have a right border. What? What? Line color. White. Line color. Right border. Thank you. Too much or too little, though? Yeah. All right. So now we have a total max. And our target max is there. And we're going to say no rune disparity, no gear disparity. We just need a total disparity. So these values don't actually seem to matter. Maybe they do. Because it needs to equal half, right? Needs to equal half. You know that link? What link, dude? Click that Reddit link I posted? No, I don't think I will. So what I need to determine is I want half of your power to come from runes. I want half of your power to come from gear. Right now I can see the total max and the target max. And we can say total disparity and target disparity. Right? Or total disparity over on this side. So what I'll do is we've got rune max, gear max, total max, target max. And then we'll say rune disparity, gear disparity, total disparity. So total disparity, because that's the difference between the two. And then we'll say total calc for that. We don't need total calc. We just need rune calc and gear calc. These are going to equal, instead of M2 minus P2, it's going to be M2 minus P2 divided by 2, because we want it to be half of the power. But it's going to be not just target max, actually, now that I think about it. It needs to be... The target isn't just 35. The target needs to be... Let's think about this. Where is base max being used? Yeah, base max has got to be used, because this is base statistics. And we want our target to reach that value. So target max has got to be that minus those stats. Because we don't want it to be like... We don't want like a shitload of stat there, right? Looks max? No. We want it to make sure that you are this is only the target for the gear itself. Like, what is the target for your actual gear? Right? So this is the target from statistics, from gear, and from runes is the whole point here. So I think a maximum of 400 on that makes sense. And I don't think this changes in any other way. I'm trying to look at this. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that is super fine. That way we don't get like movement speed that goes into the sun, is the idea there. We don't want that. Movement speed that goes into the sun would be stupid. But, that's what it is. With this one, what is AA2? Ah, that's our ranks up there. So I'll take these and probably combine it back down. But yeah, the total disparity, if we look at rune disparity, it's the target max divided by 2 is going to the rune. The gear is target max divided by 2 as well, because we want it to be half of the total power of all of that. And then we can take these and just go, down we go. And now we can see the true disparity here, where half of the power needs to come from gear, half the power needs to come from rune, and because of that, we can go from there. This one is now using, where is P2? P22, right? You can see that there. We're going to go back up to this, and we'll say P2 divided by 2, because we want it to be half of that. And we'll put that into its own little block.
Cleft N Twain on Twitch with 500 bits said, "Good day, sir. Soft hair ferret wear. Could I interest you in playing this roguelite? It is very cute and fun, and I think chat would really like it as well.
What is it?
It has 1K reviews as of this post. Link incoming, https://store.steampowered.com/app/3526710.
It is called... Oh, Everything is Crab. Yeah, everybody keeps talking about this. I don't see why we wouldn't play it. Everything is Crab looks great, dude. There we go. Okay. So... we need to take this right here and realize that maximum health should probably not be this high. That seems ridiculously high. Like, really, really ridiculously high. Because that means that we're receiving a shitload of max HP. Have you seen another Crab's Treasure? No, I've not seen that. Target maximum is going to be 80. Total disparity is these are too powerful now. You don't think Thor likes Souls-likes? That's not true. It just depends on the game, right? Like, I really liked... I know this is going to be kind of a weird call-out for a Souls-like, but I really liked Armored Core 6. That was fun as shit. Win Forever stream? Sometime soon. I'm just math-maxing in my brain right now. Trying to think about how I want these values expressed. And exactly what stats they are. I forget how to... Is it under view? Not now. Go away. What is the way to freeze? There we go. Freeze panes. First column. There we go. Now I can actually see which one is which. Makes my life easier. So healing power is the one that's too big here. I think I don't need that much healing power anymore. Because I think we get enough of it off of the set bonus for Thaumaturge. Gonna get back to Elden Ring at some point? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Not sure yet. Great Souls-like. Okay, the gear calc is 2.5. Our gear modifier right now is very high. So I think I'd rather get this down a bit to about 200. In terms of damage weapon, 150. Healing power, 200. Damage PvE, damage PvP. Put this down to 50. Let me see here. Damage projectile, 200. 200. Why is weapon damage lower? That should be higher. Healing power 200 is fine. Crit chance 40. Crit power 150. Crit power 200. No, 150 is fine. And then cooldown 35. Block rating and block power both at 60. Block cooldown at 35. Experience gain. We're going to bring that up to 200. Actually, wait, no. We'll leave that at 150. Also, I'm going to change something I think really important, actually, is I'm going to make it so that every piece of gear can also have... Like, I want to do more pieces of gear that have experience. Right now, I'm making it so helmets are the only ones that can have experience gain on them, which I think is a little bit weird currently. Like, boots are the only ones that get movement speed. That's fine. Fall damage reduction is boots only. Health regen, I think, is only on chest piece. But I think helmets being the only ones that get experience, I don't know if that feels right. Because it makes them really powerful the way that they are. I don't know yet. I'm going to have to think about this. Yeah, stream post is block game and maybe D4 today. I think I'm going to reduce the total amount of target on this. Alright, that works. Okay. This one is health max. I think 300 max health is better. Health regen of 2.5, that's really it. Yeah, 2.5 at top end makes the most sense. Are there rings available? No. It's chest, helmet, pants, boots, main hand, offhand. So you have 6 pieces of gear. Move speed is fine. That's 1 piece. Reduction fall is fine. Reduction PvE. Reduction PvP. Resist knockback. AoE size amplifier. Will have AoE size amplifier appear on any piece of gear? I think that works. Yeah. Most would do rings or amulets for EXP ads. Yeah, but I don't have those slots. And I don't really want to implement those slots, at least not yet. I'd probably do that for something very important later. That'd be like an expansion thing. Projectile, magic, weapon, and then healing power, all at 200, but the class defines it beyond that. Okay. I think this makes sense, statistics-wise, for our targets. Your helmet can do up to double the amount of experience from a certain activity. Yeah. This isn't Hightail? It will be, eventually. I'm so glad I built this calculator way early on. Makes my life super easy. Behold! The sheet is balanced. Zero disparity. Alright, so what I've done here is I've created a system that allows me to quickly calculate all of the modifiers for every one of the pieces of gear that we need to have. Those modifiers then allow us to reach a target maximum of a statistic based on how many runes you are using and how much gear you are using for that. Each stat can be on a certain number of pieces of gear. Helmets are the only ones that can get experience, for instance. However, any piece of gear can get reduction from PvE damage. Runes can be up to 18 slots on your character. Gear can be up to 6 slots on your character. And I needed to get both of those to give 50% of your overall power. Half of your power comes from gear, half of your power comes from runes. And now you can get both on one piece of gear. The disparity was how far away from the target maximum of that value that I needed it to be. So disparity was like, this is either underpowered or overpowered. Now I can reach this target statistic maximum using these values. And these are the calculations or the modifiers that I need to do so. And now we can take this, go over to runes, go into here, and paste value there, like that. And now you can see exactly what value I need that to be. And that's it. And then we can take all of these and say data. Where is the thing? Where's the thing to reduce decimal places? I don't remember if that's in home, that's in data. Let me see. Oh, it's this one. There we go. What? Wrong way. There we go. Oof. And one more. There we go. That makes life really easy. So now we've got the rune modifier, and then we've got all the tiers for each one of those. So now what I need to do is I need to have all these values be expressed on the items themselves, because they're not currently expressed on those items, and all of these ranges are now going to change. Gear now needs to also have the exact same thing, so we're going to be changing a whole bunch of different values, is really what it comes down to. And that's a lot of busy work. So I'll probably write a script to do this, because I don't want to do that. That's a nightmare. Paste the values. There we go. And now this will change all of these. We can grab this here. Do this exact same thing like this. There we go. And those are all the values for this now. And we're good to go. By God, he's done it. It's done. Cool. Does it make sense having a reduction PvP if PvP was yanked? We're keeping it for arenas. If people want to do that gameplay, and if I want to add like battlegrounds and shit later, I'm just going to keep it in. Is the engine importing a CSV of this? No, not currently. I need to write a script to just dump out the YAML that I need. Otherwise, I'd have it as a CSV. But this is my information for this. So. Nice. I'm going to go give this to the block game community real quick. Oh, hi. I just gave them rune and gear coefficients to the community there. You like black coffee? Gross. Coffee. All right. Ads are over. So, what I've done here is I've rebalanced the entire game. 50% of your power is now coming from runes. 50% of your power is now coming from gear. When I implement all of these, it's going to be fully imbalanced because there's no disparity between either half of this. And even though you have 18 rune slots and up to 6 gear slots, and it's different for every one of these, they are now perfectly in balance, which means that no matter what, half of your power comes from one, half of your power comes from the other, and that's the way that it is. So, for each of the gear pieces in the game, every one of them is going to have 3 rune sockets. Every single one of them will. And I'll just be adding that in. That'll be a whole normal deal for everything. And I think that'll be really useful because then we can make sure that every single piece of gear has the potential to be awesome. All of them do. Starting at Tier 1, they can have up to 2 modifiers. Tier 2 can have up to 4 modifiers. And Tier 3 will have 6 modifiers. And then every gear after that will have 6 modifiers. And I think that works quite well. So yeah. Yeah. You only just like coffee because you never had Vietnamese coconut milk coffee? I've had that. And it's good, but it's just not for me, right? I don't like coffee. I don't like caffeine, I guess. It makes me feel weird, you know? You prefer Monster? It's because you are one. Now what, Red? Now what? Anyway, stats. Does anyone have any questions about the stats? Or what I'm doing? Or why I did this? Stats. Why did you do that thing? You know the stuff with the thing? Well, previously, the way the system works is we had two classifications of gear, corrupted gear and normal gear. Corrupted gear was all randomized stats. Normal gear was all runes and no innate stats. That wasn't fun. And what I'm doing now is I'm going one system. All gear will have randomized stats and rune sockets. So now half of the power comes from the runes and half of the power comes from the gear. Hey. Much better. At least that'll be when it's done. It's a lot of work in this. But can you reroll items? Crafting another version of the item, Schnappy, will let you reroll it. I am no longer making it so you have to do a tier 1, then a tier 2, then a tier 3, then a tier 4 to craft like a tier 4, right? I'm going to let you just pour resources directly into the tier 4. So you'll just be able to make the item, and that will let you do it, if that makes sense. And I think that works the best. So those gear stations will stay. They will allow you to pour resources into them to just build a randomized piece, and that'll work. I don't like the idea of making a tier 2 out of a tier 1, right? What about an actual reroll item? Probably not, right? I probably won't do that. I think that a reroll item could work, but it's really just the same as crafting a new one, but doesn't have a new item being added to the economy. You don't have that anymore? What are you talking about, Schnappy? Don't have what anymore? You can now craft a specific tier? No, you still need it, I believe. Did I change that? Did I change that a while ago? I don't remember if I did. I can't remember if I switched that around. I might have. I think that was the thing that I removed before because I hated it. I have to go check. The problem is I don't know which things I added or which things I hated. Oh, no, the cores. Yeah, the cores require that. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, I switched that ages ago. I forgot when I added cores, it removed that as a problem. Yeah, that's fixed now. So anyway, this is just kind of solidifying gear to be gear, and it allows me to add new and interesting modifiers as we go. This also means that AoE size amplifier is going to be a stat now that can appear on gear and it can appear on any piece of gear. It can also appear on any rune, at least is the idea. So that'll be a thing that I add. It is now on my to-do list as well. So add AoE size amplifier to offensive runes. Add rebalanced gear modifiers. And add rebalanced rune modifiers. And there we go. We're good to go. What about item that rerolls the values of the stats? So you're looking for more like PoE or Path of Exile and Diablo style crafting stuff. I feel like I could do that. It's just I need to write a lot of stuff to make that work. Because I'll have to detect the tokens that are on the item and then run a reroll on those tokens. Which I can do, but I don't have the tooling in for it yet. And then I need to make a consumable item that does that. Does that make sense? Yeah, just add in the PoE crafting system. That's effectively what I'm doing, is I'm making my own flavor of Diablo, Path of Exile, Grim Dawn style itemization and crafting. Just give me time. That could be something we could do later. Let me do this rework first. The rework is like it's a massive thing. So it's kind of a lot. Have you implemented any of the system types, the damage types in this calculator from you listed in the game design doc for block game and hightail? No, this is all new. Does it make sense to do crafting now while the base itemization is not ready? No, it does not make sense to do crafting right now. Your items, I know this is going to be really painful. The items that you have right now will be legacy items. I am changing everything. Everything. In fact, going forward, the crafted items, I think, are the only ones that will survive this change. And they will be updated to automatically reroll the new system. So it's going to be a lot. Block game is no longer a social sandbox in the traditional sense. Flats, I removed open world PvP. It was causing massive toxicity. I'm just not interested in it. What will now differentiate legendaries from regular items? Legendaries have very specific statistics on them. They will not be randomized in any way. So if you look at, say, stuff with, like, basically, they're going to be best in slot, is what it comes down to. For that tier, they're the God mode item. They are a perfect roll. They'll still have random variants, but they're effectively a perfect roll. Yeah. Block game 2.0, breaking changes. This is effectively Gear 2.0. Yes. Like, I had Gear 1.0. Actually, no, this is Gear 3.0. Gear 1.0 was, we've got stats. Gear 2.0 is, we have corruption. Gear 3.0 is, now we have everything, right? This is the system now. This is the thing that sets it apart, right? When do social sandbox MMOs not give rise to massive toxicity, though? Well, here's the thing. I've only ever played a social sandbox MMO as a player, and I've seen that kind of toxicity. I've never run one as a dev until now, and I realized I hate it. So I just removed it. Like, we're moving away from that. It's gross. Yeah. I get not wanting to deal with it, though. Yeah, no, exactly. It's just, it became such a freaking nightmare. What about the cube feature from D4? Make it to where players can take a T1 and turn it into a T4. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that's all like pie in the sky kind of stuff. I need to invent the universe first, and that's what this is. This new rework is all of this, right? One of the other things that I'm doing on this is not just removing these values, but also adding new prefixes and suffixes to this. So I've got prefixes that do a bunch of really interesting statistics here is the idea. I may actually even remove prefixes. I may just keep it as suffixes for now and do prefixes maybe later. I don't know yet. But T1 armor wizard suffix is like of the magician, right? Of the thaumaturge, of the medicant, of the assassin, of the butcher, of the bulwark. And those statistics that then get added, those will then apply extra stats. For now, I don't know how I want this to work outside of that. I'm not sure. Is block game moving away from social sandbox? Yeah, I got rid of PvP in the open world. That's already in. I just don't think it was fun. It caused a huge amount of problems. I also got rid of like war between nations. That's gone. Because it just led to a shit show, dude. Like all the time. You played Hades 2? A ton. Yeah, I played through the entire story. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, people were just complete assholes about it, man. Like, to be real with you, the level of toxicity was so high that it was, we have over 100,000 people in the Discord. We had on average, like, 15 players in block game, right? It like went on like a good day when it came down to that, and like concurrent players. The 15 concurrent players were more moderation support and tickets than the 100,000 person Discord. Like, that's how bad it got. Like, I'm not doing that again. No more social sandbox, normal MMO time. Like, it was seriously bad. Yeah, no, it was, I don't want to do it again. It was an absolute nightmare. So you guys we're just going to have a regular MMO is the idea. More PvE based MMO with PvP components if you want to go do that. That'll be its, arenas and shit like that. Yeah, good enough for me? Yeah. Problem with social emulating sandbox games is society is bullshit. Yes. Toxicity is normal social sandbox gameplay. It'd be fine if it was in-game, dude. Like, it'd be totally fine. But, like, it became self-destructive, where they were only killing new players to try and, like, bully the new players out, and then complaining there weren't enough players on the server. And it's like, because you bullied all the new players. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you made a new account and you joined the server, within seconds, dozens of people would put a bounty on your head just to ruin your gameplay and then hunt you relentlessly, stopping you from being able to do anything. And I was like, what is... And then they'd turn around, the same people would turn around and be like, why doesn't anyone play this game? And I was like, because you make it awful for them. Like, what do you think is going to happen? Yeah, exactly. Why doesn't this game have any new players? Because you hate them, It's like... Oh... Very funny, dude. Yeah, you put a screen door in the submarine and now you're mad that you're drowning. Like, what's wrong with you? But I don't know, dude. It's just shit. It's just shit and I'm getting rid of all of it. Sounds like every MMO with PvP I've ever played. Yeah, I don't think they work. I think it sucks, right? Would safe starter zones help with the toxicity for new players? We did that. I even did a thing where it was like no PvP within the first 24 hours kind of a thing. And you know what ended up happening? People were buying new accounts, new Minecraft accounts, to get on the server to have immunity for 24 hours so that they can go and get as much shit as possible and then transfer it back to their main. It was just like... So you can't do safe zones. You can't do safe time period. Like, you can't do any of that because then it gets abused in a completely new and stupider way. Yeah, it's... It's a nightmare, dude. Like, just don't. Please do not, All right, anyway. I think all this works just fine. Yeah, this works. Some people make it their mission to be find the most toxic strats. They really do. Like, they really do, man. It's just a mess. Oh. It's still a sandbox, though. The social part was removed. Yeah, social part is not required, right? Why not ban those who were abusing the system? The problem was I was. Constantly. I was constantly banning them. And they caused the game to be so toxic and so insufferable, and they did it as sneakily as possible that it made it hard to catch them before they did immense damage to the game and the amount of players that were playing it. So banning them, they'd already done their damage. And then their behavior would spread out to other people in their guild, and those people would metastasize into more groups, and it would happen again. And then it would happen again. And then it would happen again and again and again. The worst that it got was two groups were unable to beat each other in PvP, so they were trying to get each other banned instead. So what they were doing was they would take pictures of other people's texts out of context and then send that into the moderators and be like, this guy needs to be banned. Look at the awful things he's saying. And when I pull up the chat logs and I'd find out why that person said that, the party that reported them was just as nasty and awful. And so I banned everyone. And you know what happened when I banned all the super giga toxic shitty players? It turned into a fishing simulator where it was just a bunch of people hanging out fishing, and that's all they were doing. So I was like, why don't I just make it PvE then? And then we don't have this problem anymore. And so I did. And now we're here. Yeah. Yep. You played during that time, it was great? Exactly. The only time that anyone has had fun in Block Game is when there's no one shitting and screaming all over the place about PvP. So I just removed it. You know? I wanted it to work. I tried for a while, but goddamn, dude. Yeah, I tried for like 3 years to make that work, but it's just not going to happen. You always hated 90% of the PvPers? I did too. I did too. Turn Block Game from an MMORPG server into a fishing server? No, it's an MMORPG. It's just not a social sandbox MMORPG now. Yeah. This has great parallels to Dune? Yes. The difference is Dune trained you, throughout the entirety of Dune, it trained you entirely to be about, like, not living in excess, trying to survive, barely having enough resources to get by, and then you get to the end game and it's like, have it all for free, there's no danger. And I'm like, that is not what Dune has been about this whole time. It's a complete, like, 180 on the gameplay, right? So, didn't feel good. Yeah. The problem with the sandbox is that inherently cats exist. Yeah, they shit and pee in the sandbox, don't they? It's a lot of them. All right, I'm removing prefixes. We're going to do suffixes only for these. And I think that'll work just fine. I think that'll be cool. I'll do it for everything except for the weapons. We'll do it for the armor. The 4 pieces. We'll go from there. I think that'll work. Neat. You could write a book about all the crazy things you've seen or experienced in Block Game over the years. I know, right? I mean, like, I don't know. It's been cool. You have stories to tell. But, like, damn, was it shitty to moderate. And as such, I will no longer do that. A new game. A new time. Remove this shit. T2. We're going to go change all the values on this as well. All right. 2 defense. 1 weapon damage. 2 healing received. Nice. 2, 2. 2, 2. 2, 1. By the way, prefixes and suffixes are in addition to normal stat weights. These are not included in the normal stat weights. If you get a prefix or a suffix, it is on top of everything else, which makes them incredibly powerful. They are outside of the normal balance bounds. So that is something to keep in mind. So if you get them, they're very strong. Players saw you once in an herbalism gear set and it was a big event. Is that because you were like the first one in it? I don't remember what it was. This should be good. No, because you don't do professions, especially not herbalism. Oh yeah, because you're like a giant dungeoneer nerd. You are the one who lives in the dungeons. Oh, I forgot about seasonal gear. Seasonal gear! Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this will be fun. This will be fun. I'm removing all of these. This is fun. Okay. These ones are only for seasonals, and they're different. So I'm going to have to play with this. There's a new Tintin movie coming with Peter Jackson writing and directing it. That's wild. Tintin. That's really wild, actually. Yeah, I forgot I have... Wait, did I screw this up? Projectile, magic, weapon damage. The holiday gear. I'm removing that. Yeah, we don't have that. Yeah, look. We've got projectile damage, magic damage, weapon damage, and tanking. I don't have the one for thaumaturge. Did I not make holiday gear for thaumaturges? I may not have. I may not have done that. I need to fix that. Oh god, all the holiday gear has to be changed too. The nightmare. Dear God. Thor hates Thoms. I play a thaumaturge. Why would I hate thaumaturges? That's my class. If anything, people should be worried about bias towards thaumaturges. Because that's the class that I play, right? You guys should be out here being like, oh god, he's gonna make them too OP. And I did at first. F. I did. I'm not even sad about it. I made it way OP in the beginning. It needed it, though. Needed to be OP. Get the enemies closer, infiltrate them, all within his plans. Yes. I think suffixes are going to have a 20% chance to be applied. And I think prefixes are probably going to have a 20% chance to be applied as well. Optimally, you will want to have both, but that is going to be incredibly difficult to get both. It will be incredibly hard. They will also not count towards the total affixes on the item. So prefixes and suffixes are very strong, will be in addition to the normal stat weights, and will not count towards the total capacity of the item. So if you get them, hell yeah. If you don't get them, item's still good. 1 in 25 to get both? Yes. It's going to be very, 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 very rare. But if you do, you do, right? We're talking about that long end game item hunt, right? Where if you see a dude that's got all prefixes and suffixes and has stats that are insane on his gear, you're like, Jesus Christ, this man. right? That's sort of the idea with that. Let's make some homemade tomato soup and a grilled cheese sandwich. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Funny that Thor is biased on Thaumaturge, similar to how Yoshi P is being biased on Black Mage in Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, you know, you gotta have your favorite class. Or like Monster Hunter and Greatsword. Maybe one day Bugstick will get love. Maybe one day. Not today, but one day. Okay. The greatest of wizards, dude. Let me go to the tier 4 modifiers. I'm actually going to remove these. We don't need these. We'll get rid of that. You like being a blender in Monster Hunter? My man. Become the blender. Okay, so each of these should be okay. Prefixes on these are fine. That should be fine. I do think that attack damage prefixes are a little bit too strong because +3 attack damage is a big deal in this game. Like a really big deal. So I need to figure that out and make that so it's not as powerful as it is. So I'm gonna think about that quite a lot, I think. You miss being an airbender? An air blender? What? Become the blender.
Dinte Dark Spear on Twitch with 500 bits said "Yar cheer 500 hello Goblin Lord."
What up?
A while ago the AI models had an issue where they wouldn't stop talking about goblins.
Yes.
Since the companies have patched them so they won't talk about goblins anymore, someone thought to ask the AI to make an image of the anti-goblin. Behold its cursed image, https://x.com/corporate/status/.
What the hell is this? What is an anti-goblin, dude? A precise, unified synthesis of the exact opposite of a goblin. Director of Systems, Trust and Continuity. The ChatGPT create the anti-goblin. Large and imposing, orderly, visible, high status, lawful, honest, generous, anti-horde. Celestial, pure signal, bureaucratic, good kind. Maintains the front desk, maintains the systems, documents everything. Predictable. Dog energy, golden. Dog energy. The goblin. The goblin is small, chaotic, and hidden. Large, orderly, visible. Low status, mischievous, in the walls. High status, lawful, and at the front desk. They've literally created... Yeah, golden retriever dog energy, dude. Look at you. You guys are chaos entropy. Chet, you could become this. You could. But instead you are the goblin. The goblin. Yes. That's really goddamn funny. You are the goblin. It's the God Emperor. Oh, wait, dude. That means that the opposite of goblin is God Emperor of mankind. It all makes sense. The goblin... What about the Gob Emperor? Yeah, the Gob Emperor of mankind. That'd probably be Zultralord. Yeah. I'm calling it. It's Zultralord. Yep. The Gob Emperor of Gobkind. Zultralord. Five. There we go. Okay, so here's kind of what I want these suffixes and prefixes to be. When you find an item with a suffix, I want you to make a decision on that. I want you to see it and be like, the other stats on this aren't maybe as good, but this could be an incredible piece because of the suffix. And you may make a decision to change to using this item specifically because of it. Maybe. Don't know yet. But that is the idea. I hope that makes sense. Let me see. We're going to go into blunt. Removing blunt power and blunt rating. Blunt rating. Those were on legs previously. Go to this one. Go to here. Blunt power, blunt rating. Blunt power, blunt rating. Go to this one. Blunt power, blunt rating. Blunt rating. I really hated blunt as a status. I think it sucked. So I'm really glad I'm getting rid of this now. Very, very happy that's going away. God damn it. Meaningful randomness? Maybe. Wait on ads. Oop. Did I revert back to MC for block game? I'm doing updates to MC block game so I can test systems to put it in Hightail eventually. Yeah, Jeff Blockman. That's his name.
Desert Trucker on Twitch with 500 bits said good morning Thor. Do you have a favorite song that moves you emotionally? A song that is tied to a certain memory or feeling that can center to that moment in time? You don't have to say yours. Mine is Dearly Beloved from Kingdom Hearts 2. It reminds me of a simpler time of just me and my PlayStation 2.
That's fair. That is a good, simpler time. Back before the internet was big, you know? All right. Ads are over. John Hightail. That's me, dude. I also want to let you guys know about this. So we're finished with the overall site plan for the Ferret rescue. After this, we have schematic designs and then finally permitting with the county. We've already started the process of the health inspection materials over at the county, so that's part of the permitting process. Schematic designs and permitting is going at the same time, effectively, for certain things, but schematic designs need to be done for that. And schematics are like, what materials are being used? Specifically, where's the wiring going? Where's the piping going? All of that inside the building shit. The site plan is, what does the general structure look like? Where does it fit on the property? Where is all the stuff? And then from here, it's like the specifics. So we're doing that next. We've taken a year to get here, which is a long time, but that's how you build a building. In the next 4 to 6 months, we should, depending on bureaucratic red tape, should be ready to build, which is crazy. Like, we're almost there. And I'm... like, we're really close. And, yeah, so stuff's gonna go fast. Just in time for winter, fine with me. Winter is generally pretty dry here, so. Yeah, so check that out. I'm excited for it. I need to update the Ferret webpage, so. How long has it been? March of 2025 is when I started. I started this process in March 2025. And it's the most expensive and terrifying thing I've ever done in my life. Why is it still called a building after it's already built? Why do you say that you're taking a shit when you're leaving it? Mysteries. Mysteries. Whoop. How much red tape can a building make? You would be surprised by how much. All of it. Yeah, I saw Creeper. I saw him. Can't fool me with your logic. Yeah. It's true. You miss him? I know. Same. You prefer to use a blender or your hand to stir homemade vanilla chocolate shakes? Part of the reason that I'm still alive today is because I routinely forget that I can make vanilla and chocolate shakes at home. You're endangering my life with this knowledge. Even just bringing it up. Like, it's not a good thing. Like, I need to forget that immediately. Free will is a hell of a drug. Like, it's not a thing I should remember. Okay, I'm gonna change this to be armor suffixes. Like this. We'll put it like that. And what I want to do is I want to make another section called armor prefixes. And those armor prefixes are going to be based on each individual statistic that they can be. And we're going to add an amount to each one of those. But I don't know what the amount is going to be quite yet. Not sure. Alright, there we go. Whoop. Yeah, shipments are in a car and cargo is on a ship. That's true. Yeah. Okay, let's think about this for prefixes. I also need to take a look at weapon prefixes. Would it be even danger if we can tell Shay milkshakes can be made with a chainsaw? No. Don't tell Shay anything about a chainsaw. Hey Viking, that's funny. Yeah, so in terms of balance, I have a balance issue that I put in the game. This is a problem. Base statistics are the most powerful stat. You know, +1 damage is not +1 damage. It's +1 damage, and then all the multiplicative modifiers that come after that, such as bonus PvE damage or backstab or magic damage, all those other statistics modify that base stat. So that base stat is the strongest stat you can have. I made it so that weapons can get plus base damage. Up to +3. Which I think is way too powerful. So you have kind of two classifications of weapon. You have the weapons that roll it and the weapons that don't. And if it doesn't roll it, you throw it away. That's how strong they are. I need to change this. This is wrong. This has to be modified. So we're going to go and fix that, I think, because it's just too much. It's just too much bonus damage. The reason milkshakes are a danger is because his milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. It's true. It's too many boys. Are there wipes to block game? There have been some historically. This is effectively a wipe, yes. Effectively. Because there's just too much changing. I may actually wipe. I don't know yet. Something may need to change here. So how do you fix that without removing the fun of it? Crafting bows was exciting because of that. Bows and other weapons are moving over to the new itemization system. So remember, 3 sockets and fully randomized stats. So there's still going to be an excitement factor to it. I'm going to change this to not give base stats. I will likely change it to give percentage-based stats, kind of like our suffixes on it. Suffixes and prefixes are still going to feel very, very strong. Incredibly strong is the idea. So we'll go from there, you know. But they're not going to be base damage. Base damage is busted. Yeah, the more that I do this, the more that I think that a wipe makes sense. Right? The summer sale for block game? Block game is free. There's no monetization even. Yeah, you don't even have to be a sub for it.
Load Cake on Twitch said, "Hello Thor, I know this is not a new source, but have you heard of the Bartle taxonomy of player types? I only discovered it recently and it has completely shattered the way I see game balancing. With players seeking different ways to engage with the same content, it explains so much frustrations I've seen on the internet concerning games like Ark Raiders, for example."
Are you talking about like power players and role players and stuff like that? Is that what you mean? Is that kind of what you're describing or something else? Can't afford to buy block game right now, I swear to God. Your role player in block game, you like the nature spirit? Fair. Don't see why you'd wipe. We can grind the new gear type with the legacy gear, and none of the rest of the progression is affected because I don't know what it's going to feel like for new players. That's the problem, right? When you're changing the entire basis of progression across the entirety of the game, I need to make sure this makes sense for the new player. So that's the only reason it's on the table. I will likely have you guys vote. That is likely how that's going to go. And have the community vote on it in some way, in some capacity. Probably through an announcement in the Discord and be like, upvote with this symbol and a downvote with that symbol. And just kind of go from there. Yeah, new players can get the gear from chess. Everyone will be able to get the gear from chess. That's the idea. So, the Bartle taxonomy of player types. Let me look this up. Achievers, explorers, socializers, killers. Interesting. Okay, those are different archetypes than I expected. The Achiever are single-player appeal achiever, multiplayer appeal achievers. Explorers are single and multiplayer. Socializers are single and multiplayer. So they have different classifications for each one. Interesting. So killers are motivated by power gaming and eclipsing others. They want to achieve first rank on the high scoreboard or beat another speedrunner's time record. And they also cause mayhem among computer-controlled people. So on multiplayer, they're actually super into the disruptors. Yeah, I think social sandboxes really attract the killer mindset. I think they do, more than anything else. The Bartle taxonomy of player types is actually really cool. I've never heard that term either. Normally, I see that done as like power players, role players, things like that, but this kind of fits better. I like that a lot. I'm going to put that in the Discord under Game Dev in the resources channel because I think that's a really cool way of kind of identifying players. Yeah, sweats. You see him as sweats. I dig that. Nice. Thank you for sending me that. That's freaking rad. Okay. Let me think about this. Sony just revealed its new controller, the Scuff Omega, the same month after Steam dropped theirs. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. Sony dropping a controller named Scuff Omega is probably the most Sony thing they could do. And I'm just going to leave it with that. Like, that is a uniquely Sony thing to do. It is not a joke. No. What a name, dude. I know Scuff is a brand, but damn. I am aware that Scuff is a brand, but releasing an item called Scuff Omega? Considering that people call things scuffed when they're shitty is like, god damn it, dude. That is Omega Scuffed, exactly. It's a terrible brand name. How much is this controller? Hold up. Scuff. Omega. Price. There ain't no way in hell. It's $239.99 US. For a controller. Directly from scuffgaming.com. That is insane. That is insane. No. Why? I just don't understand Sony anymore, man. I just don't understand. I really don't. Like, Valve releases a controller. It's a $100 controller. People are like, oh, on the fence. It's a little bit too expensive. And Sony's like, hold my beer. I'm going to release a controller for 2.5 times that price. It has 28 buttons. I don't give a shit how many buttons it has. Does it do my goddamn laundry? Because it better for $250, dude. Like, like that's insane, dude. That is insane. Like, what the hell? Does it do your taxes? Yeah, exactly. $28 buttons does seem very neat. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. That's almost $10 per button. Think about that for a moment. You have 28 buttons on a $250 controller. Here in Washington, I got to pay 10.3% sales tax. It literally is $10 a button for me. I'm out. Not interested. Sony L. Dumb. Imagine if it did do your laundry. That'd be an Android, right? Okay. Weapon prefixes are going in. I'm going to have serrated, weighted, intense. Now, the reason why I'm setting it up this way, to be clear with you, is this will allow me to then set up these prefixes as their own thing. And we can say Tier 1 weapon sword serrated. Tier 1 weapon mace weighted. Tier 1 weapon bow tense. And we could add those values. These allow me to then add 50 more prefixes if I want to. Totally new statistics. Anything that I want in there can be totally changed. And I'm kind of excited for that. The controller is $340 in Australia. There we go. It doesn't have any features that make it worth that amount of money. The way that I feel about it is some people are going to really like that. They're going to be fine with it. They're going to think that it's a cool high-end controller. For me, I don't think I would get good value out of that. I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to keep buying 8BitDo controllers, and I have the same one that I've had for like a year and a half now, and it hasn't done me any problems, right? Cheap controller, plugs into my computer, does everything I need it to. I don't have an issue. I have no reason to buy a $250 luxury controller with 28 buttons. I just don't have to give a shit. Yeah, 8BitDo's good. I'm good. It is. It feels like bullshit status as a controller. That seems dumb. Also, Zagag, you bring up a really good point. Let's compare it to the Steam controller. Sony controller $250, Steam controller $100. Sony controller 28 buttons, Steam controller screams when you drop it. Checkmate, Sony. It actually does. It has the Wilhelm scream built right in. Deeply funny. Not a Sony controller, though. It's third party. It's for PlayStation exclusively. It's a Sony controller. Yeah. It's a PS5 officially licensed controller. So. $100 is still too much. I would agree with you. I think a $100 controller is still too much. I think that Steam was already riding the line on what is acceptable for the price of a controller. I think that the hold my beer scuff omega of let's take that value and multiply it by 2.5 is reaching egregious territory. It's too much. So, yeah. It's if $100 was on the line, this is way over the line. Yeah. If people hate their money that much, let them waste it. Oh, no, for sure. Like, I don't think that it shouldn't exist. I think it should exist. I think it should be out there in the market. I think that people should decide for themselves if it's, good value for them. For me, I think that shit's too expensive. I would never buy it. But that's my personal opinion. That's my personal feeling. I don't think there should ever be like you shouldn't sell that. That's too much money. Whatever. If someone's going to buy it, let them buy it. Who gives a shit? Not my money. It's their money. And if they want to blow it on a $250 controller, that's their ass, right? For me, I'm not buying that. That's ridiculous. I'm going to spend that on something else, right? But that's my choice as a consumer. It's my wallet. It's my money. I'll do whatever I want with it, right? Pretty sure I bought my PS4 for less than the price of that controller, dude. Oh. What is this? If you think $250 is expensive, don't get into DJing or DMX laser control. That's a very different... That's like apples to oranges, man. This is a controller to play video games, not to do like a laser array at an event where many, many people can enjoy it all at once. Like this is a controller to play a video game in which alternatives exist that are dramatically cheaper. Very different thing. See what regular PlayStation controllers cost? How much are they? $84. Jesus. I remember when controllers were cheap as shit. That's wild. It's a $250 controller to play $70 video games. You're not even wrong. That's weird. Wait, people on Twitter thinks 8BitDo controllers are a scam because they're too cheap? I have one right here. I use it all the time. It plugs right into my computer. It's nice because you can actually unplug it. And so if you break the wire off, you can actually just get a new one and you don't have to worry about it being like a solid permanent connection to this, which is really, really cool. And you can also play it wirelessly if you want to because it's got like Bluetooth on it. And I like it. It's nice. You know, they're cheap as shit. They're really sturdy. I've dropped this a ton of times and like it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, they're really good. Like they're compared to other ones, they're really not bad at all. And I'm happy with it. So like I don't know, man. I don't know how that could be a scam at that point. Who are they scamming? You know? Let me see if we can pull one up. Controller. I think I got mine on Amazon. How much are these now? Yeah, $60. Yeah, this is a $60 controller. I think I got it for $55 when I got it. Yeah. So like no, these are good, dude. Like I don't have any problem with these at all. Like they're nice. Yeah, who are they scamming? Exactly. That's kind of how I feel about it. Is if it's a scam, where are they scamming me? I bought a controller for cheaper that kicks ass, right? Like, they're $30 right now on 8-bit though, but they're all sold out. I got it on Amazon for like $55 originally. Let me actually see. Let me see my exact order. Controller. I'm wrong. I didn't get it for $55. I got it for $29.99. I got it for $30. Yeah. I didn't even realize I got it for that cheap. I thought it was $50. Let me pull this up. Literally, this was my purchase. $29.99. I don't need a $250 controller. I got a wired $30 controller. And I got a longer 9-foot cable wire with it for $10. And that's why I have this super long cable that goes with it. And that's it. Yeah. Should have waited for a sale. It's $30. I don't have to care. I've used this since... When did I buy this? I bought this in February of 2025. And I have used it ever since then. And it was $30. It is $30. And it's you can replace the wire, which is why I got the 9-foot cable wire. So I can just like play on the other side of the room if I want to. Yeah. I remember you being a little worried that the 8-bit isn't as good as your previous controller. I was very worried about that because it was so cheap. And then I got it and I was like, no, this just rocks. This is easy. Like super simple. Super easy, super done. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Also, I have big hands. So controllers, if they don't fit my hands cramp up. And it feels really shitty. And this one is large enough that that doesn't happen. So. Gave me a hand callus? That's different. That's because I was Mario Partying my way through a video game. That was a problem. Your hands are Joy-Con sized? God, I wish. This is from the 8-bit store, 8-bit store, and it looks like it's sold out now. But I've got the Amazon link. Yeah, it's sold out right now. F. I had Gamer Claw, that's true. I had Gamer Claw for a little while. All right. Serrated, weighted, tense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that swords get 2.5% weapon damage, maces get a defense point and 1.25% weapon damage, and bows get 2.5% weapon damage, and we'll go up from there for the different tiers. I think right now we're just having like a base prefix for these, and I may add other prefixes as well, but I think this works quite well. I think that's quite nice. That way your mace, because you're a guardian, gives you defensive options. Gamer Claw, yeah, it's when you go like this and you're playing the game all the time and your hands turn into withered claws because you're just tense the whole time. Gamer Claw. You got the 8-bit Ultimate with the dock back in 2024. Fantastic controller, currently $55 for this version. No shit. Yeah, mine was $30. Like, I have no reason to get anything other than 8-bit though. I'm super happy with it. Their controllers are very cheap and very good. Like, think about it this way. I can destroy 8 controllers. I can have, be on my 8th copy of this controller, which has already lasted me over a year, and it's totally fine with no issues, before I reach the price of a single one of those scuff controllers. It's it doesn't matter. It's ridiculous, dude. I'd have to go through 8 controllers to reach that. The 8-bit is just better, IMO. The dock is one of the nicest quality of life things you ever had with a controller. Yeah, I opted to not have the dock, personally. They're way too light for you? Open it up, hot glue some washers in it, like I do with my mice. Added 4 buttons you could modify in the back, and you could change out the joysticks, and it was heavy. $200. Jesus, dude. That's bonkers. You might do that? Yeah. Usually what I would say to do is, I wouldn't say lead pellets. You don't have lead in there. But if you get some metal washers, like big, thick metal washers, you can open up a lot of electronics and hot glue those washers in so they don't shake around. And you can put the weighting any way that you actually want it to do. I usually do that with mice. I grew up in a time where mice had a mouse ball inside, which is a solid metal ball with rubber coating around it. I don't like light mice. They bother me. And now that we use optical lasers on them, like, they're all light as shit, and they feel bad. Yeah. Made me feel old, man? Yeah. I mean, dude, the biggest problem with those old mice, though, dude, and, like, we've moved beyond that as a technology, is having to boil the egg at 3 a.m. without your parents noticing when the mouse ball ran out, right? Because you got to get the yolk out of the egg. You gotta hard boil it first, replace it with nobody noticing, get rid of the egg smell so your parents didn't know. Like, it was such a mess, man. It was horrible. When I walk in on, don't worry about it. Yeah, they were hard times. Hard-boiled times, but hard times. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a snack. One moment. And I'm back. Alrighty. I ate cheese. Delicious cheese. Talk about save icons next? Oh, you mean those ones? Yeah, you can get physical ones. Yeah. Kind of rare, though. Let's see. I think this is a better direction for this. I need to see if I change anything for this. That goes up to 5%, 7.5%, 10%, 10%. It stays at 10. Cancel. So we'll do the exact same thing here. Boop. Nice. 5.0. 2. 2.5. And 5.0. By God, he's doing it. He's balancing the video game, finally, to not be shit. Never thought I'd see the day. This was a long time coming, by the way. Like, this really needed to happen. Increase disk size by just drilling a hole in it? That's terrifying. And we're good. Mandela effect of the guy on the internet calling floppy disks hard disks. Those are actually the same thing interchangeably. The reason why is the original floppy disks were the big ones that were like actually soft, and then when they changed over to floppy disks, like the small disk drives, people actually still called them floppies as a result, because it was already in the public of what to call those items. So there was a long time where people called that the same thing, even though they weren't floppy anymore. What are those floppy disks? Let me show you. So if you look up a floppy, you'll actually see two of the same thing. Let me grab this. There were a number of these of variant sizes throughout the times, but this is what many of us remember as calling it a floppy, but they weren't floppy. They were hard. These ones were actually floppy. They wiggled the whole thing. But these ones were rigid, and they just called all of these floppy disks going all the way through. Yep. They were pretty huge. Like, the soft ones were much larger. These were before my time. This was my time. Yeah. Diskettes, yeah. But that's why they called them floppies, is because the precursors to them were floppy. Yeah. They were floppy, they just had armor on, I guess. Yeah. That was a thing. You knew the orange and blue? I only knew the blue growing up. That was only mine, yeah. I know the disc inside the case was floppy, I'm aware, but the outside was not, was the difference. I don't think you called them that, Master Sprite. So much stored low-res pictures on them? Yeah. Blue is your time? Yeah, blue is my time, too. Zip discs? Yeah, no, there's all kinds of shit after that. I remember the first thumb drive I ever owned, and it was like, I think it was like 1 meg or something stupid. Like, it was really tiny, but you're like, oh my God, it's crazy. I don't remember what it was. It had to be something really tiny. Maybe it was 32. It might have been 32 megs. I don't remember. It was very tiny. And then today you're like, yeah, I got a 2.5 terabyte thumb drive. It's like, what the? Like, it's just like, what the hell, dude? We've come insanely far in a short amount of time. Like, insane. Nice secret level shirt. Yeah, they sent me this when we did a sponsorship for them ages ago. It's been insane for the progression. Oh, yeah, no. Storage has gotten crazy now, man. It's so cheap now, too. Shouldn't the 2 megabyte drives out there? You got a working one still? No shit. VHS tapes also in an older, bigger size version? I didn't know that. Yeah. No idea. Your first PC had a 40 megabyte hard drive. I don't remember the specs of my original machine. I had a DOS box. My dad made me a DOS box when I was young, and I played all kinds of weird video games on it. But he did something really funny, is I didn't know how to type at the time. I had no idea. and he wanted my keyboard to look cool. So, in his infinite dad wisdom, he took like spray paint, but it's the kind that has like little junk on it to make it like rock, and he spray painted my whole keyboard to make it like cool because it's like a stone, right? I couldn't see the letters on the keys, and I didn't know what they were at the time because I was very young. It's like, okay. So I had to learn my keyboard at school, and that's what I ended up doing. I learned how to type from Mario Teaches Typing. As funny as it is, that's what taught me how to type, and I did it at school, and I would come home and use my keyboard that I couldn't see anything on, and then use that, which was really funny. Yeah. Play some Zork? Old days, dude. He wanted me to Neanderthal Max. He did. He actually did. In the late 90s, your brand new computer was obsolete before you walked out of the store? Yeah. Yeah, no, it was crazy, actually. And by the way, it's not the late 90s, it's the late 1900s. Don't forget that. Pain. Yeah, no, honestly, size of storage has gotten into space now. It's gotten absolutely enormous. It's crazy to watch. And read-write is so, like, even just the advent of NVMEs, right? Like, I do everything on NVMEs now. It's great. I even have, around here, I actually have an NVMe reader that I can plug directly into my computer and use like a USB. Like, just use like a thumb drive. And it's an NVMe reader. So I can have crazy rewrite speeds directly on an NVMe plugged in that way, which is nuts. Just completely nuts. You miss your 128 megs of RAM? No, you don't. So much room for activities at the time. Remember socket processors? Actually, do you want to know a really cool game that actually goes into all this stuff? Greyhack is a game that I really much, like very much so enjoy playing. And it's a game about hacking. It's an MMO, and it's fully multiplayer, or you can play it solo local if you want to. Part of that game is setting up your hardware for your machine in-game. And you have like a bunch of different sockets, and you have to go get different hardware, and you have to like order the hardware online and wait for it to ship and all kinds of stuff with it. And you can go through the ages of like insanely shitty old machines, right? I think one of them, you can even do it with like no graphics at all on the setup and the hardware in that game. So you could just have a console and like that's it, which is really neat, you know? Desktop is a luxury in that game. Is Greyhack still worth playing? Yeah, it gets better all the time too. They keep adding shit to it. I love Greyhack, man. One sec. What is this? Ew. Ew. Carmen Sandiego and Floppy? Goddamn. Commodore 64, dude. Didn't you make a mud in Greyhack? No, that was in Hack Mud. That was different. Yeah. We're working on WizMud. It's fun. Shame Greyhack is not the game to stream. Stream snipers are fast. They actually have streaming mode now because I streamed it. The developer actually saw what I was doing and saw how much it was increasing the player base of the game. So they added streamer mode where it solves all of that, which is a huge deal. And it obfuscates and hides everything, which is really, really nice. And so you can just turn that on if you want to stream it. I think it's a really good option. It's just in the settings and you can go from there. Yeah, really good. Yeah, it's a really awesome thing. It just obfuscates everything. Imagine Noita is a mud. What would it even be? Hayes needs help in block game? You're gonna have to be more specific, bud. What does that mean? What do they need? That person's... Let me see. TP pirate. Pirate software. TP pirate software to Haze. Cold Haze. Oh. Cool. I don't know how that happened to them, but here we are. For some reason, they were suddenly underground. Like they teleported underground and were drowning to death in the ground. Yeah, you need to be more specific. But yeah, I was kind of confused. I don't know how that happened. Did they log in? Your old town died. Oh. Your old town died, so you logged in and it had regenerated over you. Like a scab. F. Yeah. Town deleted. You had an underground base. Okay, it makes more sense. Anyway. Yeah, what a way to go, dude. Scabbed. X-ray hacking, and alright. That's the anti-X-ray doing that, by the way. Okay. Stats. Weighted, serrated, tense. Alright. I think this works. I'm going to not do armor prefixes for right now. We're going to start with armor suffixes only. I think this is a better direction for all of these items. I need to update some other statistics now. This is fine. Augments are fine. Tools are fine. These suck. I need to fix these. Yeah. You're in Germany? What's up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Hello, Bladewood. Poor X-ray hacking, though, yeah. Let me think. You're Dr. Rosenberg from Half-Life. Holy shit. Royalty is here, dude. Okay, so these ones are the next ones that need to be fixed for this. That's going to be an issue. Because if I go to offhands in this... These are kind of a meme, right? Go down to this one. A lot of these are just called haunted. Greased, fried, exfoliating, braised. Cursed, 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 cursed. I think I'd probably leave those the way that they are for right now. Because those are suffixes for now. I think that probably can stay the same. Yeah. They're not very strong, but they're just extra on top. Okay. Rune carving, defense, PvE damage, EXP class. Corruption resistance. Did I remove corruption resistance? Did I remove corruption resistance? I think I did. I did remove it? So purified runes got removed, yeah? Is that the case? Yes? Okay. Let me actually jump in game and go check the rune carver. Yeah, it was a really shitty stat, right? Can't have a kick stream without emote spamming? I know, right?
Saronlan on Twitch with 500 bits said, have you seen the game? The farmer was replaced.
Yes.
It teaches
Automation game.
programming to control a drone and a fleet of drones to plant and harvest crops.
Yep.
Good fun. Finishing it might take about one stream for you.
Yeah. It's also right up there with Screeps. Screeps is an RTS MMO that works the same way. You can only control your units through programming. It's quite fun. Good games, dude. Yeah, let's see. Let's go over to the Rune Carver. No purification runes are here, man. Those straight up have corruption resistance. Are you sure that I removed that? Because I'm pretty sure I didn't. Yeah, that stat is definitely in the game. Oh, wait. Corruption resistance is weird. I think I want to remove that stat. I think its stat sucks ass. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Purified runes gone. They suck. Movement speed, gathering speed, durability, resilience, and reduced hunger need to go on something else then. I think I want to remove all of these. These are stupid. Get rid of that. We'll go into here and we'll say... It's resistance? Resistance? What happened to the Hightail adaptation of the game? Nothing. I'm just waiting on updates from them. Okay, we've got clarity. We've got offense. I feel like movement speed should be part of offense. Is that wrong? Like, we've got a bunch of different stats here. Movement speed, gathering speed, durability, resilience, reduced hunger. I feel like movement speed should be in offense. I feel like gathering speed should be in clarity, because that's really your like experience-related shit, right? And that's more like your professions. I feel like durability, resilience should be on defense, and reduced hunger should be on defense. Feels like movement speed should be on defense and offense. It's more of an offensive stat, though. Like you're advancing, I guess. Maybe it could be on both. Could be on both. We can get it on defense and offense. I think that works. Yeah. Yeah. Speed is also escape. So I could do tier 5 rune carving movement speed on defense. Move speed can now be on offense and defense runes. Gathering speed can now be on clarity runes. And durability, resilience can be on defense runes. And reduced hunger can be on defense runes. I think that's good. I think those are good together, like that way, you know? So I'm going to grab these, and we'll put these over here for a moment. And we're going to fix up all these. Because it just feels better, right? We'll change that to 0.5. Gathering speed on clarity makes the most sense there. Because clarity is supposed to be like... It's supposed to be your profession stuff, so putting gathering speed on that just makes the most sense. Or... Yeah, no, we're going to do it on that. I think it's fun on clarity. Actually, no. I want you to make the choice between experience and combat effectiveness. I'm going to put gathering speed on offense. So that way you don't just get the Giga Profession one. Like, this gives experience. That's what it does, right? I think that works. Yeah. Gathering speed will go on that. Move speed, gathering speed. And these will all be added to muddled, to be clear. So muddled will just go ham. Any of your old PCs? Or know anyone who downloaded a bad virus or any of the famous viruses back in the 1900s? No, I never had anything like that. But I did have my computer get bricked by EVE Online once, because EVE Online put out an update that deleted your boot.ini file. And I downloaded the update, and I played the game for like 2 days, and then I restarted my computer, and it didn't boot. And that's a famous failure by EVE Online. You can go look it up. They deleted your boot.ini. Yeah, their update did that one time. It was a big deal, and it happened to me, and I was like, God damn it, dude. Let me see. Defense. Defense will be everything except for gathering speed. Grab this. Get rid of that. Put this as 5. 5. There we go. So reduced hunger is in here, durability resilience is in there, and I think we're good to go. We'll go to the next one. I think adding more statistic options on this is quite fun as well. Faye, why are you like this? All right, there we go. PvP specific runes, I think I'm getting rid of. I think they'll just be rolled into defense and offense. It'll just be in there. Yeah. I think I'll do that. So PvP reduction is one of the possibilities of these. Like this. That'll make rolling runes so much worse. It's one stat. It's a single stat. 1. Out of like 15. You're gonna be fine. Remember using AOL? AOL is a nightmare. Remember when AOL used to come as a disc in the mail? I remember. That was a nightmare. Okay, PvP defense. PvP offense. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Almost online AOL. Hell yeah.
Din0Gek0 on Twitch said, oh yeah, Thor, fun fact, the reason the main drive on your computer is called the C drive is because A and B are for floppy disks, which raises the question, Thor, did you ever have a computer with a floppy bay?
I did. Only the more rigid one, but not the earlier ones before that. Boop. Also, offensive runes are now going to also have AoE size amplifier as an option. Remember the education connection and free credit report commercials? God damn. That's ages ago. Microsoft campus shuttles used to have a sign on them which said friends don't let friends use AOL. That's funny. I'm waiting on ads. Yeah, you're not missing anything. You're going to be alright. Okay. All right, we're back from the ads. Okay. Tier 1 rune carving AoE size. Is this mad? Why is this mad? Stop that. Stop being mad. Here we go. Very odd. AoE size is now a thing. We'll put it on this one. We'll put it on this one. Forgot to update the tier. And I'll go through and remake the tiers and all this stuff. It's going to be a lot of work, but whatever. I'm not too worried about it. I'm mostly worried about giving you guys new compelling systems. And I think these will be. I think these will be really compelling, actually. Yeah. I'm really happy about this. Okay, clarity runes are done. Muddled. This is the anything rune. Okay, corruption resistance has been removed. Okay, that one's done. Corruption resistance. And we can remove AoE size. We'll add AoE size, move speed, everything to this. Durability, resilience, gathering speed. Okay. So just gotta go from gathering speed down. There we go. Yup. Honestly, corruption resistance was a shit stat, and I didn't like it. Nobody really enjoyed that. Changing it over is a good idea. I think this is better. It wasn't very well used. It wasn't very well understood. I think this is just a better system. So. Nice. Age of Empire size? What, dude? there we go. Do you think there's a way to provide Twitch control for users to control the audio music versus you separately? Like a game option menu separates them? I guess you could do that. I don't see why not, right? You've had a single chicken breast for food today? Eat! Alright. Those are set up. Now I need to go into tier 1 modifiers. We gotta look up corruption. Corruption resistance. I'm gonna be removing this. Yeah, corruption resistance is stupid. It was a cool idea, it just didn't work, you know? Holy shit. Blue Superman with 25 gifted subs on Kick. Thank you very much, dude. That is outrageously nice of you, man. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. That's wildly unexpected, man. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's good seeing you, by the way. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Is there a static on these? There's not a static on these. Alright. Muddled are totally random. Totally random. Do microtransactions count as DLC? Hell no. Yeah, 25 is a lot, man. That's really, really nice of you. Oh yeah, Red is always here. Red's like a vampire, dude. Okay. This is set up right. This is set up right. This is good. Yeah. Yeah. I know you don't like McDonald's, but my brain finds comfort in the chicky nuggies. Love yourself. Make them at home. Those nuggets are sad. They're sad. You don't even know what McDonald's nuggets are made of? Exactly. That's the problem. They're made of pink slurry, dude. To make them, you need to... Make them right, you need to grind bone carcass into a pulp. Ugh, McSawdust, dude. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Corruption is now missing from this, and I need AoE size. AoE size is going to be the new value, and I need to figure out where I'm going to put that. Is that going to be offensive? Yeah, it's going to be under offensive. Let's also look up durability, resistance, and reduced hunger. That'll be under rune carving purified. I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove these headers, because those headers are silly. And we can just go from there. Yeah, we'll just call it rune carving. Nice. There's gonna be a lot of stuff. There's so many stats, dude. But I'm really excited for this, to be real with you. It's gonna be nice to have, like, a fully unified system now. Okay, that one's done. Call this one rune carving. What a crazy ass system that I built over this time, dude. There's just so many modifiers. There we go. And then that goes into random statistics there, and we don't have to worry about that for right now. Jesus. The cleanup is almost completed. Scrape bones for meat and wash that in ammonia? Ew. That's nasty, dude. No thank you. Honestly, just make chicken nuggets at home. And do you want to know the big secret with chicken? Do you want to know do you know why Chick-fil-A tastes good? Because they brine it in pickle juice. That's it. That's the secret. Just brine it. Brine it in pickle juice, and that's it. It's delicious then. Chicken. Yeah. 30-minute brine. Delicious. Yep. Chick-fil-A mentioned. Yeah, I like Chick-fil-A. I like their food. And, it's just because they brine their chicken. Just brine your chicken. You're done. I don't think they pickle Rick their chicken, but, you know, maybe. Okay, tier 1 modifiers. Seeing all these values is going to be a nightmare. I can't wait. Can't wait. You don't like pickles, so that's a no-go for you? Fair. I think there might be an easy way to do this, where I can be lazy as shit. But I might be wrong. We'll find out. But did I put defense in this? Oh, I did. I did put defense in this. So this would be going from 611 to 305. Is what that is. You don't like Chick-fil-A? I don't think they're any good. You also don't like them as a business. That's fine. I think they are good. But I'd rather just make it at home. Right? That's kind of how I always feel about it. Okay, clarity. We're going to go over to clear. Talk to this dude, and I'm just going to get... Where are they? Serenity runes? Defense is 0.6 along the way. Okay, that'll be fine. It'll be 0.3. Clear that. Let me go to profile. Defense here, 3.5. So it will show those individual values. Mitigation's 1.72 right now. Okay. All these stats can be the same. I need to go into talents. And I removed corruption resistance already from here, so that's fine. All of these should be good. You missed 2016 Chipotle? Chipotle, dude. I missed before Chipotle kept getting in trouble for, like, getting people sick. Because it did for ages. Okay, I'm going to save each and every one of these, which will then blow up the server next restart. So now I'm on the hook. I'm on the hook to get it fixed. Alright. Corruption resistance removed. AoE size amplifier can now be on violence and muddled runes. I need to go add AoE size amplifier to these. Rune carving. We'll go to the bottom of this. Rune carving AoE size right underneath crit power. The AoE size amplifier on this, if I go and read this, needs to be 0.13889. So we're going to do 0.138 is the new value there. And I can save that in. And now we'll go over to crit power. Put it under here. tier 2, and that tier 2 is now going to be 2.77 or 0.277. There we go. Save that one. Tier 3. Crit power. And then right underneath that one, get it as tier 3. And that will be 416. 416. Save that one. Go to here. Because this is a totally new stat, so it's going to take a minute to add it for all of this. Oh, wait, that's totem. What the hell? Rune carving is where I need that. Is this rune carving? That's rune carving. That's rune carving. I don't know why that one went to totem. That was weird. There we go. AoE size. Amplifier is going to be, instead of 416, it's now 555. Okay. Save that one. And then the final one is now 694. And there we go. These are now all saved in. New token for each one of those. Neat. Why is it so damn stinky in here? You should take a shower. That's probably why, bud. You get a pop-up saying, because you're a sub, you can now pause and rewind the stream. What? It just gave you that? That's weird. One sec. Oop. You've been wanting to make a game for a while, but all you're good at is art. Go check out develop.games, the website that I made. You don't have to be an amazing programmer or writer or musician or anything to make a video game. You can make a game to your strengths, which in your case is art. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a ton of games up there that are like that. Things like Thomas Was Alone is very programming heavy and writing oriented, but very low on art. Things like Kingdom of Loathing, very low on art, mostly just, you know, stick figures and stuff like that. But you can also make it the other direction. There are games that you can make that are just art. Like Plug and Play. Very simple mechanics. Stuff that anyone could make. But weird art piece. Weird-ass video game. Yeah. You can make it. There's nothing stopping you in today's age. Nothing at all. Okay, AoE size amplifier can now be in Violence and Muddled Ruins. Done. Okay. I'm going to say rebalanced. There we go. These are all the patch notes as I go through this. These are finished. This is finished. And I think it's good. I think it's good. There we go. If you can art, you also recommend checking out Trench Broom. Making Quake levels? Quake levels are cool. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Can I say hi in the patch notes? I mean, I guess you could. Like, the hill you need to climb is to try and make your game would be monumental and too hard. It always feels like that before you start. If you're standing at the starting line, every journey looks impossible. You don't realize how easy it is, or where you're at, or what you need to solve, or what the tiny little things you got to learn are until you're halfway through the journey, man. Just start making something. Just make a box move. Don't worry about the mountain in front of you. Worry about taking a step towards it. You'll get there. That's why we do things like game jams, for you to practice that. And you're going to suck at first. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Okay. Redesigning sets to be 2, 3, and 5 piece to allow multi-classing. That'll be the next thing. Let's go look at item sets. Okay. This is how this is going to go. Let's think about this. Red is saying curse shit again? That's Red every day, bud. I look over and I see Red talking about pigeon milk. Classic Red. Classic. Okay, those are fine. I can leave those alone. Trying to think of anything that I would change on these. I think the set bonuses for professions are fine. I think they should stay as a 5-piece. I think the set bonus for these stays 4 pieces. Sprout set stays the same. I think that's fine. Yeah. I think that's fine. I don't think there's any issues on Sprout. So, starting gear on a player is onion gear, generally, right? This is the gear that you get when you first start out on the server. Right now it does minus or plus PvE damage, minus PvP damage. Done. I kind of feel like not doing that. I kind of feel like doing something else with this set. Maybe we make it purely defensive, and it'll be defense and food. Like hunger kind of a thing. That might work. Something that makes it like survivalist gear, right? Like your basic gear helps them survive. Well, there's not going to be any PKing anymore. There's no PvP for that. There's no open world PvP. I think I'm going to redesign this set. I'm going to make it better. Make it more fun for people. Because I think as it stands, it's just not interesting. Love seeing the younger gens being interested in things you were interested in when you were growing up in the 90s. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think 10% hunger seems good. I think that's a good thing. Yeah. Let me look up hunger. Pop this over here and pull it out. I'm going to do this. I think that's cool. Plus 10 defense, minus 10% hunger. I think that works just fine, right? If you're like newbie player. I think that's good. Because it gets them really started, right? Yeah. I think that's fun. I'll do that. Let me see. You saw your friend play one art game, but there was no dialogue and it was pretty cool. Some art games are amazing, dude. Some of them are cool as shit, you know? Okay, so here's the difficulty, right? And I don't remember if this is the case or not. We need to put in place on these sets the ability to do combos now. And the way that it's set up currently is you get additives to each one of these. Are we block aiming? Yeah, I'm making it so you guys can do cross-classing. So I wanted to do a 2-piece, a 3-piece, and a 5-piece. Effectively on this. And I think that'll be fine. Maybe a 3-piece, no, 2-piece, 3-piece, 5-piece is kind of how it has to go. Maybe. Maybe just a 2-piece and a 5-piece. Yeah, I think just 2-piece, 5-piece. I think that's all I need. 2-piece and a 5-piece. Redesign sets to be a 2 and 5-piece. Yeah, 2-5 is fine. 2-5 is fine. You're really missing out if you're doing anything but 5-piece, but if you want to cross-class, you're cross-classing. So I think what I should do is, because you're going to have, say, projectile damage, right? You can have at the 2-piece 1.25 times, at the 5-piece 1.5 times, right? So I think we could do it like this. And I'm pretty sure it works this way. I need to do some testing where we can get rid of this, but we can do that. And we can do this here. Right? And I think that works that way, because then at 2-piece, it gives 1.25. At 5-piece, it does another 1.25, because I think it's cumulative. If I remember right, it's cumulative. I'd have to check. Try it out. But pretty sure it works this way. Shouldn't the other stats give half as well? The idea is that I want you to get the Giga stats when you're at that level, right? I don't remember if this replaces or not. It might replace. I think it might actually have to be like this. It might fully replace the set. I don't know yet. Like, I don't want you to get crit chance and crit power unless you have that in there. Right now. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know yet. I gotta play with it. Would that make the 2-piece never worth using? For right now. Like, I need to figure out if they're cumulative or not. That's the idea. So I'm gonna play around with something real fast. We're just gonna say defense. No, it's not gonna work that way. We'll do a ranger set. Play around with it. Because if we go into here, we look at this. We say, am I browse? And I get a full set of this. I'm going to make some broken gear real quick. Test sandwich is a meme. I actually just need to do this. We'll go over to the ranger. Make my life easy. Because this is a full set of ranger gear. And then there's some flint arrows to go with it. So what I need to do is just do this. Put that in the offhand, right? And that should give me the 5-piece. So Go to my profile. We'll take a look at this. And I've got critical chance of 10.7. I take this off. I have a critical chance of 5.2. Right? Basic. Basic, basic, basic. Then we can go into here. Take all these off. We'll go into this. We'll change this to be like that. Save this. I'll set this as 2.5. Just to try it out. Save it. Saved on the server. Get out of here. Remove that. Reload it. Browse. Talk to this dude. New flint arrows. Grab these. These will now say that. Okay, so it combines them. Or maybe not. What? Okay, so... What the hell is that doing on me? That should be adding 2.5% crit chance. Profile. 7.8. 5.2. Now we add a third piece. And a fourth piece. Still 7.8. We add the fifth piece. And now it adds another 5. Okay, these are cumulative. These add additional values. These add together. So by doing it this way, I can do different values. Like if this is set to 5 and this is at 2.5, this would be 7.5% crit chance overall with the 5 piece. We'll do it that way. So I can do... Yeah, so they don't replace each other. They add to each other. Yeah. Okay. Now I understand what I need to do with this. I couldn't remember how this worked. Let's think of this in terms of balance. Right? I feel like there need to be different stats there. I feel like visually having it work this way looks really ugly. I don't think it's that fun to just be like crit chance, crit, and multiplier of that or whatever. I'm trying to think of how I want this to work. I'm trying to think of how I want this to go. Because this is not fun the way that it is. Doesn't look good. There's got to be a better way to show stats. in this. Yeah. Because the first thing that I'm going to see visually is like... I guess that would make sense. If it's a two-piece, basically what it would display is it would show this right here and 5.0% critical strike power, right? So it would display 1.25 times and then 2.5 and everything like that. And then in data, I would do this, 2.5 and 5.0. But on the display, it needs to display 1.5, 5, and 10 because it adds both of these together for the 5-piece. Does that make sense to you guys? Where, like, it gives half of its power at 2-piece and the other half of its power at 5-piece? Does that work to you? Where, like, you can just have half of its strength at 2-piece? That does work? Okay. We'll save that in. Now I gotta go add this for the other ones. It's gonna be a whole thing. Hi all, hello. Hope you're having a good day, dude. Okay. There we go. That works. Warrior, we're going to do the exact same thing. These set bonuses are going to be very large now. They're going to look really silly on the tooltip, but I think that's fine. That's what you guys want. Let's grab that. The funniest thing about this is cross-classing isn't really going to give an advantage to you. I mean, like, not really. Because, like, who's going to want increased threat other than a tank? Right? You know what I mean? Like...
Nalcar on Twitch said I found a funny spaghetti code moment in old school RuneScape.
Oh.
The spawns for the item's small fishing net cannot be picked by Ironman, since it has the same item id as the net used in net trapping. It's to prevent Ironman players from stealing net's traps.
Oh. That's kind of funny, actually. It's actually really funny. Make threat a default stat. Threat already is a default stat. And it's different for everybody, right? So, like, if you have threat... Let's see this. Yeah, if you have threat in there, that's not... You know, it doesn't really matter. Everybody's got threat. Every single person. See if I can actually determine if any of this needs to change. Yeah, every single player has that. Let's do that. 125. 1.5. It's just they're the ones who get additional threat, if that makes sense. Oh, actually. That's just a 50% increase. It needs to be times 2 to be correct. Yeah. Because it's just the bonus that gets cut in half. How's it playing games as a programmer? Do you think of actions and stuff happening in game as code? I think the base way that I can describe this. How many of you guys are 3D modelers? How many of you guys model things in 3D? 3D artists. Anybody in chat? Wait to see how many nerds arise. Blender dorks. All right. If you are a 3D modeler, how many times have you seen an object in real life, like a bench or a lamp, and you thought, I could make that with less vertices? Anytime you see a 3D object, how many times do you think about how you could model that thing? Just randomly. Often, Lamau. Yes. It is the same way for programming. You look at a bird and you go, I can make the bird work. Exactly the same. It's exactly the same. None of that is different. Happens all the damn time? Yes, it does. Saved. Okay, set bonuses will now do this. Understand that this may destroy the video game. I don't know yet. I'm not sure if that's going to work. We're going to find out. It will make tooltips look really stupid, to be clear, for pretty much all gear that has set bonuses. It will look very silly. So if we go in here and we look at the wool weaver, and we pull this gear up, and we pull up thaumaturge, and we pull up that. And we go take this and put it on. What in the shit? That is really weird. All right. Anyway. If I go and put all this stuff on, we grab this. For some reason, it's actually like auto-equipping some of these pieces, and I don't know why. And we look at my profile. We can see that I'm sitting at 2.106 healing power. If I go into profile and I go into here, we're going to reallocate all my attributes, and we're going to go to probably wisdom. We'll do pacifist. And then wisdom for everything else. There we go. And we look at my profile now, and I'm sitting at healing power of 77.181. I take this off. We're sitting at 75. That means the two piece isn't working. Is that not working? That's not working. That's not working. That's really weird. That should be a two-piece, yeah? Am I wearing the wrong... Oh, I put it in my hand because I'm a genius. One moment. There we go. Now it's 158. Yeah, I was like, what's going on? We'll go put this in here. We'll put that in there. And we'll say that that is 166 now. And then we put this in the offhand. And that should now be 357. There we go. Yeah, that's working correctly now. So it's doubled and then doubled again. I wonder if that's how I want that to work. I wonder if that is. Because that's a double-double. That's not what I want. I think I want it to be less. Yeah. Because if it's at 357 like that, we pull this off of it, right? And then it goes to... What? Excuse me, video game? Nope. 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 There's something deeply broken in here, and I don't know what it is, and I don't want to deal with it right now. I don't know what's doing that. I don't want to know what's doing that. I'm gonna fix this. Save that back out. What was that? It was broken is what it was. Alright, so profile 75%. 77%. 79%. 82%. 265. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to mess around with partial sets right now. Something is definitely wrong with the way that set bonuses are being expressed. I don't know why that is occurring. It looks like it's probably doing each partial set bonus as a unique individual set bonus, which is not what it's supposed to be, but I think I know why that's happening. Until that's fixed, I can't do this. I have to figure out why that is occurring first. And that's a whole rebalance in and of itself, so that will likely be a future one. This, not happening. Not for now. Yep. All right, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's a future Thor problem, exactly. Noita time? No. Got a lot more work to do, man. A lot more.
Arthur05 on Kick said, in fealty to the God Emperor, our undying Lord, and by the grace of the Golden Throne, I declare exterminatus upon the chat of Kick.
Oh.
For the crimes of mammal milk, gorilla cheese and genetically modified goats that milk spider silk, I hereby sign the death warrant of an entire chat and our souls to oblivion. May Thor guard us from further cursed chat. The Emperor protects.
Yeah, I agree. I'm down. Yeah. Exterminatus it is. Yep. I mean, there's no other option, really.
WL_Blazkevich on Kick said, in stock now. Get yours today. Gorilla milk, gorilla cheese, walrus milk, walrus cheese. Hippos also produce milk, so anyone interested in hippo cheese. Otherwise, we now also sell seal milk, seal cheese, narwhal cheese, and camel cheese. Coming soon, squirrel milk, sloth milk, and of course anteater cheese. Come on down to Red's Milk Emporium.
If I vomit in my own mind, who's going to clean it up? Anyone? How do I get rid of it?
Dinashi on Kick said, Kick Chat has spent the last 30 minutes discussing increasingly concerning milks. You're welcome.
I know. I've been trying to ignore them. It's not working. Now it's everywhere. It's everywhere now. Yeah.
Bitter Nerves on Kick said enough is enough. I have had it with these mother-milking chatters. In this mother-milking chat. Everybody buckle up, I'm about to open a window. Thor, can we please ban the words milk, cheese, and all their variations?
No. No, we can't. You get to live in the world you created, even if it's doomed. This is a you problem now.
Tectone's last brain cell on Kick with 500 kicks said butts are 3D printers.
Maybe I do need to delete chat. Maybe deleting chat is a good idea. Maybe we should just start over, you know? Maybe we need to do that. Oh, god damn it, dude. Why are you like this? Like, why? Like, holy shit, man. God damn it, dude. The entire species, all humanity gone. You're dying over here? Probably because your chat is cursed, Arthur. Is what you get when you ignore us? No. I ignored you because you were like this, and then you got worse. Basically, if you see a weird spot on your arm, like a weird mole you didn't see before, go to a doctor. Because if you don't, it turns into whatever this is. That's exactly what it is. I ignored you and it got worse. Don't ignore it. Go to the doctor. This is grim, dude. Whatever's going on in Kick Chat is horrifying. He's not wrong and not right at the same time. I'll take it. Projectile damage is not good on these offhands. They're kind of shit. Well, I'll take it for now. Alright. Kick Chat is broken, dude. Oh, what's happening now?
Xander_the_goose on Twitch with 500 bits said yar cheer 500 on behalf of Twitch chat to Kick Chat. Exterminatus on you, exterminatus on your cow, exterminatus on your walrus, and well, you get the idea.
Not my walrus. He didn't say exterminatus on the gorilla, so I guess you guys still have cheese over in Kick Chat. Yeah. Is it dawn where you're at? Yes, because this is a grim dawn. Yes, indeed. It's 6 a.m. The sun is rising. Just not on this chat. I'm just going to read you one snippet from Kick Chat right now. Faye Viking Princess said, imagine mixing ginger ale into a tall glass of walrus milk. No. Chat was a mistake. I should just turn it to emote-only mode forever. Oh. God damn it. Alright. Time to go add stuff to items. Gotta go put it back on the armor. Oh. What a horrible day to have the brain to perceive the world. Yes, indeed. I would like to unperceive, please. Alrighty. Where's my corrupted armor? This is gonna get weird. It's gonna get real weird. Okay, let's go to test sandwich and remove it, because this didn't work the way that I wanted it to. Save that. And now we can go into corrupted. I guess we can go to shot color. Shot color. There we go. Okay. Shot color is going to be very different. Very, very different, I think. Chat can't get weirder. Chat can get weirder. It definitely can. Okay. This is going to be Ranger suffix. So what we need to do is we need to take all of whatever the hell this is. Grab that. Go into armor. Go into this. And just do that. Now, we can take this. We can get rid of Paragon. We can make a T1 armor ranger suffix. Max health. Magic damage, projectile damage, weapon damage. I don't think I should be able to get healing power. All right. Big question. Big question. Do we think that magic damage, weapon damage, and healing power should roll on a ranger helmet? And I don't think it should. I think it's stupid. Personally. I think it's dumb to get stats for other classes. Feels bad? It does. However, what if I just remove the damage stats of the other types, but keep healing power? Because you can still cast healing spells. Right? Like, healing power still technically works on a ranger helmet. You can actually use that. And it does give you options to do weird things. Cooldown also still technically works. I think just removing the other class's damage makes the most sense. I think that's what I want to do. Right? Healing spells aren't worth it without the thumb molt? What if they are? What if you try something? Right? You never get net positive? What if I change that? I mean, the idea is that Thaumaturge is the one who uses it. So, but maybe that changes at some point. Maybe it matters at some point. I don't know yet. You know? I don't know who you are. Who's that guy? Oh, they're just bitching. They've tried to get a reaction for like an hour. Then Thom gets OP. Thom is already, like, they're meant to be a healer. That's kind of the whole point. So, maybe I'll remove healing power then. Oh, here's the next thing then. If I remove healing power, then I remove cooldown, right? On ranger helmets. Kind of feels weird now, right? It's a little bit strange. I think I should leave healing power and cooldown on this. I think I should remove weapon damage and magic damage, because that feels really weird. I think I should just remove the damage types of the other classes from it. That feels like the only thing I should change, currently. Cooldown should stay. Healing should be removed. What are you going to use cooldown for, if not for healing? Right? Or don't remove healing? I would only remove it from ranger helmets, is what I'm saying. Cooldown for pressure wave? Well, if I'm keeping cooldown for pressure wave, then why don't I keep magic damage? See? And at that point, AoE size amplifier, too. Yeah? You're not casting those spells for damage, so you want utility, but you don't want damage throughput, right? For those other spells? Then why not healing power? I'm just going to devil's advocate all the way down on this to get, like, an understanding of how you feel about this. Live feedback isn't helpful. Maybe not for you. It's incredibly helpful for me. Because healing uses HP. Fair. Remove everything, be naked. I don't think so. I don't want you to roll weapon damage. I do think that sucks. AoE size amplifier on a ranger feels very bad. Because there's no AoE attack on a ranger. Like at all. Cooldown is highly situational. I guess if I'm going to leave cooldown, I'm going to leave AoE size amplifier. I'm going to remove healing power from it. Dude, I don't need to know about whale milk. That's gross. That's gross. Okay, so I'll remove... Let me think about this. AoE size amplifier is going to be added to that. I need to go look up my own stat. Let me grab this. Yeah, okay. Healing power is like damage. AoE size and cooldown is more utility. Fair. Red, you are anything but innocent. Do not lie to these fine people of chat.
Judge_freak on Twitch said, why would we exterminate the gorilla? Have you seen what's happened since Harambe? Do you want it to get worse?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Ugh. Okay, I need to go into modifiers and global modifier. I need to try something out real fast. This is the amount of corruption. We're going to remove the lower bonus off of it because we don't want that to override. We're going to go into removing this. Go instead into... What the hell? Where did it go? Ah, there we go. Global modifiers like this. We'll go into corrupted armor. We'll go to normal armor. Gem sockets, rune carving 1, 2, and 3. We'll do that. Is that under stats? I don't know if it is. It might be. Okay, I'm going to save this. Back up here. Save that. Go to the game. We'll go look at corrupted armor. And they all have rune sockets. Perfect. By God, he's done it. Alright. So this is now, for each one of these, for every piece of gear, it's going to do this. It'll be gem sockets and corruption. We'll do corrupted. That's what adds to it. That'll be perfect. Alright. Very cool. Okay, corrupted armor is going to be removed from the game, by the way. We're removing corrupted armor from the game. All armor is going to be like this. All of it. Okay, let's get the chest plate. We'll go to option. We'll go to armor. Grab the modifiers. There we go. And this is going to be... Do you want armored suffix, ranger. And I kind of want that to be a 20%er. There we go. Paragon used to be a 10%. And now this one, we're going to get rid of magic damage. We're going to get rid of weapon damage. Get rid of healing power and make that AoE size. There we go. Cooldown, rating, block power, PV damage, PvP damage, PvP, PvP. Alright. Nice. So many stats. So many stats. Go on to the next one. Boots have their own thing. Legs have their own thing. Blunt rating is getting removed, so that's fine. Modifiers. Blunt rating is gone. Now, legs can roll with crit chance and crit power. They're also the only ones that can roll with knockback resist. Healing power, weapon damage, that's going away. Weapon damage will become AoE size in this one. Magic damage goes away. And this becomes T1 Armor Ranger Suffix. 20%. And Corrupted Armor, Shot Color Boots. There we go. Now, for each one of these, we can now create a baseline. Make sure that this is actually randomized. It is. Crit power, crit chance on boots, movement speed on boots, fall reduction, healing power removed. Projectile damage is going to be AoE size down here. There we go. Calc is a side effect to improve the direction. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Corp? You talking about the Excel calculator? What are you looking into to make such changes to the game? Is that what you're saying? Yes. So let me give you the symptom and the cure. The symptom is that the system of itemization in the game was split into two different sides. Corrupted items drop off enemies with randomized stats and no gem sockets, and crafted items had gem sockets and no randomized stats. So because of this, it made two completely different pathways to gearing, and neither of them felt complete. What I've done here is I go, okay, the cure for this is to combine them. You have randomized stats on gear, and you have sockets on gear. Each have 50% of the power that they used to, and now they're combined into one unified system. So whenever you get a gear piece, it could be amazing, and you can make it even more amazing by adding more socketed runes to it, by crafting those runes and then putting them onto it that also have randomized stats. This lets you create very unique items, and your gear can be very different from another person's gear, and you can express that through gameplay differently than others, right? And I think that what I'm doing right now, this is required to make that symptom go away, to cure it. And that's to make sure that every one of these pieces of gear has a curated list of possible affixes for it. So for instance, movement speed can't roll on a helmet, but it can roll on boots. And I already had this system in place, like all this corrupted gear already had all of this, but now I'm combining all of those into one unified system. One unified gear is gear, instead of gear is corrupted gear or normal gear, which was not fun, right? The initial was, I'm curious what's your decision process behind it. What data are you looking at to make such changes? Like, what is the inspiration if you look in this direction? I play a lot of action RPGs, and I really like the itemization of action RPGs. Diablo 4, Path of Exile 2, Grim Dawn, just like Last Epoch, all kinds of stuff, right? And loot randomization isn't as random as people would think. It's not just like a pure random thing. It is curated random. And like, when you have curated random, it means I need to get movement speed on my boots. I need to get crit chance on my gloves, right? And you start to focus on specific statistics on certain items, and you roll for those, and you mill loot, and you try and find a cool thing. And the more that you spend in it, the more that you get fun, right? And that's sort of the idea. The idea is it's for the kind of player that wants to build the Giga build, whatever is going on there. And since this ties into crafting in a way with rune crafting, that's going to allow me to basically let you have other statistics and really define it even further. And there's different types of runes now, too. So there's violence runes, which are all offensive stats. There's serenity runes that are defensive stats. And then there's clarity runes, which are your like progression stats, like experience gains and things like that. So all those different statistics end up being like very different. So if we grab an item like this, and I go like this, reload all. Whoops, there we go. Go into here, and we pull up. Let's go to armor. We're going to go grab... It's all archaeologist shit. That's too much gear. So much gear in this game. And we get the shot color set. Did I just change that correctly, or did I not save that? I suck, and it didn't save. All right, one sec. Clear. Go over here, and I'll grab this. We'll go to the leather worker, and I'll just start getting these items, right? And you can see, did that actually roll? Is that not rolling? Is this being stupid? Really? I mean, that should be shot color boots. Why are you broken? Let me check something. Common gear. Common gear. Set ranger. Set ranger. Core tier 1. All right, give me a sec. Clear it. Reload all. It may not have saved as quickly as I wanted it to. There we go. Okay, see how these are completely randomized statistics-wise? Like, look at all those stats and how random those stats are. And it's showing an amount of corruption, and that corruption reduces the overall statistics on an item. And you can cleanse the corruption off the items, right? So they're totally randomized stats. They're totally different from each other. But then we can take these. You can go over here and you're like, you know what? I like some of the rolls on these items, but I don't like the amount of stats on there. So I'm going to get a bunch of violence runes. And those violence runes do things like, here's critical strike chance and PvE damage on that one. Awesome roll, right? And gathering speed, which is kind of a meme. This one has PvE damage, projectile damage, and movement speed. That is a perfect ranger one. And then you can take that, go like this, and just pop it in there. And like, see how this one doesn't have movement speed on it? But now, if it'll work. You gonna work? Why are you broken? Why is it broken? Oh, we may have another bug. Are sockets not working on this? Okay, sockets may not work this way. I need to figure this out. Find out why this is busted. Because those are rank 1s. This is tier 1. Does it need to be directly on the item? Let me try something weird. So I tried to put this under global modifiers of gem sockets. Let me try to go into here. That may be the issue. It may need to be directly on the item. I'm going to shot color again. Not. There's going to be bugs here and there as I'm trying to fix this. Like, there's going to be a lot of bugs. Tier 1 items never had rune slots before? Did they not? That's kind of weird. Maybe that's why? That would be a different bug. I'm going to try something stupid. Save that. Save this. It may be an issue of the gem sockets not being directly on the item. And I need to find that out first. Reload all. Browse. Go back into here. Because if that's the case, then I've got things to fix. Yeah, see, now that one's got that. It is. Okay, we can fix this. But yeah, as you can see, this item now has movement speed on it under the utility slot because I added that violence rune. So it looks like it's not going to work for whatever reason when it's done through that secondary thing, and that's fine. I can fix that. I don't know why that's happening that way, but bugs are going to bug, so. Good to know before I got through all of this and then cried deeply. Okay, so after the stats, but before class level. There we go. What is this? He's not coding? What? Why are you coding for Minecraft? It's not code. It's a configuration, bud. I'm creating items in our MMO server. Yeah. Yeah, it's all configuration. So, like, Java backend is what... Like, there's a Java backend that consumes all these values, but I'm creating systems in place. Like, these are all items, and those items are going to be expressed in the video game, like you just saw. Java reads it and then does stuff with it. So... Why are you inputting numbers and words into Minecraft? To make the video game do the thing. All right. That means this first set is now done. So if we do clear, and I go to browse, and we go grab this. As a prototype, this is what the new gear is going to look like. And if you're wondering what the old gear looked like, the old gear looked like this. Pretty dramatic difference, right? Like between these two. So you can see, like, that is the big difference between these two. Which is kind of awesome, actually. I know I didn't save it yet, but like this is what I'm doing, right? And I think it's way cooler. Also, that one rolled with 30% corruption, which I think is the theoretical maximum. I think that is actually the theoretical maximum is 30% corruption. That sucks ass. That's a terrible roll. Very funny. Okay. These are done. Also, if you're wondering how I keep all of this balanced, that's this sheet. The master sheet. This is the target statistic that I want you to be able to obtain through all of runes and gear. You can have up to 18 rune slots and 10 max ranks on gear. This is the maximum statistic that I want you to be able to obtain. You get 50% of your stats from your runes and 50% of your stats from the base innate values on the gear. Here are all the gear values and their coefficients. Here's all the rune values and their coefficients. Math! It's a shitload of math. Yeah, it's a lot of math. It's a shitload of math to make it work. All right. So next thing I need to do is I need to grab... This is all corrupted. I need to go into this. I need to grab here. Rotate that. And then I need to grab this. Perfect. And now what I need to do is anywhere that says gem sockets before that, we're just going to remove them. That'll make my life easy. So double values on gem sockets. It's kind of idea there. Oh, actually. Yeah, don't do that just yet. I'll figure it out. You don't need AI to write anything. Programmable scripting is enough. Yeah, you definitely don't need AI to write anything. That is not what you need at all. No. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm also going to increase the number of sockets on baseline ones, too. There we go. And then this one. There we go. And then we can go back up to these. And we can just probably pop them into those. Want to make sure that these all have 3 sockets on each one. Oh, does that not have it in the right order? Shid. It doesn't have it in the right order. How super annoying that is. Alright, that's fine. If it has this, replace that, delete that, then it should actually be this. Great. Grab that. There we go. Is that the only one that's in the wrong order? I think it is. It totally is. That's really annoying. I'll fix it. I have the tokens in the wrong order on this one, and I don't know why. Very funny. There we go. Yeah, the idea is to make sure that all of these actually have the proper statistics on them. And this is a major overhaul of the entirety of the game, to be clear. So it's massive. It's a shitload of change. A shitload of change for the entire game. Yep. Wait, what's up? Just export to Google Sheets and try to save as a PDF from there? No. What? Why would I do that? Why would I put that in Google Sheets? This is in YAML, which is then uptaken by Java and is held in memory for the game to run off of. Like, this is... The storage of this is not an issue. Figuring out how I want to balance it is the problem right now. Yeah. Balance is the whole thing right now. Balance. Okay, we're going to take that value. Swap that. Grab this. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to make sure that this is fun, right? That is sort of the whole idea. And to build a compelling system means that I need to think about what I'm making and then kind of like go from there. Did that break? Oh, you piece of shit. One sec. There we go. 71 replaced. That's perfect. Perfect. Oh, wait. Now that's looking good. And I don't need to do randomization on the set bonuses for professions. That's something I'm not going to do. We'll have no randomizations on those because that just gets insane. But you will have gem sockets, so I think that'll be much funner. What's wrong with chat today? I don't think anything's wrong with chat today. I think people they want to get really efficient with stuff, and I get it. I super understand. But you need to understand that sometimes efficiency doesn't matter when you have a working system that already functions exactly as we need to. And we don't need to change the structure of this to reach an arbitrary goal that adds no gameplay value for the players. Right? Like, this system functions, it's easy to maintain and manage, it's easy to add new content to. Like, I'm changing the entire basis of our MMO with thousands of items in a day as a single developer. I don't need it to be more efficient than that. We could make it more efficient even from there, but am I really gaining anything? Not really. Not effectively. There's no performance gain either because it only runs this at runtime and then stores all of that data, and then you're done. So it's never pinging this file over and over again or anything like that. Buh? Oh, this is very silly. Check your earlier chat. It was just helping me with an exporting issue that was cutting your data off. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, because I've had a couple of people come in and be like, why are you doing it in this? It's like, this is why. It doesn't matter. Okay, that works. That works. These are done. That's done. Yeah, you can see how many items there are. There's just an absolute shitload of items. Big game full of large. Actually, I think what I could do here is we could do this and then replace it with this. And then rotate that and then replace all. 34 occurrences. There we go. And I think that now covers every single one of these. So what I can do now is I'm going to save this. Wait for it. Waiting for it. Browse. And now we can go pull this up. And we can go into armor. And you can see every one of these now has 3 rune sockets. I was hoping to do that with the corruption system to like automatically override it, but it looks like it did not work. But yeah, check it out. And we can visually detect every one of these now that I've put it all into data like that. And like just do a visual once over to make sure that it's all functioning correctly. And it's looking good. Yeah, I think the biggest problem that I had with our loot system was you never got excited about a piece of loot that wasn't legendary. Like, if you got a piece of loot, everybody knew what that loot had. They all knew what the stats of your gear were going to be. And that wasn't fun or interesting. I want you to feel excited when an item drops that is unexpected. Right? That's sort of the idea. You forgot event armor again? I'm not doing anything with event armor right now. I just did all the profession gear. I'm doing the, I'm doing ranger gear first. Yeah. Like, holiday gear isn't being changed for a while. But yeah, I want you to feel excited finding gear. Like this, wild and weird. That's the idea. Wild and weird. So we'll go from there. Smurfware, yes. Yeah, the loot hordes go like, cool, throws into chest. Yes, totally fair. But this now functions. And all of that is like that. So I can go back into my block game patch notes, or into this right here, and be like, all profession gear now has 3 sockets. There's an Overwatch Fortnite collab. Is there really? Dude, what? KickChat has gone mad with power, dude. Yeah, they're trying to, like, campaign for Darwinian to overthrow Red somehow. They've gone mad. That chat's gone feral, dude. We love KickChat? Alright. Anyway, TTS time.
Tectone's last brain cell on Kick with 500 kicks said whale milk is basically butter.
An example for all of you. Now you know. Now you get it. Now you get it. That's what's happening over there.
Corrigan1591 on Twitch said, what has 5 toes but is not your foot? It's my foot.
Thanks, man.
Tectone's last brain cell on Kick with 500 kicks said, Twitch chat is dry and milkless, Kick is creamy.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Twitch, dude. DG, that's very nice of you, man. God damn it, dude. We need help, send dudes. Alright. Oh my god. I'm sending this over to the Block Game General chat so they know what's going on. Because there's a lot of shit that's changing right now. Alright. Herbalism leggings are done. Let's keep going. Rune carving done. We don't have to care about any of this. Alchemist done. Okay, shot color. Shot color is now finished. These are the actual statistics for each one of these. So what I need to do now is we're going to take all of this. I'm going to remove all these. Get rid of that. Because we've got these saved now. Make sure that this is 20%. Wait. That is not correct. Ranger suffix. There we go. That'll work. The collab has Tracer, Diva, Mercy, and Genji joining Fortnite. God damn it. That's weird, dude. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, to be real with you. Feels kind of weird. Like, overall. A little bit grim. Yeah, a little bit. That's the chest piece. This is the legs. This is the boots. And I'll need to go through and change all the balance weights for this, but you'll get the idea. And here we go. So every single one of these needs to have an option on it. That option needs to go just before the modifier rolls. So no matter what's going on, we'll grab this. And there we go. And then we can take this, say F, replace T1 with T2 in selection. Done. And see, that's how fast this is going to go now. It's going to be very, very simple to add all this stuff into each one of these. And all I got to do is add the option to it and then add the T2 onto it, and then we're good to go. Because now we have a template for each one of the, specifically, Ranger pieces of gear. And that just scales up for each and every one of these. And that's easy. Excuse me? Why did you unselect in selection? There we go. Done. Oh. What is this? What's up, Darkside? There's a Wuthering Waves Cyberpunk Edge Runners collab? Really? Really? That's kind of interesting, actually. And not really what I expected, so, like, cool, you know? Let's go modifiers, replace, swap to modifiers, and then do There we go. Ranger boots. And now we can say in selection, replace anywhere that says modifiers with that. Grab this. Now we can look at each and every one of these and it'll have the option roll order true. Make my life easy. So cool to watch this. The video for your Wuthering Waves collab is narrated by the Cyberpunk Night Show host. That's freaking cool, dude. That's really cool. All right, boots. Nice. Chad has gone mad with power over in Kicksign. They're terrifying, truly. A nightmare to behold, really. Okay, in selection, replace those. And our tier 2 is done. So now I can save this. We've got a couple of things updated right now. We'll go from there. And I'm going to do some refactors and shit later, but I'm not really worried about it currently. We'll go to armor. We'll go to here. And there we go. So now we have all of our profession gear. Now all has rune sockets. And all of our tier 1 and tier 2 ranger gear has randomized statistics and rune sockets. Nice. I'm going to change the weights and availability of kind of like affixes on these because I think it's a little bit too many stats to start off with. So one of the things that I can do in here is if I go into items and I go to item rarities and we grab our common gear, right? And this right here, I'm going to have the spread be probably 0. I'll probably do the spread be 0, right? And 0. And we'll say the base capacity is 2. Base capacity is 4. So there's 0, 0. And then base capacity is 6 on this one. Set that to 0 and 0. And we'll set that to 6. Set this one to 6. 0 and 0. And set that one to 6 with 0 and 0. And now I'll save this. And this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that one. That's fine. And now, when I open this up and we go to armor, we can now see this has less statistics than this one. See that? So that has less stats, that has more stats. That has less stats, that has more stats. And so they should go up in capacity each time, is the general idea. And the cost associated with each of those statistics is written directly into the items themselves. So if we go over here and we look at armor, you can see that the weight is 1. The weight on this one is 0, so it always goes off. It has a 100% chance. This is a 20% chance with a weight of 0. This is a 50% chance with a weight of 1. And that weight is that capacity that's built into that. And that should be it. You gonna watch the Starship 12 launch today? I didn't even know it was. Yeah. Why less stats if more stats do good? Because low level item. That's why. So if you have all these low level helmets, they'll have, let's see. Looks like 2 stats each time. And then these helmets have 4 stats each time. It looks like it's a lot of XP bonus. It's quite funny. But yeah. Nice. It's working. It's working. I know. Kickshed has gotten mad with power. They're just rabid nightmare creatures right now. Next Tuesday, you thought? For what? Oh, for the launch? Yeah, I don't know anything about it. For this, we're basically going to have I should have all of this done today. I should have all of this done today. That's the goal anyway. I got 5 hours left, and I think I could do it. Yeah, no launch today. An ET is May 19th. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of sucks. Did they miss a launch window or something? Was it bad weather? Like, what happened? I always love this song. Copy that one. Let's see if this worked. Okay, save that. And that should be tier 3 done. Yep, there we go. Oh, wait. Something broke with one of them. Let's go find out what. Boots. Chest, or boots, leggings, chest, helmet. Oh, you're broken. There we go. Save that. Yep, there we go. You can see how quickly it kind of like expands up, right? In terms of stats. And I think it's super fun. And then from then on, it'll be 6 capacity stats going all the way. Have you used or will you use AI to write any code for this? Hell no. No, not at all. Yeah, there's no reason for that whatsoever. You have to understand something, like, I very rarely have to actually change anything programming-wise in block game. It's very rare. Like, I have to do some stuff probably today where I'm removing some of the statistics from the game and rolling them into baseline in Java, but that's like a meme, right? It's like minutes of work. The problem that I have right now is balance and maintenance of fun in systems, and AI is not going to be able to categorize that for you. Because anytime you build a system, right, and your players are playing it, you attract a certain kind of player based on the certain kind of development that you do, right? So if you design a system and players find it fun, not all players, some players, if you then use something like AI to start balancing the systems for you, you're going to design away from the specific brand of fun that you have curated for the kinds of players that are attracted to your stuff, and you're going to lose that user base. There are certain players that play block game, and I am reimagining parts of that while keeping things as understandable and identifiable based on their original experience as possible to keep the players that have been engaged with this more engaged, and kind of doubling down on the things that they found fun while removing the things that the community as a whole did not find fun. AI can never do that for you. You have to do that. That is an experience born between your interaction as a dev and your players' interaction as players. It's somewhere in between those two things, right? AI can't do that. Not even close. This looks more confusing than your math class? Probably because it is, right? It's a lot of different working components. So like if we look at this, these are all the different working components for all these different stats. These are the coefficients for everything, coefficients for all of my runes, coefficients for all of my gear. And all of that stuff means that I need to sit down and test it to make sure that it it functions. And that's what this sheet is for automatically testing that for me. So that these disparities stay at 0. So that runes and gear power are in parity with each other. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a giant nerd. It's like, I don't know how else to describe this to you at this point. I'm a big freaking nerd, and I made a game with a lot of stats. That's what I am, alright? And I will sit down and talk to you about it forever. Got it? Yeah, exactly. And I almost have everything done for Ranger, which is quite fast. Now that I have kind of a workflow for it, and it makes things really simple, we're good to go. Okay. Boop, tier 4 is now done. And we do it the last one. To shreds, you say. Yeah, exactly. I still have to do, to be clear, I still have to rebalance all of the statistics themselves. I still have to add this to all the offhands. I still have to change all of the main hands. Like, there's still a lot of extra shit to do that is not done yet. Not even close. So we'll get there. Soonish. Manual tuning. There's a lot of manual tuning. Manual tuning is really important, though, to, like, make sure that everything feels quite right. Which I'm fine with, as long as I don't have to do it very often. And to be clear with you, this is the first time I've had to do this for the game in, I don't want to say over a year. Like, this is the largest rework of itemization that I've done in over a year for the game. What is your current ugly baby situation for block game? This, which is why I'm doing this. The ugliest baby in block game was that itemization was all over the place. This new unified itemization structure fixes all of the problems that I had with items previously. And, like, that is really nice and satisfying. Like, this was the ugliest part of the game. Oh, these would be tier 6s. I don't think I have those affixes. To think about that. Isn't there anything automated for the changes you can do? I've already done that part. Yeah, the automated part is done. Now it's the manual part, which is fine. While I'm also thinking about other components in here and, like, changing things around and all that shit. Okay. Yeah, these are good. The ugliest baby sounds like a comedy I'd watch? Hell yeah. Oh, goddammit. I would also watch this comedy. Okay, this will be tier 6. And Ranger should be done momentarily. This is the last thing for Ranger here. That is the last thing for Ranger. By God, he's finished. One of 5 classes done. Done? What would the ugliest baby be about, though? Ugly babies. That's what it would be about. It's true. Yeah. Yep. The ugliest of babies.
Slushberry Games on YouTube with $5 said was able to work on my game for the first time in 2 to 3 months.
Nice.
Was overwhelmed, which turned off the creative brain. Felt good to have any progress. 7.
Dude, that's freaking awesome. Hell yeah. It does feel good to make any progress at all and stuff, honestly. Feels really nice. Okay. So we have Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 5, and Tier 6. Nice. And once we get to Tier 3, it has 6 affixes on it. Tier 1 has 2 affixes. 4, 6, 6, 6, 6. Very nice. Hell yeah. Tier 7 is missing, not in the game. It will be, though. That'll be the exotic tier. Just not yet. Not yet. All right. There's a whole thing. Now, the really difficult part here is fixing legendaries. So I'm going to have to figure those out, I think, where we're just going to have them roll like a gigastat, right? Probably roll the perfect stats for the mage. Armor set's already in. That's done. I'm not worried about that. That all works. That's fine. Armor sets all do exactly what they need to. The hard part right now is getting legendaries to be balanced and good. I'm going to go and add mage stuff next, so that'll be the next one. But I think this works. All right. Next thing. Projectile damage is going to change to magic damage. I don't think there's any other magic-specific stats. Ugh, hope I get talk. I don't think there's any other magic-specific stats, but we've got wizard suffix is going to be this. Do an armor wizard suffix will be added to each one of these. Yeah. And this will be the wizard set. Nice. I do need to figure out what I'm going to do with these, though. Zalendros, yeah, they're working on them. I know they're working on it, so they've reached out to me and let me know. Which I'm excited about, honestly. I think Hightail is cool as shit. Okay, so let's talk about this, right? I think if we're going to do this, it should be with modifiers, but all the modifiers should be set to 100% and a weight of 0. That's kind of how I feel about it. So that way, I don't have to come back and do anything about this goddamn thing. So I can take something like all of these stats. We can go down into here. we can look at how I want this thing to be laid out, right? Because it's modifiers. We remove Corrupted. Corrupted doesn't need to exist. This is all going to be T5 because it's a legendary. And this legendary is based on T5 gear. There we go. There should be 18 occurrences. There we go. I don't think it needs the wizard suffix. I don't think it needs that. Because it doesn't need to be Cinder's Flaming Crown of the wizard, right? It just needs to be Cinder's Flaming Crown. It's got magic damage built right in. We're going to do 10% magic damage built right in. We'll get rid of this. We'll do... On all of these, I'm going to set the weight to 0. Weight 1 to weight 0. Place all those. Chance 0.5 to... No, come on. Change that to chance 1. There we go. And then I'm going to get rid of all the EXP stats. And I think this kind of works, right? Like, we can add max health, max damage, AoE size, AoE cooldown, and remove PvP damage, and remove PvP reduction. So it's all the stats that you would want to have as a wizard. Max HP, magic damage, AoE size, cooldown, PvE damage, PvE reduction, right? That would make it pretty legendary, I think. And because they don't have any weight to it, and they all have a chance of 1, they should all express, every single one of them. So I'm going to try this real quick, just to see what it looks like. And it will be randomized, to be clear. You will never know how much this is going to do, which means if you find a legendary, your legendary might be more legendary than somebody else's legendary, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, look at that. It's got PvE damage reduction, it's got health, it's got cooldown reduction, it's got durability resilience, it's got magic damage, it's got PvE damage. That's a sick item. Like, that's a really good statted item. And it will be different every single time, right? All within like an actual range on it. But as a wizard, those are all the stats you actually want. That's like your Giga roll, basically. Does that make sense? Call it a big hat. Call it Logan. Why? It also comes with 3 rune sockets. You don't want AoE. You want crit chance and damage. That can't roll on this stat, though, on this block. Remember, each one of these items has different stat blocks, Schnappy. So this is all the best possible stats that can roll on helmet. Does that make sense? Because otherwise, it's not going to be able... Like, you can't get crit chance and crit damage on a helmet. I'm not letting you do that. There's too many stats. Logan Big Head is the most wizard of them all. See the wisest wizard? There's a character in Dark Souls called Big Hat Logan who teaches you magic. Oh, okay. I understand now. I was like, what is this, dude? Does that make sense, though, Schnappy? In that case, okay. All right. Yeah, because I'm going to give you these stats, and then we can go from there. Also, AoE size amplifier is not showing in this, but I'm going to be adding it. But yeah, you do want AoE size amplifier for your AoEs. Like, this is going to make you stronger. It's going to make you good. And to be clear, by the way, normally, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this. Normally, you could only get 6 stats. These are going to get more stats because they're legendary. They break the bounds. Mage only has 1 AoE. No, you have 2. Your AoE cone and your AoE like slow, whatever the hell it is. The earth one and the wind one. Those are both AoE. And those aren't always going to be the only AoEs you use. But it's not taking the slot of another stat. You're just getting it for free. Yeah, pressure wave scales are from as well. Yes. But you're just getting this stat for free. It's not taking the spot of something else. Does that make sense? Like, it's giving you all the combat stats you possibly ever want. All right, now we'll go to the next one. Yeah, I just want you to understand, like, this is not taking anything spots. Let's see here. Modifiers. And we'll go back into this one. Go to here. Replace all in there. Get rid of these. Make this 10%. Set the weight on these. Yeah, these items take, you know, a little bit of a special touch on here to try and make this not shitty and weird. Yeah, like you're going to get block cooldown, block rating, and block power on your chest. Like, you're just going to get it for free, is really what that's doing. Now understand, tier 6 items are going to have higher rolls than these. They just will. So your legendary will become outmoded, but for the tier, it's the best. It's the best you could possibly get. And the only way you can get a better one is by rolling the same one with higher stats. Yeah, that's sick. Big Hat Logan. What a crazy ass stat. He's literally just a big hat. That's amazing. That's amazing, Creeper. What's missing from Hytale before you start migration? Custom item components. So custom components on items is what I need. And that's something the devs have to do, and they're going to be doing it, so. Just got to give them time to cook. Oh, I forgot. These all have to be changed to T5. Boop. There we go. Love the block. Bezos? Yeah, Bloxos. You can get his hat? That's amazing. Do you have to kill him? Do you have to kill Big Hat
Platinum
Logan to get his
Ghost
hat?
Zero on Twitch said, "Good day, Thor. I found
day.
you on the shorts a while ago. Been a huge fan of your message and have started making a game of my own. Sadly, it has been in the works for far too long.
It's okay.
How do you handle procrastination, avoidance?"
Oh, god damn it. One of them just ate a fish near me. I hear you blues bombing, you bastards. Go to Test World. They ate a fish that plays blues, like jazz music next to me, and it was playing the whole song. Anyway, in terms of procrastination and everything like that, set up a regiment for yourself. Set up a time of day that you need to work on something, timers for yourself, and just work on it during that. I have a certain time of day that is my time of day to work, right? Outside of the stream, I work for like another 4 hours each and every day on different stuff. Depends on what I'm doing for that day. His inventory is light. Find him and give him items. I'm in the test world. You can't go here. This is where I put all the weird shit that I'm working on. Like that. Towers and this weird meat hut full of meats. Like, you can't go here. I am immune to your bullshit. Yeah, start the schedule small, honestly. Not that you know of, you're right. Pizza Hut. Ugh. Yeah, no, I would just say, honestly, just set up a regiment, a schedule for yourself. Also, your chess piece will have a chance to block damage, which is hilarious. Yeah. Is this game launched? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've had this out for ages, man. Lots of people play it. I'm rebuilding all of it right now, so don't go play it right now. It's going to explode and be shitty. And I'm doing it on the live server. Because if I didn't, no balls. Okay, those are finished. Let me go into this. Okay, these both disappear. Max health, magic damage, AoE size, knockback resist, crit chance, crit power, PvE damage. Remove PvP. Remove PvP. There we go. Nice. Do you have files on any Git? Or like? I just see you removing stuff like a madman. Oh yeah, no, everything is backed up. Don't worry about that. Fear not. I have revisions for everything, so not too worried about it. Okay, chance 0.5, chance 1. And then T1, make that T5. I think we're good to go. Okay, magic damage, AoE size, fall damage reduction, movement speed, crit chance, crit power, PvE damage, PvP damage. And save that out. Remember, I'm reducing all the effectiveness of these modifiers by half, by the way, Snappy. So even though these are awesome, you still have to understand it's only half the equation. So now if we go into here, and we take a look at the Cinder set, you can see that the helmet is perfect, the chest is perfect, the pants are perfect, right? And they're all rolling, like, this one's rolling crit chance, crit power. The boots are rolling crit chance, crit power. But, like, it's rolling all the statistics that you would want them to roll. As that class. This is what you want. And now it's all rolling. You can put crit chance runes on the hat? Yes, you can. Yeah. You can put your violence runes in there if you want to. That's sort of the idea, is, like, these are just the baseline stats. The baseline stats are now randomized, except for this legendary set. That's the only one that's not like that. And there's no other legendary sets in the game, currently. But I'm going to be adding other legendary sets to the game. I guess there's just Krognar's. The Krognar set is the only other one that's like this. So I'll be working in the Krognar set, which is a warrior set. So I can actually take all these stats and bring them over there too, which would be really helpful. So I'm going to do that real quick. Because Krognar is cool. We can add all that shit. That'll be neat. Now buff the drop rate by 10x and I'll be happy? No. Yeah, it's like Diablo Unique's predefined stats. It's actually less shitty than Diablo Unique's because, to be honest with you, Diablo Unique's have a chance to have a certain affix or not. And so you need like 50,000 of them. This is like, they're so rare that when you get one, you don't need to farm it again. Unless you have brain worms and need the same stat, but stronger, right? They're talking about turning me into milk on Kick. Why are you like this? You were less broken before, like maybe even 20 minutes ago.
Grey Relic on Twitch said goblins are the perpetual soup of conflict. 1. Argue over something pointless. 2. Introduce a neutral tangent. 3. Argue over the tangent. 4. Repeat indefinitely. __ you like aliens, right? Did you ever hear about the weather balloon fruit snacks incident? __ anyways, perchance may I learn the general position of Pipistrello within the mysterious archive that is your games queue.
A what, Strello? Wait, what? The general position of Pipistrello? I don't know. Like, to be honest with you, you guys have put like 300 games in the queue. I just know I need to work on this right now. Like, but it is glowing. Why is the other gear not glowing? Why is that one set of gear glowing? I'll figure it out later. That's weird. Yeah, that's really weird, actually. It has a thorns effect? I don't think it does it? No, I removed all that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Weren't you glowing? I don't know, dude. Let me go look at Cactus and find out why. It does. It has a secret thorns in chat. I'm removing that because it breaks the entire game. I forgot that used to be a thing. Saved. Yeah, secret thorns, dude. I was like, that shouldn't have that, but I guess it did. What is it? Alright, shot color is done. Ranger is completely finished, and the special set of gear only for wizards, legendary, is finished. Which is cool. That's a lot of stats. There's a lot of stats. AoE size should be on everything, so. Let me think about this. Let me go check to make sure that crit chance and crit damage are not supposed to be on multiple set pieces. Yeah, it's only on 2. So crit chance and crit damage are balanced around only being on the pants and the boots, to be clear. And that's it. That's all that it's balanced around. So if you're wondering, like, why can't I get it on multiple pieces? That's why. It is balanced around being on 2 gear slots. Just like cooldown is balanced around being on 1 gear slot, only on the helmet. And block rating, block power, those are balanced around being on 2 pieces, which is your pants, I believe, and your chest. I believe that's the case. Let me go make sure. Is it pants that have that? Block rating, cooldown, and power. Is that not set up on that? Block cooldown is 1. Block power and block rating is 2. Did I only ever put that on 1? Hold up. We might be able to find a bug here. Block rating. Implement. Block rating. Chest. Oh, it's on the mace. That's why. Yeah. Block rating, block power. Block cooldown, block rating, block power. Cooldown is only on the chest piece. Rating and power are on the mace. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. It's oriented the way corrupted gear rolled before. That's cool. Yes, that's exactly it, Schnappy. I am taking all of my pre-existing work for all of my corrupted gear that I made, and I'm making that into baseline. Corrupted gear is going away. This is going to be what it is from now on, if that makes sense. So your corrupted gear is immediately going to be garbage, like straight up. Just take all of it and salvage it, to be honest with you, before it stops being salvageable. It won't drop anywhere in the game. And all of this is based on which gear slots it's going to be. So like 5 gear slots can have maximum health, everything but your weapon. 1 gear slot can have health regen, which I don't remember what it is. It might be the weapon, I think. Might be the mace. 1 can have movement speed, that's the boots. 1 have fall reduction, that's the boots. All of them can have reduced PvP. All of them can have reduced PvE, right? Just your pants can have resist knockback. Everything can have AoE size amplifier, and so on and so forth. But the idea is to only add stats to pieces that it actually makes sense on. So if I wanted to make it so that critical chance and critical damage applied to your helmet, for instance, I would need that to then have gear slots of 3, which would change the whole coefficient. Are offhands part of this? Because mage offhand could roll cooldown reduction as well. Yes, offhands are part of this. Yes. That is exactly the case. Because I don't believe cooldown rolls on anything else. It might just roll on helmet. It might just roll on helmet. Actually, can they roll offhand? Can offhand roll that? Or is it an innate stat on offhand? Because that's very different. Because there are innate stats. Innate stats are not counted in this. These are only the random statistics. Let me look at the innate stats. We'll go into game. Find out. Because if we do, let's see. Implement, blah, 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 blah. Spell focus. Okay. Cooldown, I believe, is only rolling on helmet, isn't it? Let's go to armor. Yeah, cooldown is only rolling on helmet, but its coefficient is wrong. Because it should be rolling on offhand as well. Right? The value is high, higher than crafted and ruined. The value is too high. That might be a problem. It can roll on corrupted mage offhand. Yeah, it's probably rolling wrong. Let me go into here, and we'll look at tier 1 modifiers, and we'll look at cooldown. Random magic. That can roll cooldown. Thaumaturgy cooldown. Spell focus cooldown. Implement cooldown. Yeah, it's way too high. It's way too high. Helmet cooldown 1.75. Yeah, okay. I see what's going on. Yeah, I'm going to be fixing all these coefficients. All of these. Using Excel as an asset. I'm using Excel as a way to balance the video game, which seems normal. This should be set to gear slots 3 because your weapon counts as a slot, if that makes sense. I think I also want to change HP regen to be more. I want there to be more HP regen in the game. In more slots, because it's only on weapon right now, which is very silly. Yeah, that's too much. Secret Echoing Hatred Portal in D4. I know about it. I know how to get it too. There's like a whole thing, but I haven't even gotten a goddamn key. So cooldown can be on helmet and offhand. And weapon. So we'll set this to 3. Let's think about all of these, right? Block cooldown. That should be on pants and chest, so that should be 2. Block power, block rating. Cooldown should be on main hand, offhand, helmet. Crit chance, crit power are on boots and pants. I think we should make it boots, pants, and helmet. Damage can be on... That should be 6. That should be on every piece of gear. Yeah. Healing power should be on every piece of gear. Defense. That should just be on your helmet, chest, pants, and boots. All of these EXP modifiers, there needs to be EXP hunting as well. EXP hunting. All of those values, grab this, should then be only on the helmet. Health maximum, that should only be on main armor pieces. Health regen, I think that should be on any slot. That should be on weapons and offhands as well. Right? Or should it only be on actual armor? I'm going to think about that one. Movement speed is boots only. Reduction fall is boots only. PvE and PvP, that should be on armor only. Resist knockback is pants only. I think we should put that on all armor. AoE size amplifiers on every stat. Yeah, I'm going to rebalance these. This is the time to do this, by the way. All right. That's going to change coefficients a lot, as you can see over on the side there. So, we grab this. We go over here. Boop. We grab this. We go over here. And boop. And we have no more disparity. Nice and done. Okay, so block cooldown. That could be in 2 gear slots. Block power, block rating. Actually, like, the more that I think about this, the more that I think you should have that on all 4 pieces of your gear. Is this a great rebalancing where boots turn into pants? Kinda, yeah. That's kinda it. I'm trying to think, right? Of how we're gonna do this. Maybe block should just be on chest and pants. Maybe I shouldn't count weapon in this. Right? Make a Yar Milk and Yar Cheese emote for kick? I swear to God. I'm out of emote slots. Where's the chance to spontaneously combust? Oh, that's all the time. All right, so let's think about kind of like stat design for like which slots this is going to be on. Chest and pants for block. Covers the greatest part of the body. Just kind of makes sense. Cooldown should be, and crit chance and crit power should be main hand, offhand, helmet. I think that works. Main hand, offhand, helmet, right? I think I need to add into this gear slots and slot types, right? And then we can say block cooldown is going to be pants, boots. Pants, boots. And then this is going to be pants, boots. And this is going to be cooldown, which is main hand, offhand, helmet. Main hand, offhand, helmet. Main hand, offhand, helmet. There we go. And then we've got damage magic. So main hand, offhand, helmet, chest, pants, boots. So it's all the things, right? And that way I can record these and I don't have to have this problem in the future where I'm like, which stat slot was that supposed to be? And this is supposed to be helmet, chest, pants, boots. Because that's a defensive stat. And these are all going to be helmet. No. Why would you autocomplete? Do not ever autocomplete. And there we go. There we go. What is this? Boots only. Boots only. All the stats. There we go. And now we know exactly what's going to happen here. Cool. It all makes sense. Shows you how many stats are helmet only, too. And that's really just all the EXP stats. Yep.
The ADHD Santa on Twitch with 500 bits said, after 90 years I just realized I spent over $300 beating Gauntlet Dark Legacy in the arcade.
Yeah, you did, dude. And it stole your quarter every time, doesn't it? Actually outrageous, but that is the way that it goes.
Red__VT on Twitch said, I am not even sorry.
You know, Red, I know you're not. You're like this every day.
Yokalabductee on Kick said, boot sequence on low light infrastructure, ambient airflow buffering through active threads, volatile scent packets escalating upward, far node luminosity, enters render distance, cognitive load nearing overflow, visual fidelity drop to low res, forced suspend state, initiated night cycle, checkpoint established, connection established with hotel. California high aesthetic interface detected, server capacity flagged, non_limited, persistent availability daemon, active year-round lookup status. True.
Why are you like this? Why have you become this way? Yeah, like here's a really weird one. Random implement stat was block cooldown. Why can implements roll block cooldown and block rating and block power? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to make that so it's pants and boots. Or, sorry, chest and pants. Not pants and boots. There we go. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know why implements could do that, but like these are some of the things where I'm like, what the hell was I doing? Yeah, block cooldown on chest. And then I gotta go find random leggings. What was that right next to? That was next to healing power. Yeah, I don't know why I did that, right? Tier 1 legs. Block cooldown reduction. There we go. There we go. Okay. That looks like block cooldown is working. And I need to find block power. This is going to get really weird. I need to find out how I roll these too, because that's going to be... There's going to be specific weapon types that can roll specific stats then. I think main hand, offhand should roll that too then, yeah? I need to rewrite all of these. Instead of writing it as mace weapon damage, I need to do it as main hand weapon damage. I'm going to rewrite the modifiers. We're going to make it so that this can be in 4 gear slots. And it will be main hand, offhand as well. Yeah. And health max and health regen can be offhand. I'm going to change all of this. All of the modifiers are changing. It's going to be a whole thing, dude. Defense. Defense is fine. Trying to think of anything else that I can add. Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. And alright. These will be set to 5 and 5. Okay, these are then static. And we're going to say rune calc equals that one. And this one can say gear modifier equals and that gear disparity, let's pull this. You know, I don't actually need these disparities anymore. I think I can actually remove those. Yep. And then we can take our rune modifier and we can take this calculation and just put it here. And we can take this calculation, put it there. Why is it mad? Excuse me? The hell? Yo, what? What is it reffing wrong? Why are you doing that? It's just decided not to do it. That's funny. Okay, everything there is cool. We can take all this and delete that out now. You. All right. Boop. There we go. Okay. Now it's a lot simpler, right? Now this system automatically targets or calculates what its modifier is supposed to be to make sure that all of these stay in parity with each other. Easy. Easy peasy. And so if I do this, and I say our number of gear slots is now 5, it will automatically change the gear modifier accordingly to make sure that it stays on target. Hell yeah. Nice. Wait on the ads. Did you mean to apply the rune slots to profession tools as well? Not yet. Don't worry about it. I said armor only. That middle of the update, don't worry about it. Wait on ads. Okay. Yeah, this is stupid. And this is dumb. I'm removing that. Because now we know what all the slots go into. So instead of it being T1 chest and then this, it's going to be T1 block power. T1 block rating. So on and so forth. So, I'm going to go into here. I'm going to take all of this. And I'm going to take all of this. Every single one of these. Throw it away. We're getting rid of it, Jen. All of it is going away. All of the gear in the game is changing now. Instead of random aces, it's going to be gear. Obliterate. Refactor. Less shit. Alright. And it's going to be tier 1 gear. And we'll go through each one of the stats. Let the purge begin. Alright, so let me see. We'll go to tier 2 and we're gonna look up block cooldown. But yeah, hopefully this fixes my life. Because it's gonna be a lot of stats. And so we can just have tier 1 gear block cooldown, and I don't have to care about it, right? And if I want to change this, I just have to change one modifier instead of changing the helmet, chest, pants, boots modifiers, right? Because that doesn't make any sense. This is going to keep all of it in parity with each other, and it should be good. I wanted originally to have different stat weights for each of the gear pieces, but I realized really quickly that that sucks. So we can just change the stat weights. Make it easy, right? Nice and simple. So we could have tier 1 gear. We'd have gear modifiers and rune carving modifiers, is the idea. And that's it. Make life easy. And then prefixes and suffixes, which are extras that are bonuses. Alright, so gear block cooldown. And that means the gear modifier is going to be 0.0625. Just like that. And it's done. That's sick, actually. That's going to make my life so much easier. This is going to be done today as a result. Just to be clear. Block cooldown, block rating, block power. Just block power. And block power's value is going to be 0.1250. Oh, there we go. And the next one. All I got to do is kind of set this up once, and then we're good. And block power, block rating, block cooldown. Power, block rating. Rating. Nice. And you can see now, those will be the only affixes needed for the entirety of all gear. Easy peasy. Yeah. You guys are goblins. Have a nice one.
Bitter Nerves on Kick said, I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my legions. Together we banished the bugs of Twitch, but you betrayed me, you betrayed us all. You cursed chat with milk, and you let it churn. Chat has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will. So let it be war, from Kick to Discord. Let the glue boil, let the bread mold, though it takes the last crumb of my Greg's, I will see chat freed once more. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let chat burn.
Are you okay over there? Cooldown, crit chance, and crit power. Cooldown. Cooldown reduction is what we need. Okay, cooldown is going to be... Where's my gear coefficient? There we go. 4167. My guy just quoted Warhammer for chat. Is that what it was? Was that a Warhammer quote? I don't know enough about Warhammer, man. I love Warhammer. It's super fun, but I'm a very new player to it. Critical strike chance, critical strike power. There we go. That's the name of the internal. Okay, critical strike chance. Coefficient is 0.3333. Critical strike power is 1.1667. There we go. I wonder if I could do dynamic modification of this, because they go up in a linear fashion. So I wonder if I can set that up on the Java side to just pull from the base and then go from there. You're concerned for KickChat? Not enough to go over there and check on them, but enough to hope that they have a painless end. Jesus, dude. Outrageous, really. You know what's funnier than 24? What is funnier? Kickchat is like forgotten stepchildren. You're intentionally walking away at the supermarket while I'm sitting there going, where are you going? You're like, you forgot me. Why did you forget me? And you're just walking away. That's all you're doing. This is your fault. Kickchat. You don't need to be this way. You could be any other way. Crit power. Damage. Magic. And we can do all the different status damages. Yeah. 1.250. Magic damage. Ugh. Oops. There we go. Okay, so magic damage, the base is 1.250, but on this one it's 5.0. Which seems like I've kind of cut it in half. I don't know if I should cut it in half. I guess this is target max too low, yeah? Yeah. There we go, set it up much higher. Much, much higher. Pick up the phone? No. I refuse. TTS are 2,000 points there, that's true.
Doc_Crowley on Kick said, as much as you thought the Cogfit was an expensive mini, check out this nonsense. Link incoming https://www.warhammer.com/n-gb/shop/mars-pattern-warlord-titan-body.
That's a lot of dashes. Alright, let's see. How expensive is this shit? Is it going to be ridiculous? 1 second. Boop. Close that. Close that. Open this. It's gonna load. Dude, what in the hell? What is that, and why is it so expensive? Is that only part of this set? It's not even the full Titan? Because, like, it's showing these is, like, grayed out. That price is only for the body. Really? That's crazy. That's honestly insane. Want to see something really cool? I was sent something really neat. As much as this is also insanely expensive, they sent me this. When I played Space Marine 2 a whole shitload, they actually sent me this in the mail. It's over on the other side of my office, sitting there, and gigantic. And the base of this is just solid cement and resin. And so I was told they sent me a package, and I was like, that's cool. All right, sick. I'm gonna go check it out. Yeah, no, it's like $1,400. It's like an insane amount of money. So they sent me a package, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna go to the PO box, and the PO box doesn't have it. And I'm like, that's weird. So I call them, call the post office, and they're like, yeah, we have it over here. You have to drive to come get it. So I had to drive about 45 minutes. I get there. I have a hybrid little baby car, right? The guy in there goes, yeah, there's no package for you here. And I was like, they said it was here. And then he goes in the back and he goes, well, you should have said it was the biggest thing in here. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean it's the biggest thing? I had no idea what they sent me at all. The guy brings this thing out, wheels it out. It's like 60 pounds in a gigantic, ridiculously awkward box, right? We get it over to the car. We put it up onto the car. It's probably more than 60 pounds. The thing is heavy as shit. It's made out of cement. It barely fits in the car. I had to put all of the seats down in the back, push it all the way up against the front seats, slide both of the front seats forward, and then close the trunk, and it barely fit. Barely. Then I had to get it here, and we couldn't carry it up the stairs because it was too big and ridiculous. So I had to take all the components out of the box downstairs and carry them up individually and then put it together in my office. It's enormous. Also, it has a switch out helmet as well, and the helmet lights up, and it's crazy. Yeah, no, it's complete. All of these guys, like all the pieces, are actually fit together with big magnets as well. So you can pull his arm off and all kinds of shit. And he's also got like a chain sword and stuff as well. It's the craziest thing that I have in my office, and it's just in the corner and enormous. How tall is it? Like a child. It's like a child. Can I show you? I can show you part of it. I'm not going to take the whole thing out, but let me go grab it. One sec. All right, I want to be really careful with this thing because it'll break otherwise. Boop. But, like, this is his arm. And you can see it fits together with these magnets, right? But, like, all of this, it's all made out of resin, dude. Like, all of it is. So it's got, like, a spider web on it. But, yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's a crazy item. Right, but they sent me this thing in the mail. It's huge. It's actually, oh, it's void. Yeah, no, they're enormous. It's like there's the hammer, but you can swap this out for a chain sword if you want. It's enormous. It's enormous. Anyway, I'm gonna go put this back. It is cool as hell. It's huge. All right. Yeah, it's sitting over in the corner of my office on the like weird table that I have back there. The blue screen of deception. Oh no, no, it's a green screen. Yeah, it's not blue. That'd be weird, right? Yeah, you might want to get your eyes checked. The budget, I had to use it. They were talking about it, but yeah, this thing is insane, dude. So these things get nuts. Let's see if we can show the helmet there. Yeah, but look at all the detail on it, man. These pictures are great. You can put his helmet on. Whoop. You know about the Trench Crusade? What? Yeah, dude, I don't know a huge amount about Warhammer. My first... I couldn't get into the minis because they're so expensive. So I got into, instead, originally Vermintide, and Vermintide 2, and then Darktide, and then Space Marine 2. I didn't play Space Marine 1. And then... trying to think of everything else since then. Rogue Trader. I tried playing the phone game, Tacticus or whatever. I didn't like it. It wasn't for me. The Blue Space Marine? No. That'd be like... Why would I have it... Why would I have a Space Marine that's blue, dude? That's like the color of a urinal cake, right? And then, like, also they have, like, the Ultramarines. They have a toilet bowl for a logo, right? Why would I want that in my house? Why would I want an Ultra latrine in my house, dude? Nobody wants that. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that? Why would anyone do that? Toilet Smurf. Oh, it's so funny, dude. Okay, damage magic. Magic damage is here. That coefficient's going to be pretty good, I think. We've got magic damage. We've got damage projectile. Projectile damage. Magic damage. What's the next one? Damage. What is this one? Weapon? And then damage PvE. Damage PvP. This is going to make life so much easier, dude. No, this is not code. What are you talking about? 0.1389. There we go. Okay, so these coefficients are going to be like this for PvE and PvP damage, because I think I need that to be lower, because it's a multiplicative with the rest of your damage types. Also... Oh, wait, no, that's the rune modifier multiplier. It's 0.4167. That was almost stupid. Yeah, also, the reason why we want that to be so much lower is because it also works on main hand, offhand, and all 4 of the armor pieces, while the other damage magic and damage types are as well, and they can multiplicatively scale with each other, so we don't want these to be too high. They'd be way too powerful. Way, way, way too strong. Alright, the next one is going to be healing power. Grab this. Healing. Nice. That's just healing power. And that coefficient is 2.0833. Perfect. Nice. Give us boss damage stat? You're looking for elite damage, basically. Snappy. Like Diablo style. Yeah? I'm gonna go with a maybe on that. Elite and boss damage? Elite damage would cover boss damage. You guess never played Diablo? It's an exact stat from Diablo. Yep. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's necessary. And I think the only reason you want to have elite damage like that is if you scale bosses into the sun. Is it a division stat too? Is it really? Oh yeah, no, you're right. It totally is. Yeah, I guess it's a thing. Like, if you want to scale boss HP into the sun, then you want to scale elite damage into the sun to compensate. If you decide to take out your 401k early, there is a section asking if it's for Warhammer. If that's the case, there's no penalty for converting your 401k into a few pieces of your army set. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. That's ridiculous, dude. What's the matter with you?
Seldunama on Kick said, "Good morning, Thor. Have you ever considered making some kind of spin the wheel randomizer to pick what game you play for the day, and it just pulls a game out of your queue at random?
Maybe.
It might be a fun way to start making some progress through the list."
What is this? Huh. Twitch is suddenly doing something weird. I now have a thing called an ads manager. But I think it's the same ads manager? Because the box was empty and I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know. Twitch doing weird shit again. Yeah, I don't really know what's happening there. Is that why ad notifications are broken? What do you mean ad notifications are broken? What? In what way are they broken? You don't get the timer when ads are about to start? What do you mean? I've never had a timer pop up for that. You don't get ads, you're on Kick, you goblin. Yeah, I'm really confused. Yeah, Bezos pops up. That's when you know ads are happening, right? Depends on what you mean by that, Jarvis. They can mean all kinds of stuff. The pop-up that comes up telling the streamer and mods that ads are about to start. I just have an automated system with StreamerBot to do that. I don't know what the baseline functionality is or was. I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest. I got nothing, dude. Defense. Nice. Nice. Okay, so defense is going to be coefficient of 0.6875. See, now if I want to change all of the scaling for all of the items in the entire game, I can change a single modifier. Which is kind of freaking rad. Okay. And that's going to be additional experience class. Yep. And I guess it's 5.0. What did it used to be? 3.333? I feel like it's stronger than it used to be, about like a mile. Oh, I guess because runes went down. Yeah, this was the rune carving coefficient. It's much smaller now. Okay. Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about, Kane? Your version of what is secure? Using an LLM? Is that what you're talking about? What do you mean? Now that the FDA says vapes are safe? What? Wait, what? Did I miss this shit? Hold up. FDA says vapes are safe. No, they just approved certain e-cigarettes and vapes for adults. They never said they were safe. Yeah, that's a fake. No, there's no official announcement from the FDA that says they're fake. They're fake. They're just approved for adult use, while still saying that they're not safe for you. Where did you get that idea? That's a one guy? It's not, though. That's like the 15th person that said this. Yeah, approved doesn't mean safe. They also approve cigarettes, my dude. Yeah, they're authorized. They also authorize, like, alcohol. It's not good for you, but it's allowed. Why do you just replace a word with another word? Why do you replace allowed with good for you. Why? Words have meaning, damn it. What's the matter with you? Maybe because they want it to be true? That's like literally over 12 people who said this. Semantics? No, not semantics. No, this is not semantics. This is actual usage of words. Approved or allowed does not mean safe for consumption and use. It is approved and allowed knowing you're still going to get lung cancer. Just like cigarettes. Same shit. What are we talking about? People saying the FDA says that vapes are now safe, which is not what they've ever said. They've just approved them for adult use. Specific ones. Yeah, approved means you can use it. It does not mean it is safe. You know, you can just say things on the internet. I know, dude. Yeah. All this means is that they're not illegal. That's it. God damn it, dude. Yeah, saw it online, must be true. I just don't understand how that shit happens, dude. Heard in my dream last night? Yeah. How did pigs end up in terms of signups? Over 500 video games. Kendall, it's enormous. I'm sending out emails like in the next day or two. I've got an auto mailer that I've set up, so I'll be able to send out all of the emails. There's a lot. I can only approve like 50 to 60 of them. We've gone over them and got a set of them, and now I need to go over them again and like pair them back and go over them again and pair them back. I am not putting any priority on games that are wanting to sponsor the event. Nothing like that. Although there were 25 that wanted to sponsor, so that's pretty freaking cool. That's rad. I'm probably going to choose 5 among those as sponsored games, right? I don't feel comfortable doing more than 10% of the games as sponsored. That feels greasy in some way. Outside of that, I am not approving any of the games that can't do an interview. That's like super important, so I won't be able to do that because a big part of the event is that your game is shown for an hour and then you do an interview for an hour. If you can't do the interview portion, it kind of defeats the purpose, so I can't approve any of those games. I think it's about it. Like, it's just quite a lot. Will the other 20 still be considered even if the sponsor part is denied? Yes. In fact, in the last event, we found some people that wanted to sponsor, and they were like tiny studios, and I was like, no, I'm not taking your money, like, at all. In fact, one of them, they went to join the event, and like everything was set up for them to do the sponsor, and I hadn't manually reviewed that one, and I was like, literally right as they were coming on, I was like, hey guys, give me a minute, and I told them, I was like, don't take their money. This is bullshit. They're a tiny studio, and we canceled their sponsor of the event right then, because it made no sense. They're like really small, right? And so like I don't want to have that situation again. It was our first event doing this. I learned a lot of shit. I'm just not going to do that this time. So I'm getting everything out of the way up front. Let's see. Do you expect your bananas to be washed soon? Bro, what is happening in chat? You loved the interviews? I'm glad. I'm really glad. Yeah. Really, really glad about it. But I need to like work on that and send everybody their stuff. The hardest part now is I'm going to be getting everybody into a Discord. And then after I get everyone into a Discord, the hardest part is determining what days can you be on, right? What day and time of day are you going to be able to be here with a person for the thing? Because, like, I stream from midnight till noon each day. When can they do it, right? So, like, that's the hard part. And we got about 15 days to figure it out, which is more than enough time. So I'm not too worried about it. Dihydrogen monoxide is a deadly poison. It is. If you breathe it in, you'll die. Yeah, when can we do the thing? Indie Helper, or Indie Summer, if I could talk. In December helped us so much. Thanks to all the traction we have, a huge reveal on the 25th of May. It's super wild and I still can't believe it. Dude, rock on. That's freaking awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Do you want to see what I've been working on today, Kendall? It's a bunch of math. It's a bunch of math. Look, I rebalanced my entire MMO. All the statistics are now in parity with each other between runes that you... Let me show you the problem, and I wrote a calculator to do this. You can have up to 6 different slots of gear, main hand, offhand, helmet, chest, pants, boots. You can also have, within those gear slots, up to 18 total rune slots, so 3 per piece of gear, right? I need half of your power to come from the runes and half of your power to come from the gear. I need all of these to have randomized statistics on them. So I had to write a calculator that said, what is the total amount of stat that you want? Half of it comes from gear, half of it comes from runes, and then writes a coefficient for each and every one of these so that they stay equal to each other in terms of power to still reach the total maximum gear requirement. And that's it. And now I'm plugging all those coefficients into the video game. Rebuild all of it. How did you figure that out? I don't know. Excel and my brain. That's about it, right? And here's all those coefficients for runes and all the coefficients for gear. Yay. Yeah, this is not satanic worship. This is just math. It's just math. I'm using Markdown Excel because of LLMs. Ew. Ew. That's gross. All right, anyway. I've got these set up now. What kind of... Let me see. What experience coefficients do we have? We have fishing, herbalism, logging, mining, rune carving. Why is this a rune carving twice? Hunting. Weird. There we go. EXP fishing. I have so many professions. Okay, let's see. Well, that was weird. All right, so we've got fishing. We've got, what's the next one? Herbalism. I'm writing all the tokens for each one of these right now, which is why it takes forever. And then we've got logging. Being a lumberjack. And then mining. Can I send you a DM in Discord to spoil you what we're showing, but don't show it to anyone? Yes. You can send that. And I won't show anybody. Mining. Rune carving. I just realized alchemy is not on this list. That's a mistake. Hunting. Alchemy. How did I not get alchemy on this list? Okay, let's make sure that we get all of these. Mining, logging, archaeology. Fishing, herbalism, hunting. Cooking, rune carving, alchemy. There's 9 of them in total. And I think I may have forgotten cooking as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What am I missing? Let's just go through this then. Let's do them in order from the top. Okay, so mining. And then logging. And, oh, archaeology. God damn it. I don't know how that is in the list. I'm dumb. Archaeology. And then fishing. And then herbalism. And then hunting. And then cooking. And then alchemy. There we go. Nice and fixed. Save. Your hair is getting out of hand. Dude, it's doing stupid shit lately. It's doing all kinds of dumb shit. I don't know why. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, mining, insert, cut cells, and then I will check your post in just a minute, by the way. I gotta do this or my brain is gonna turn off in the middle of this. Insert, and then logging. Mining, logging, archaeology. Insert here. Take this. Put it there. Archaeology. Then the next one is going to be fishing, herbalism, hunting. Insert. And then after hunting, we have cooking. And then rune carving and then alchemy. Done. Alright, let's see what your message is. Ooh. Bro. My man, what are you making? You send me a thing like that. That is outrageous. You guys are making some cool shit. Don't spoil. I'm not spoiling shit. I'm not spoiling anything. I'm not spoiling. There's a cool thing on the right monitor over there that you can't see. When are you releasing that? 25th? You got 12 days. You got 12 days for me to screw up and accidentally show it. And then get fired from life. Out of a cannon. No, it looks really cool, man. That looks really cool, honestly. Damn. I'm excited for you. You're making cool shit. Max health. There we go. Okay, max health coefficient in this case is going to be... Where is it? 1.2. All right. Coefficients. We love it. What is going on with the point hole? Why you like this? It's the point hole. I dare you intrigue us all. Look, I'm gonna be real. Every time that Kendall is and their team are ever working on anything, it's always a banger. This is no exception. This is gonna be really cool, dude. Like really, really cool. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. It's you'll see. It's gonna be rad. Looks really goddamn cool, dude. Health regeneration. Okay, so health regeneration is going to be very different. That one is 0.0170. Very tiny. Oh, the point hole's a scam? I mean, yeah, that's the point. You an Alan Wake fan? Phasmophobia has done a big update with character customization and Alan Wake crossover puzzles. Wait, really? Okay. I like Phasmophobia because it's silly with friends. I don't like Phasmophobia because it amounts to, what's your name? Did you ever kill anyone? And then it starts screaming and kills somebody. And like, that's the game. But it's really fun with friends. Up until that moment. Right? Really funny. Did you ever kill anyone? Are you hungry for a pizza? Are you wearing shoes? And then screaming and death. One of your chill comfy games? It's very hard to die to the ghost. We must be playing a very different game if you're describing Phasmophobia as chill and comfy. Like... I don't know what game you're playing. You have to get good to loop the ghost? What does that even mean, dude? There's no... It's not fear. It's mostly just like... You walk in, you ask a couple of questions. There's no... The way that I felt about Phasmophobia is there's no build-up. There's no, like, slow build-up to something with the ghost. You kind of walk into the house, and it starts shitting and screaming and murdering people. Is how it felt to me every time I played it. Because I don't know anything about it. And there's no, like, slow learning experience. It was just like, all hell is breaking loose. You don't know how to play enough? Of course, obviously. That's the new player experience. It teaches badly, but it's so good. See that? That right there? That's what I'm talking about. So it's hard to understand as a new player of like, how do I have a slow build-up instead of just a murder instant, right? Like an instant murder simulator, which is what it was doing. I love the game, though. I think it's cool. Play with friends. Respectfully, my friends are also bad at the game. When I played with them, we all died the same way. It was just instant death. Maybe I should play with Tix because Tix apparently knows how to play. We're all bad at it. None of us were good. Find friends good at it? God damn it. Only Tix knows. Started watching streamers, and then it was way easier. I'm a streamer. I have no me to watch. I'll even show you the potato? What does that mean, dude? What do you mean, show us the potato? Some of us know too. Okay, I'm gonna teach you something about streaming. And this is we're gonna open up, you know, just a little bit behind the curtain for a second here. Half of you know what you're talking about with a video game. The other half of you have no idea what you're talking about. You are both just as convincing. That is what it's like to be a streamer. Like that's every game ever, and that's just how it works. You can never believe anything chat says. Ever. Chat MD is the worst, dude. Yeah, chat says yesn't. Like, I could literally be like, hey, does this guy drop a horse? And one guy be like, yeah, I got like 5 horses off it. And the other guy be like, that's a lie. There's no horses off this. There's no horses in this game. How would I know the answer? It makes no sense. You're like the worst LLM sometimes. Promise. Yeah, I got 30 horses. And then you're like, hey, did you actually get 5 horses? And they're like, yeah, but they were pigs. And then the other guy, who is mad that there are no horses in the game, leaves chat. And that's the experience. That is a standard experience with talking to chat. Where they redefine what a horse is, and half of them leave. We're the best LLM because we were actually funny. True. True. And I don't just mean looking. Stop talking about milk, Red. Dear God. Do the pigs have lipstick on? Probably. One of them was labeled with 1, one was 2, and the other one was 4 as well. I don't know why they're labeled that way. Yeah. Could be any reason. There are no horses, they're all donkeys. You want to see something funny? All the horses in Block Game are Hanses. And all the donkeys are Zoltralord. It's true. Yeah. They've been that way for ages. Oh yeah, I forgot about the chickens. Wait. We know the truth about chickens, that's true. Here, wait. It's a government drone. Yep. Yep. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled.
In _Blanky on Kick with 500 kicks said Thor hates Kick chat. We are your forgotten child. Twitch chat hogged all the 7 brain cells. We had to make our own with nothing but milk. You made us.
Okay, I'm giving half the brain cells to Kick chat. I'm giving half to Twitch chat. And YouTube, you get to make yours out of milk. Actually, how do we split this? We're creating lore. All right, we're creating lore. 3 brain cells for Twitch chat, 3 brain cells for Kick chat, and 1 brain cell for YouTube. That's how it'll work. 3, 3, and 1. 3, 3, and 1. That's how it'll go. Yes. YouTube gets a single brain cell. They must share it equally, though. That's bullshit. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine if it's bullshit. What are you going to do about it? You only have 3 brain cells. You can't even fight about it. Cake has more brain per goblin? True. Yeah. Yeah, true. 6 brain cells. No, 7 total. Maybe I didn't give them enough. My YouTube keeps crashing with 1 brain cell? Yes. Isn't YouTube superior? I mean, you have 1 brain cell, and all you need is 1. See how I made that seem better somehow for YouTube? Yeah. Yeah. Give them back? No. When the time of goblins arises and the time of man ends, I will give each chat 7 brain cells. But for now, you will split the 7 brain cells between each other. You may fight amongst yourselves and claim that Mom said that you were allowed to have all 7 brain cells, but the others will not believe you, for you are a liar. But you may still try. It's up to you. Are you the mom in this scenario? No. I'm going to get the milk now. And I'm back. Well, chat, we've been abandoned. Battle Royale for the Brain Cell? Brain Cell Royale. Oh, shit. We should have a daily battle between the different chats. And we could call it Brain Cell Royale. where we have chat compete against all three of the platforms. It could be like Jeopardy. We could have Brain Cell Royale, dude. Imagine the nightmare. Make a tournament and block game. Grim. Should be your next game, Brain Cell Royale. Whoever wins gets the brain cell, gets the single brain cell. Oh no. Tix, you're starting to sound like Kick Chat. Deeply horrifying. Your brain is the smoothest? I mean, that does make it faster. That's how it works. Band name called it Brain Cell Royale. God damn it, dude. Okay, health regeneration. What's the next stat? Move speed. I'm so happy that I switched over to this system. Move speed. Nice. Oh, wait, there's gathering speed, too. Shit. We've got stats that I didn't put in here. I don't have a target for gathering speed, actually. Is that 8% on gathering speed? I think it might be. Yeah, I think it might be. Oh, there's also reduced hunger now, too, yeah? I need to figure out what slots those are on. Gathering speed should only be on a couple of item slots. Because we got reduced hunger now too. I think that should be main hand offhand for gathering speed. I think... Wait, what is this one going to be? It's not gathering speed. I'm dumb. There's durability resilience too. Oh god, I have so many stats I didn't do. Durability, resilience. Think Heimdall needs a cheese timeout? Dude, maybe. I'm really glad that I watched Kick Chat lose its mind, drop the brain cell, and now is rapidly losing everything. And is infecting the rest of chat, and now people are screaming fox cheese and whale cheese and mushroom milk. God damn it, dude. Remember when chat was normal? Do you guys remember that? I remember that. You had to make do with milk brain cells? You have 3 of them now. Use them. Don't you say no. I'm on to you. Durability, resilience. This is going to be actually rough. It's not going to make any sense. Let me see. Durability, resilience should probably be a couple of different stats. Let me see. Gathering. This is going to be main hand, offhand. Like that. We're going to take this. Insert cut cells there. And we're going to do main hand, offhand for gathering speed. Durability, resilience should probably be... I think that should go on armors. I don't think it should go on weapons. Actually, I think it should go on everything. MO, HC, P, B. 6. It's not a desirable stat, but it's an okay stat. You know? Yeah. Unless you give them your name. What? Yeah, this went downhill since the Thor Thursday exclusive kick stream. That's true. Once I unleashed the goblins into actual kick chat, it's gone bad. How fast of a gathering speed should I make this? I actually don't know. How fast is gathering speed? Is that 20%? Oh, that's 2%. That is 2% gathering speed. So 0.02. So I want gathering speed to be 0.5. So 50% increase. I think it's fine. A face made for radio and a voice for the papers. Hell yeah. Oh. I just realized I haven't put up the short for the day. I keep forgetting to do that. Let's see. No. Diablo 4. There we go. Setting this up. The short for the day. Infinite Barbarian. Save that. Schedule it. Please. Helldivers win? I don't know. I haven't played Helldivers in ages. I'm going through and setting up the short for the day and probably tomorrow. Goblin behavior. Alright. Chaotic neutral barbarian is your spirit animal? Hell yeah. Wait, he hates it now? I don't hate it. Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just because I'm not playing a video game currently right now on stream doesn't mean I hate it. And if you keep telling people that, they're gonna run with it. Because people on the internet, they just believe any goddamn thing that's told to them. So stop it. Stop doing it. Stop it. They're going to believe it. They're going to believe it. They're going to believe it. They'd be like, he hates Helldivers now. Ugh. No. No. I like that game. That game is fun. I swear to God. I'm gonna boycott chat, dude. I'm doing it. That's right. He hates gaming now? Oh. Thor hates the Pope? No, I think the Pope is a wizard. It's different. I think the Pope is actually a secret ascendant wizard. And has terrifying giga power and he fights demons in hell. He's actually the greatest Helldiver known to man. It's true. You can't wear a robe with a cool hat for that long without gaining powers. Yeah, why do you hate Pee-wee 2 for 16 more days? Oh my god. It's only 16 more days. Yeah, the Pope is Doom Guy. Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, the Pope is Doom Guy. You weren't really supposed to know, but I'm going to leak all the Vatican secrets, so there you go. Yeah. Yeah, you figured it out. Every time Doom Guy gets old, he becomes a Pope. I'm still sad that the pizza guy didn't become Doom Guy. The guy named Pier Batista Pizza Balla. I just wanted him to be Pope for the name. That's it. And only so I could post pictures of Eric Andre. That was the only reason. I was like, oh man, somebody ordered a Pizza Balla? Amazing, actually. Wild name. I know it changed. I know when they become Pope, they change their name, but he would have been Pizza Balla in my heart, dude. Koopa Troopa, yet you came to my chat. Curious. Nightmare. Yes. He could have been the Pope. He could have been the Pope of pizzas, dude. Could have been a Pope of pizzas. He poped a Pope? Poped a pizza? Dude, I haven't had a pizza in ages. I haven't had a pizza in ages at all, man. You gonna turn me into the Pope police? What does that even mean? Can they even operate outside the Vatican? I don't think they can. I just won't go to the Vatican. Oh, wow. Difficult. Ugh. I mean, if they ever caught me, they'd put me in a box in, like, a museum somewhere, you know? Along with the Ark of the Covenant. I'd be, like, right next to it. Wait, that's what you have to do. This is how you gain infinite power, chat. You let the Pope arrest you, and then you break out of the box they put you in, and then you gain access to the Ark of the Covenant. That's it. That's the way. Gathering speed. Target max. This should not be gathering speed. It should be some other stat. What is the other stat? Do we have movement speed? It's reduced hunger. That's what I need. Reduced hunger. And it needs to be, what is that, 1% per? We need to have up to 25, so negative 25. There we go. There we go. Nice, this totally works. Durability resilience needs to be up to 25%. The Ark of the Covenant isn't in the Vatican, though? I bet it is. I bet they said that to throw you off the scent. Yeah. Yeah. What are you working on? I am rebalancing block game. We're rebuilding the entire itemization system from the ground up. And it's a lot of different work on all of this, so. I may actually not have scaling durability resilience in the way that I was thinking before. I don't think so. Because I have rune carving durability resilience, up to 5% per rune. Yeah. I may just do that. I don't know how I want to do this just yet. Because this is not a overall stat on the character. This is an individualized stat for the character. So it may be different in the way that I handle this. But I do need a coefficient somewhere on here. I think I'm going to get rid of this. This one's not going to have a standardized coefficient. It'll have its own custom coefficient. So, yeah. That'll be a manually acquired coefficient. So instead of target max, I'm going to say NA. And then... then we'll go into this, and we'll make this one... it's going to be 5% per. Durability resilience is going to be 1. So I think we do a gear modifier of 1. And a rune modifier of 1. So then we can get our gear modifier of 5, rune modifier of 1. So it's always going to be 5. I think that works. So this one's going to be very different. Yeah, there won't be any, like, modification in this way. There we go. Jarvis makes the point of narration versus plot. What do you mean? Yeah, so it'll be 3% to 15%. And then up to 5 innately. And when it rolls, it will always be 5%. I don't think that should ever be lower than 5%. I think it sucks. It'll just roll a 5% coefficient. Flat. Boop. Grab this. So reduced hunger. Where's that going to start? Negative 6250. Durability resilience is 5. Just straight up 5. And then gathering speed is 0.0125. There we go. Nice. And then if we look at gathering speed, let me make sure that this is actually set right. It's set to be a target max of 50%. Cool. I think that works. I think that works. I just realized I'm in the wrong sheet. F. One moment. Okay, we did health regeneration and then movement speed, and movement speed is set to... this is gear. Grab movement speed. Zero, 005. So with movement speed, we want a maximum of 10%. That's the max, right? So 10% there, we need 0.0005 for the coefficient. There we go. It's so tiny. It's so small. See the spreadsheet game? Always fun. Yeah, sometimes you get to spreadsheet it up, right? But I'm adding new modifications, new modifiers for the game. We've got health maximum now. We've got health regen now. I gotta do reductions now. Let me actually take this gathering speed and move it. These are all the new ones. Block cooldown, block power, block rating. And then cooldown. And then crit chance and crit power. Damage magic. Projectile. PvE, PvP. Let's grab these. And then after that, we're going to do healing power. And then damage weapon. And then defense. Defense is in there. And then EXP class. Mining, logging, archaeology, fishing, herbalism, hunting, cooking, rune carving, alchemy. And then we're done with that. And then health maximum. Health regeneration. And movement speed. Now I gotta go to the next ones. Now we're gonna have reduction, fall, PvE, and PvP. Okay, reduction fall. Let me go to here. Reduction. Yeah, PvE reduction, PvP reduction. There we go. Do. And PvP reduction. And I guess the last one's going to be fall reduction. Pretty sure it's just called fall reduction. Fall reduction should only be on boots, though. It's going to make my life so much easier when this is done, dude. It's going to be so much easier. Nice. Okay. Fall. Yeah, fall reduction. Fall damage reduction. .9. So when we do fall damage reduction, the maximum for that needs to be 45, so it needs to be 2.250. Actually, I feel like fall damage reduction should be much higher than that. I think you should probably get that to 50. I think that's totally fine. Reduction PvE can go to 50. Reduction PvP can go to 80. Yeah. Actually, I think it should be 60. There we go. Because then it'll be 80 with the baseline on top of it. And I think that's it. And that works. Thor and Simon Hightail are having a wrestling match? Why? Why are we having a WrestleMania match? Why?
Googly_eyed_beast on Twitch said goblins and trolls and 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 oh, what was I thinking?
It's a good jam, dude. Fall damage reduction, and that fall reduction is going to be, what is my coefficient? 2.5. 2.5000. There we go. And PvE reduction is going to be 0.6250. Yeah. I don't need any of these. These don't matter. Whoop. Oh. Maybe they do matter. What am I using that for? Ah. I don't think I need that part of the coefficient. Honestly. Yeah, I don't. I'm going to remove this part of the coefficient. Wait, what? Okay. That's a little bit weird. Now we can grab this one. That one is also using that. And now we can take these and delete them. Right, like this. Why is it taking that? Is this a recursive value? Uh-oh. I was worried for a moment that I had recursed my values, and I don't think I did. I think I'm alright. Nice. Alrighty. There we go. We've done it. By God, he's done it. Okay, now what I need to do is take this and put it there. Take this and put it there. Take this and put it here. Delete these. Okay, gear slots, slot types, gear mod max, for mod max. Cut that. Insert cut cells there. And now it looks way easier to deal with. My God, he's done it. And now I can take these and insert there. And now take this one, make it like this, take these, put them like this, and now I don't have to care about anything. All that is calculation, and this is the actual coefficients that I need. Nice. Enjoy this weird bug. Was it a weird bug? What are you guys talking about in chat? You've lost your minds. I look away for 1 minute and everyone's talking about getting bitten by a rat, dude. What happened, dude? This is how were-rats happen, dude. Like, I've seen enough Dwarf Fortress to know where this goes. Alright? We're not allowing this. Okay, we can take this one and insert a cell there, and I think we're good. I think that's all I need now. Math is mathing. We look good. Everything's cool. Cool. Very nice. And if I change this to, say, 75, it changes those coefficients. Hell yeah. I built an auto system, and it works. And now it looks good. I just put it over there. I don't have to deal with it. So now, with this doing that, I can take this whole thing and do this off in the corner, and take this and put it here, and now I can balance the entire MMO instantly, and I don't have to care. Simple. Easy. Okay, so fall reduction, PvE damage reduction. I need to go for PvE. PvE. Where's my PvE? PvE damage reduction is what I need. And then PvP damage reduction. For our PvE damage reduction, we've got 0.1389 for runes, and we need the gear one, so 6250. And for the PvP one, we need more damage reduction on that because it goes up higher. And that's 7,500. And we're good. Hell yeah. What is this? Let me unrestrict your message. You just made your account, so Twitch thought that you were like a robot. Shanita. Yesterday you started learning your first coding language, Lua, just to make some toy and aeronautics. Add-on for Create in Minecraft. My journey has begun. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, if you just made your account and then you message in my stream like as your first message and your account was made like a couple minutes ago, it'll think that you're a Banovator. That's a Twitch thing. Yeah, that's all it is. So don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong. I saw your message. That's really lovely, honestly. Coconut Dr. Pepper? That's weird. The hell?
Couchinaut on Twitch said, Thor, we need to talk about your birds are government drones theory. We can obviously all agree that birds aren't real. I mean, look at them. But there are pictures of birds from times before we had drone technology.
It's AI.
So, no government could have been able to make those birds. No human government. Alien
AI.
Government drones.
No. That's AI. That's what they want you to think. You ever heard of the Mandela effect? Birds didn't exist before the 1970s. Just like diamonds didn't need to be required to get married. Think about it. Think about it. You weren't there. All that documentation, fake. And for those who were there, memory implantation. It's true. The birds are there because they've always been there, right? The dodo never truly existed? Wrong. The dodo was a prototype, and it failed. It's extinct. They fly now. Yeah. Thanks for seeing. Anytime. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Resist knockback is going to be 0113. And if we look at this, it's 020. So 0113. And gathering speed. Did I already do gathering speed? I think it did. Nope. Love this song. Gathering speed is 0125. There we go. And AoE size amplifier is the next one. And we need to call this one gear, actually. I can't wait to break all tier 1 armor. It's going to be fantastic. So one penguin malfunctioned and was phoned home to the hidden base in the mountain? Yes. Exactly, so you're getting it.
Delahands on Kick said, cause I'm the wanderer, yeah, the wanderer. I roam around, oh well, I roam from town to town. I go through life without a care, till I'm as happy as a clown with my 2 fists of iron and I'm going nowhere.
Who made you this way? Who made you like this? You did? I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true at all. 6250. Reduce hunger should be on 4 pieces. Head, chest, pants, boots. Negative 25 is what we need to get to, so it's negative 0.3. Target max divided by 2, divided by 10, divided by 4. Easy peasy. What are penguins? You mean penguins? Penguins. Glorious penguins, dude. The ostrich was the first attempt at subterranean spyware. It's true. Okay, this is set up correctly. Gathering speed is just main hand offhand. Resist knockback is any one of the chest piece, all that stuff. Movement speed is boots only. Reduction fall is boots only. Health, regen, and max are offhand and all the different body parts. AoE size amplifier is anything. That's set to 6. Durability resilience. This is the next one. Durability resilience, I think, is the last stat that I have to worry about. And then we're done. All right. There it is. And gear should be 5%. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Think resilience should scale off your milk gathering speed? You are the worst. You could be literally any other way, and you've chosen to be this horrible thing, whatever this is. It's actually terrifying what you've become.
Scrap Happy on Twitch said, glorious silky-haired goblin lord, have you ever played Subnautica?
Yes.
Or would you play it on stream with Subnautica 2 coming out on early release tomorrow?
Subnautica might be a lot of fun to play. I don't see why not. Yeah. I really like Subnautica, so that works. Okay. Time to add statistics to the items. And to cry deeply at the fact that I don't need most of these anymore. Are you guys ready for all this bullshit I'm about to provide? Yeah, Subnautica 2 is something I really want to play, though, man. By God, the stats. All right. It's time to build a helmet. We're going to get rid of all of these. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready to build a helmet? All right. First stat on helmet. Cooldown. Anything that has an H is helmet. So cooldown is the first one. And all I gotta do is that. Wait, why is this set to 1? Oh, glad I came back and checked all this. Jesus. We'll have to fix this. Everything's rolling like legendary right now. Let's see. We've got cooldown. And then crit chance. Helmets can now roll crit. And then crit power. And then, what's the next helmet thing? Damage magic. There we go. So damage and then archetype. So this one's going to be damage projectile. And then healing power, which we don't need. Damage PvE. And then we don't need healing power because that's only for them. Then defense. Defense is the next one. So it can randomly roll additional defense. And then EXP. So for helmets, they get a bunch of EXP. 1, 2... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. That's the cool part about this, is I can literally just copy paste over all these. And then once I have one of these items, I have all of them. Which is going to make my life really easy. I just have to get the templates down first, which is what I've done. You guys excited for the new block game stats? I hope so.
Noctis6502 on Twitch with 500 bits said eggshells are made of calcium.
No.
So are bones. If we drive skeleton mechs, that means chickens are born inside their own mech. The egg is their pre-installed cockpit, the egg yolk is the built-in snack bar. Since chicks have bones, that's their exoskeleton. When a chick hatches, it ejects from its first mech, the egg, to its second, more mobile mech. Conclusion: chickens are biomechanical warlords with a 2-stage deployment system. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
You know, that's bullshit, but I believe it. That's bullshit, but I believe it. Okay, next one is reduction, PvE, PvP, and resist knockback. And then AoE size amplifier. Let's see. We got AoE size amplifier. Reduced hunger and durability resilience. Holy shit. Save it. All right. It's going to be very mad. Hell yeah. This is great. This is really, really good, actually. Nice. All right. So, cool thing is, now I can actually change every single one of these statistics at any time, and it will automatically change all of these stats across all of the items in the entirety of the game. In order to do balance passes now, it will take me seconds rather than hours once I get all of these put through. And that's pretty goddamn rad. Nice. Very excited about that. We can take this, pop it up here, go over to this, and say this is our helmet classification here, and we're good to go. And all I have to do to change it between tiers is say T2 on this, because the tokens all have the exact same name. And it will scale up, and we're good to go. Yay. Ugh. Send rooster at crocodile. You're a rooster. And a crocodile. Omega Sion, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's a good day, dude. It's so
Nezeric21
so
on
much to
Twitch
get
said,
done.
"Hey Thor, do you know about
Hey.
the Trench Crusade?
No.
If not, look it up. The lore is so good. It's like Warhammer but more focused on a bloodbath stalemate war of humanity fighting the forces of hell for about 800 years or more, and God and angels are real, but they cannot intervene in the war until true demons step foot on Earth.
What?
They also have paladins but limited in numbers due to both no pure human vessel to contain divine power and heaven not choosing one in over 300 years.
I say again. What? What? That's wild, dude. Chest. Ranger suffix. Cooldown. Corrupted wizard suffix. We're gonna make this ranger suffix. Meatball, why are you breaking into my office? What is it that you want, little man? He's like, I don't know, but I'm here. And he leaves. Thanks, bud. Busts open the door, leaves. I want to check that out, though, man. That actually sounds cool.
Wick Mike on Twitch with 500 bits said, "Thor, I bet you thought you had a complete D&D dice collection, didn't you? But you are so wrong. Website coming in, https://www.etsy.com/listing/9689."
Oh, why am I yawning so much? I'm dying, dude. There's no reason for this. I slept so long. This is the longest URL. I need to look at this now. What is this? Let me see. I have that dice. I literally have that dice. It's sitting right here on my desk. The Rickroll dice. So yes, I do. Now what? How are you going to resolve this one? It's sitting right here. That's literally what they sent me over Etsy. Look. Oh, that's so funny.
Sammy Shemort on Twitch said 1 + 1 = 1 on a bun.
Is that true? I believe it. That's fuzzy math, but I believe it. Where's my block cooldown? There we go. Helmets can not get block cooldown now. It's just chest and pants. Yeah. Okay. Block cooldown And we need block power and block rating as well. Block power. Block rating. And then cooldown in general is just main hand, offhand, and helmet. So that doesn't matter. Main hand, offhand, helmet for crit chance and crit power. Those are gone. For damage magic, that's any slot. So we're going to switch this over to damage projectile in this case. It's possible to see the VODs. I mean, the VODs are here. You can just use them anytime. They're all up, dude. And that's going to go all the way down to damage weapon. And we've got all our tokens in place. Projectile, PvE, PvP. And we don't need healing power. Not in this case. We do need damage. Yeah. PvE. PvP. And then defense. None of the EXP values. And then maximum health. And regeneration. Oops, that goes there. That goes there. Not move speed. Move speed is boots only. Reduction fall is boots only. But we do get reduction PvE and PvP. I'm excited for this. Resist knockback goes on here as well. And then AoE size, reduced hunger, and durability resilience. All those go. Hell yeah. All right. This will work. Size, hunger, and resilience. I think items are going to be a lot more interesting, man. I really do. This is now a chest piece. We can go to any chest piece in tier 1 now. Grab this. So this is the helmet, right? It's got all the EXP on it. We can go down here to the chest plate. Take all of these stats. Oh, god damn it. Why? Why? It's messed up all the tokens by thinking the spacing was different than it is. Okay, there we go. And that's it. The chest plate is ready. Or chest plate is ready. Hell yeah. This is going to be great. I need to go through and change all these, though. I don't know why this is like this. Nice. Chess place, dude. Hey, Stode, what's up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. What is this? You finally finished Diablo 4's story? I really like this last expansions, dude. It actually didn't suck at all. And I was kind of surprised by that, because I was expecting it to be a shit show. You like witches? I mean, yeah, that's kind of sick, right? Witches are kind of cool, you know? Yeah, sand witches. Hell yeah. What about artillery witches? What does that mean? One sec. Yeah, I don't know who that is, Hasten. Stop yawning, go drink water. Okay, I'll go get water. Give me just a minute. One sec. And I'm back. All right. Anyway. Did you get us snacks? No, I got water. He's not moving on my screen. No, I was reading something. So I have no idea who that person is that Toad was bringing up. The only thing I can find seems to be weird shit, so I'm like, alright. We demand glue snacks? I don't have any glue, dude. No glue snacks for chat, man. Can you share the water? No. That eat emote is very weird. Scaper, thank you very much. Thank you for the 7 gifted subs. It's incredibly nice of you. Go eat a glue stick? No, dude. No, it's weird shit, dude. Yeah, it's weird shit, man. When Google can, make glue out of milk? That's really weird. Yeah. Why almond? What do you mean, why almond? Reading through this, one sec. Green screen is showing. There's no green screen. It's hidden for the budget. Chat really is extra spicy tonight. I think chat's just gone mad with power. This happens every time I work on a video game. It's like, because I start talking to chat dramatically more, and the chat starts going crazy, and then eventually, Red starts showing that they have absolutely no filter at some point, and then the rest of chat goes, "Ah, a goblin is unfiltered. I too will be unfiltered," and then it just goes in that direction. You know? Yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is I blame Red. Yeah. I blame Red. Like, entirely. Who's named Red? Red VT, right there. It was a stream just like this that brought me to the community 2 years ago? Yeah. That's what happens. Red summoned you from the abyss. Yes. I'm just excited to get this done. I had to rework this twice during the stream today, but I think it's in a much better place now. So. You know? Wait. Yeah, that's correct. This one we're only looking for C. Need to let the unhinged out? Yeah, very much so. That is chat. This is all the chest modifiers. Now I need the pants modifiers. So this is going to have block cooldown. There we go. Block cooldown, and block power, and block rating. And then we can assign damage type. All of those are going to go through. We can't get crit chance and crit power in pants. We can get damage type, though, so... We don't have the RAM! Dude, we need way more RAM for that. Maybe one day, man. Defense. This is only for pants. Next one is going to be max HP. And health regeneration. And then after max HP and health regeneration, boots. Pants is going to be reduction PvE. Reduction PvP. Actually, PvE PvP. PvE PvP. Good. So we can actually just grab these and be really lazy about it. Nice. Alright. PvE and PvP damage reduction is done. Then I need to resist knockback. And AoE size. Reduced hunger. And durability resilience. Yeah. There we go. Red, what is that? You put one in 120p and compare blocky Thor to upgraded graphics Thor? That's pretty good. Hell yeah. Basically, Red summoned me from the abyss when he can't ignore us any longer. Dude, Red is monstrous. What have you done? Red, why? It didn't need to be this way, you know. It could be any other way. Okay, block cooldown cannot be on boots. This is not on boots. Damage projectile, that's on boots. Boots, boots, boots. Boots, defense. And then... health max, boots. Health regen, boots. Movement speed and reduction. Fall reduction. I need to put those on. There we go. And then gathering speed. Doesn't exist. Everything else, boots, boots, boots. For the last 3. We're good to go. These are ready. I'm gonna go put these on the thing. Really, man? Why? Don't know why this is like this. It's super weird. It shouldn't be doing this at all. Yeah, it's super strange. Very weird. Now we'll get pants. Grab all of these. To corrupted there. There we go. And then down here, boots. Grab these boots. To corrupted there. And save this. Wait for it to upload server side. Uploaded server side. Go into game. Reload all. Clear my inventory. There's boots with or without the fur? Always with, dude. Yeah. Yo, it's working. It is working. That's freaking awesome. That's really awesome, actually. Nice. Nice. It works. It freaking works, dude. Alright. Now I just gotta build this for every single other one. Now, cool part about this is I can go into this sheet now. Take this. Go into here. And see what this says Ranger down? I can literally just go up here. Say replace T1 with T2. Replace all in here, and now I have all of the modifiers for the next set. And I don't have to care even a little bit. And there we go. So for each and every one of these items, the work is already done. Just by setting this up as a template like that, makes life really easy. Nice. Okay, save that. And that's T2 done. Then we go over here, go into this, make this T2, make this T3, replace all. All 82 of them are done. And then we can go back to the top and do it again. You're getting a lot of error 2000. That is on Twitch's side, and there's nothing I can do about it. It is a Twitch-specific issue with their routing. And it is a very terrible bug, to be honest with you. Have you heard about the new law going into effect on June 31st regarding cheating in video games? No. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Can you tell me about it? Holy shit. Nightmare of Soul, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on Kick. That is incredibly nice of you, dude. That is really, really nice of you. Thank you. No. Stop that. We do not need this. That was really weird. Item rarity is not what I'm after right now. I need this. T4 gear. Okay, modifiers. Blood Snout Ranger helmet. This is our T4 modifiers. There we go. Boop. That should be all of those done. Yep. Modifiers here. Modifiers here. That's the chest piece. This is going to change a lot of the affixes that are available on each piece of gear, by the way. Like a lot of them. Save that. And then we do one more. Just T4. T5. Place all. Go from there. Speak for yourself. What are you talking about, bud? Okay, leggings are done. Save that. June 31st doesn't exist. Only 30 days that month. Is it actually? That's funny. All right. Done. This is the final tier of gear for this. All Ranger gear is now completed. At least, will be when I reset this. Closest thing you can find to anti-cheat law? EU Court of Justice says software designed to cheat online games may not be copyright infringement. Wait, what? I didn't think it was copyright infringement? I'm very confused by that. Fly a possum while you like this. That's last year? Yeah, I'm super confused by whatever that is. Okay, let's go into, into the special on this. We're going to do weight on all of these of 0. 0. AoE size 0. Resist knockback. PvP reduction. I think I'll get rid of that. I don't want health regen on this. Get rid of any of the experience bonus. Damage in PvE. Damage magic. Crit chance, crit power. Cooldown. Wizard suffix cannot be on here. Corrupted will not be on here. Actually, corrupted will be on here. So all of these are going to have a chance of 1 and a weight of 0 is the idea. Okay, so a helmet. Schnappy, are you there? A helmet for cinders will have corruption innately, so you'll have to repair it. Cooldown reduction, crit chance, crit power, magic damage, damage to PvE, defense, max health, PvE reduction. I'm going to remove the PvE reduction. AoE size, reduced hunger and durability resilience. I'm going to remove the reduced hunger and durability resilience. So, cooldown, crit chance, crit power, magic damage, PvE damage, defense, max health, and AoE size. Cool? Crazy Talent. I am not doing a replace option in a selected area of text. I am fully rebalancing this. So it's not just a simple replace. It is rebuilding each of these items to be completely different. It should be tier 5. I'm going to change it to tier 5. Good catch. Yeah, no, this is more than just like lol replace this, you know, whatever. It's there we go. This one needed to be changed. So that should be good. Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be tier 5. But I think that works. I think it works really well there. I think we're good to go. Nice. Yeah. Works just need to increase the drop rate and we good. I'm not increasing the drop rate. It's a legendary for a reason. Wait. D4 update just went live? Really? Really? Please. Oh my god. Yes, I'm aware. There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, 82 on this side. Done. You got a D4 update pending? Let me look. I have to log in. Approved. There we go. Should hit in an hour or so. On what? PlayStation? They were saying? Or Xbox? Whatever the hell you're playing on? Console, right? On PC, it's already in. Okay, chestplate modifiers. These all need to be changed for this. So, wizard on this one. Block cooldown, block power, block rating. I'm keeping those on. Damage magic. Damage PvE, no PvP damage. Defense. Max health. Remove these. AoE size. And I think that should be good. Yeah. Cool. Control F. Weight 1 with weight 0. In selection, please. And then chance 5 with chance 1. 8 occurrences. There we go. We'll get rid of wizard suffix. That needs to not be there. All right. This is good. Chess piece is ready. Saving it. Grab the same stuff, but for pants. Okay, there we go. Modifiers for pants. And I can get rid of these two. These ones. That one. That one. Damage magic. Did I give this one block rating? I did. No suffix. Block cooldown, block power, block rating, damage magic, damage PvE, defense, max health, AoE size. And we can take this one to the exact same thing for the boots. All right, save that. Go over on this side. And there we go. Cool. Is that not working? Oh, I didn't write those stats. I only have the tier 1 modifiers right now. I need to go through and add all of these for the other tiers. But, for now, it works. Right? Hell yeah. Oh my god, they've gone mad. They've gone mad over on Kick. Alright, you guys want to check out the new Diablo patch, man? New Diablo. New patch. New patch of new shit. Been waiting for it. You guys said it was out. I'm not seeing a download. Check for updates. What build are you on? If you've got the update. Which build is it? When you look down in the bottom left, it should say, like, what version you're on. $71886, and that's after you got the update? Alright, sick. Boop. this time. You got an update too? Nice. Yeah, I've been working on Block M for 10 hours. It's time to play a video game, dude. It's only 249 megs. Nice. That's not bad. Do you have a patch notes link? We've been looking at it the last few days. It's a shitload of stuff. Like a shitload. One of the things I want to check out is the Herodric gems. That's like a huge one. So. Diablo, you gonna start? It says playing now, but nothing is happening. On Steam, it's 3.2 gigs. It's kind of weird. Alright. Hey, Kickside, did it change the category correctly? Because it didn't last time. Which was kind of annoying. It did? Alright, rock on. Yeah, you can hear it, but you can't see it for some reason. There it is. Alright. Yeah, reap the benefits of the tree. The new tree thing is intriguing. Though we burnt the shit out of it. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh no, the missed equipment tab in the stash is still full. Wait. Oh, I hate that. Why did they move my stash, dude? My muscle memory's all messed up now. Oh my god, dude, it was right there. Now it's there. Why? Blizzard, stop moving the goddamn furniture, man. Oh, the blacksmith moved too. He was right here. Wasn't there like an overhang over him as well? Man. God damn it. Why'd they move him? TPs were right on him. Oh, move the TPs. Move the teleports, man. Insufferable. Alright, so what's this new thing with the tree? Oh, by the way, the Giga Sword is mine now. The ungodly power, it is mine. What if you go come out of the same teleport? Dude, I don't even know anymore. Unless you push, I should have the ability to survive on T12. I'm able to do 130 solo now, but I can't really do higher than that. But I can do it efficiently on 130, unlike on solo now. Which is kind of sick. Season rank rewards available? No. You lied to me. You lied to me, video game. Oh yeah, they changed this so the Herodric Cube actually does a thing now. Or actually, the jeweler will be able to make it. Or not? Huh. By the way, I am changing off of resist all in here. I'm not going to run resist all on my my rings and amulet. I'm going to run one poison resist, one lightning resist, and one fire resist. Because I realized something. Those are the only things that ever kill you. Like, literally ever. Cold resist is a meme. That's wasted. Armor already covers our physical resist. Like, that's the only thing that truly matters. Is those three resists. Yeah. And I guess I'll just keep the grand diamonds in my stash. Ugh. I was immediately trying to go to the other location. It's gonna take forever to fix the muscle memory, man. God damn it, Blizzard. Oh, you gotta be like this. Alright, diamonds. You notice when you looked at people's build, so you've done the same thing? Yeah, exactly. Because you realize over time, you're like, I don't need resist for anything else. You only care about lightning, fire, poison. Those are the only three things that are going to actually kill you. You know? Because they're scary. Everything else is trash. As far as I knew, we were supposed to be able to make Herodrix at the jeweler. Is that not true? Did they not implement the thing that they said they were going to implement? What happened? I have no idea. It's kind of weird. Most of your deaths are lightning lunatics? Yeah, 100%.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Huh. Apparently there's a new mythic unique as well. Is what people were saying. Supposedly there's a new one in the game. Let's do a 110 with you. Yeah, your Barb's face is like, when do I start screaming again? He's great.
HighLord83 on Twitch with 500 bits said so. I realize you've probably answered this question numerous times before, Kitten, so I apologize in advance. I've been wondering for months now, why ferrets? They're adorable little chaos engines, but what made you decide to make a shelter and rescue for them?
So in California they're illegal, and that's where I grew up, and I always kind of wanted to have one because they're little thieves and they're kind of fun in that regard, right? And I was like, well, if I go and you know, when I moved to Washington, I was like, I guess I can get them now. I can get two, and Shay wanted one as well, so we went to University of Washington where they have a breeding program for them. They actually have a laboratory program because ferrets are used in laboratories for what are they called? Like virology labs and shit like that. And they adopt out the girls once they're a year old. If you don't adopt them, they kill them. They euthanize them. Which is horrible, but that is what it is, right? So with that in mind, I was like, well, we'll adopt these two, see how it goes. Maybe they're cool. And got them, and they were fantastic. They were just awesome as shit. And a couple years later, we had a few more ferrets. And Snails, which was Shay's ferret from that, died. She died of a heart condition. And it really messed me up. It made me, like, really sad. And the way that I kind of resolved that emotionally for myself was she would have died in the laboratory at 1 year. Instead, we got her, like, a couple of extra years of life. It was like 3 extra years of life because we adopted her. And I was like, I'd like to keep doing that. And at the same time, chat really wanted to see them and had started watching them on stream, and they started generating ad revenue, and it was like, what if we used that ad revenue to adopt and rescue ferrets? And then you kept watching, and then everyone started watching, and then it grew, and it just kind of snowballed in that direction, and now it's like, I don't know, it's just like this really good force for good where we use advertiser money to do a thing, right? Yeah, and then poof, 80 ferrets, exactly. But I mean, like, I guess that's kind of how things go in life, though, is like you don't expect things to spiral wildly out of control like that, but you guys made that possible, so here we are, right? It's kind of a wild thing. My new build is so much stronger. Where's the statue thing? There it is. Nice. Wait, did it not take the stone? Where is my stone? Did I drop the stone? I didn't think I dropped it, but alright, whatever. But yeah, man, like, that's really all it is. It's just a crazy-ass thing. Maybe the Herodric gems are in the Mythic tab? They could be. Oh, did you have the stone? Oh, okay. You have a really dumb question to ask? What's up, dude? What do you want? Wait on ads.
It is done.
Yeah, it's just kind of a crazy thing, though, man. Is there a way you come back to WoW? No, not really interested in it. I don't like their new monetization, man. Like, they over-monetize the shit out of the game in a way that I'm just not interested anymore. Not really at all. I've been playing other MMOs, though, so I'm pretty happy with that. 55555.
You know where to find me.
Feeling lucky, Mainlander?
How can you monetize WoW and even more? They added a special premium microtransaction currency specifically for the in-game housing. And I'm just like... it's like, I just don't want to deal with... Like, every single aspect of that game makes you think about your wallet. All of it. There's a subscription, there's microtransactions for in-game cosmetics, there's microtransactions to buy gold so that you can, you know, trade that to other people using the WoW token. There's buying mounts and shit that have capabilities that other mounts don't, so there's like a little bit of like weird quality of life buying shit there. And now there's a new currency specifically for like the housing system. And I'm just like, dude, I don't want to think about my goddamn wallet every time I play that game. I don't want to think about my wallet when I'm playing any game, really. Like, I already spent money to buy the game. Why should I think about my wallet more, right?
It has been
That's it. That's all it is. It's just like, and some people may think that's lame or, you know, like a weird hill to die on, but it's my hill, and I'm going to die on it, right? I just don't want to think about money when I'm playing games anymore. Happens all too often, IMO. There we go. Hello, Winky. It's so gross and nasty, but at least we have that. You hate all MTX and WoW, but I just learned you can buy all MTX currency with in-game gold by converting WoW tokens and then Blizz account balance. That's a scam, though. Do you know why that's a scam? Because the WoW token costs more than a month of sub. They're making extra money on selling you gold and pocketing that split premium. You feel like you're not buying anything, but someone else is paying more. It's super shitty, dude. It's super shitty. Someone has to buy that WoW token. They have to buy it. And then you can use that to trade for gold. Like, the only other way you could get it is by farming gold for infinite hours, which generally will take you more time than having a minimum wage job. Which is like, I shouldn't have to work a job to get better in a video game. I should play a video game to get better in a video game. I hate that. It's like a very gross cycle to me, honestly. That's why you play single-player games? Yeah, fair. Reminds me of playing the D3 auction house. Do you want to know a really horrible secret? Do you want to know the biggest nightmare of all? When Diablo 3 first came out, and I was still working at Blizzard, I made more money on the Diablo 3 auction house per hour than I did working at the company. Oh, what a shit show. Yeah. That shit was like... It was like more than overtime pay. Yeah. It was insane, actually. The auction house was a meme. You know what I would do? Is I would go to, you know, Isual in Diablo 3? Right before Isual was a white weapon rack. And I'd gotten all the way up there in the highest difficulty mode. And I would just go there and loot the weapon rack and then sell everything I found on the auction house. And people would buy it. All of it. Everything. Even for like $250. Just literally white weapons off of that. Over and over again. It was insane. Because you would just get free drops. You didn't have to kill anything. And everything at that tier was so hard to kill. It was so hard to kill. Like, no one could do it. So you just loot that one thing over and over again. And just sell it off. Mm-hmm. People were buying those white weapons, those white quality weapons, for 250 USD. It was nuts, dude. Won't let you join the Discord? If it's not letting you join the Discord, you have been banned from the Discord. Why is it not letting you join the Discord? What did you do, Haze Toad? What crimes have you committed? Discord does IP bans. So if somebody else had logged into your account at some point, and we banned that account or banned that person, it'll ban you as well. Did you ever get account compromised in some way? Further, can you just give me your account name, your Discord account name? I'll go look to see if it's on the ban list, because it might not be. It might be something else. Yeah, you could have gotten got. We stopped banning people because of that reason, because it's just too common. So now what we do instead is we time them out for a week. You had to make a completely new Discord? What was your original Discord? Haze Toad is your name or was your name? Always been Haze Toad? Let me see if you're on the list. Give me a sec. I'd like to understand why, because that's kind of weird. If you didn't do anything weird. Let's see. Bans. No, you're not on the ban list. No idea, bud. You missed out on selling items? I would have been giga bad, though. I taught myself how to hex build items in D2. God damn. This is the most delightfully ridiculous gameplay? Yeah. My character is so angry he could never die, and he's so angry that everyone else dies.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
It's a pretty good combo, honestly. You got hacked in 2024, 2025. We may have banned the hacker's account on our Discord, and that IP bans to every account they've ever logged into, which is not our choice, and we don't see your IP. That's a Discord side thing that they do, which is pretty common. Like, there's a lot of times where people get owned, and then we ban the one who, you know, ban another account that gets owned, and then everybody gets banned that's been associated with it. That's why we stopped banning. Like, it was such a problem. Because, like, it would ban people that got their accounts back from compromise, which is stupid, so. Like, you ban one guy and suddenly 15 people lose access. It's like, it's the mess. That'd do it? Yeah, it might be that, man. Don't know. Anyway, you're back in now. You were able to get back in, right? On your account? Because you're not banned. Like, no account by that name is banned. Nope. What is the error that it's telling you? Is it actually telling you that you've been banned, or is it saying something else? Oh, I think it doesn't know that I'm standing on this. Yeah, I don't think this is working. It's really funny, actually. Oh, maybe it was already done. Okay, I was like, what the hell? Normally it draws a line to it, but it looks like maybe it was underground. That might be it. It's all good, man. No worries. All right. Yeah, it should be discord.gg/pirate software. That should be the one.
Sock Graffiti on Twitch said last week I learned more about the insanity that is the human body. I spent last week in the hospital cause of diarrhea and stomach pain. They did all the tests to find the cause and how to properly treat it, being extra cautious with me cause I'm on chemo. In the end we never found out what caused it. My oncologist thinks it was from the chemo, but it got fixed without the use of steroids as you would normally treat that. Confusing as hell, but I'm back to being as healthy as I currently can be.
That is confusing as hell. I'm glad you're okay. Like, that's really scary, dude. Yeah. Yeah, what the hell?
The actual Dan Ray on Kick said I tried to make a milk joke, but it wasn't terribly amusing. I have lost my way.
You could be any other way. Yeah, the
In
gaming
Blanky
Discord
on Twitch
is
said a small
discord.gg/.
suggestion to the Milk
actual
Lord.
pirates.
Since some people are watching only on Kick, could we also have a link for the Kick VOD timestamp when it comes to TTS?
That is planned.
Also, I remember you saying today you were going to do a quick Rogue Trader run, so
I
when
did
is that
not.
happening?
I never
The
said that.
Dairy 8, that span from the fracking 5 are waiting, with milky foam ready for you.
That never
Side,
happened.
where can I find that Eat Cheese and Sin t-shirt?
Just look up online. I got it from a creator at TwitchCon. So, yeah. Gotta do a team meeting. Talk to you soon, dude. Good luck on your team meeting. Still planning to attend TwitchCons, not the European one. I don't want to fly overseas, man. I ain't about it. Damn. When my build unloads, it unloads now. I'll tell you. Nice. Ooh, I wonder if they fixed the issue with the butcher. Also, was that a new sound for the set charms? What the hell? I think that set charm sounded different. Hold up. Yeah, it's a totally new noise. That's really weird. Yeah. Huh. Sounds more chimey? Yeah, it kind of sounds like a wind chime. A little bit strange, right?
Wedger on Twitch said hello kitten that coincidentally has soft hair. It saddens me to hear that you hate Diablo 4, Hell Divers, PoE 2, Noita, Space Marines 2, and all other games. I'm going to drown my sorrow by eating a whole tub of glue while requesting a refund for the demo on Steam.
I swear to God.
P.S. You smell yar stinky.
No, you smell. You're full of smells. I don't even know what they are anymore. Goddamn goblins. Equipment delve. Let's do that.
Birthday_Ben on Twitch said it all began with the allocating of the brain cells. 3 brain cells were gifted to Twitch chat, masters of hype trains and backseating the streamer when he plays video games. 3 were given to Kick chat, fastest to interact and quickest to troll. And one was given to YouTube chat, who above all else desired chaos. For within these brain cells was bound the strength and the will to rule any stream. But they were all of them deceived, for another brain cell was made.
No. No, it wasn't. There was not another brain cell. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. There is but no other brain cell. You know not of any other brain cell, chat. Do not believe their lies. Mirror has the secret brain cell. If anybody has the secret brain cell, it's Mirror. But there isn't one, so she doesn't. It's not real. There is no secret 8th brain cell. Do not go looking for it. Do not create campaigns trying to find it. It is not real. You have been rused. Pay not attention to the brain cell behind the curtain. Don't do it. The brain cell is hidden in the green screen? There's no green screen. You can't see it. It's hidden. Too expensive to show it at all times. All right. Boss dead. Must consider the budget, yes. Speak not of the brain cell, chat. What's that one? Yeah, there's an update. Made an update. One moment. Anyone mention the never-ending TTS? No.
Karamak on Kick said, "Sir, at work I'm dealing with a problem Microsoft made on purpose. MS is discontinuing Publisher, so I've been rebuilding several files in PowerPoint. It isn't hard, I made templates, but as this is a grocery store chain and these are shelf signs, I expect many other people in the company to panic suddenly in October when Publisher vanishes and they're unprepared and confused."
That is weird. Wait, what? Ew. Many other people in the company to panic suddenly in October when Publisher vanishes. Yeah, I mean, if they don't know that's leaving, then they don't know that's leaving, right? There we go.
It is done.
All right, next one's going to be the Butcher. Did we solve the cow level riddle? There is more to solve that no one solved yet. However, the Cow King has been found. There is no secret 8th brain cell. We'll never prove it.
VVVA on Twitch with 500 bits said, "Hello Mr. Soft Hair, sorry for cutting in queue, but I have something that really annoys me.
What's up?
You know self-entitled people cutting in line yar rage.
Yeah. Yeah. But you didn't cut in the queue. You waited in line. Is it just me or is the Butcher a meme now? I think my damage has gone through the roof, dude. My damage is so high now, dear God. Oh, Ancestral Sword. Alright, what do we get? Let's see. Where's the sword? And it's shit. My sadness. Wait. Was there another one? There is another one. Also shit. Sadness. Yeah, you can't cut the line. There's no way. There is an 8th brain cell. We just don't... We did not east enough RAM to make it. Yeah, east some more RAM. It's a great idea. Helltide time. Butcher is just easy now. No more million of HP. Did they nerf him? Did they nerf the bosses? Because, like, I kind of liked where they were at before. And if they nerfed them all, that kind of blows. They actually unironically nerfed them. What the point, then? Did they nerf anything else's HP? Because that kind of sucks. Dude had a floating point error. Did he just have way more HP than he should? Like, I don't know what the hell they changed. Oh, there we go. Love a Ravenous. I wonder how long I can stay alive in this. Because I replaced my health with Fury. And this thing is constantly draining HP. But my Fury drains first, and I'm constantly regenerating. Whirlwind Barb is back? Whirlwind Barb is way back, dude. I've been Whirlwind Barb this entire season. It's hilarious. I played Warlock a bunch in the beginning. Probably go and read the patch notes. I probably should. Spin to win? You're goddamn right. You quit when Pally came out? Because Barb sucked. Only class you want to play is Whirlwind Barb? Then play Whirlwind Barb. It's been back. Like, ever since the Paladin came out. It's still been good. Like, I can do 130 pitch solo. I could probably do more than that now. So, because I got more upgrades. This is a Crab with a Knife bet in D4? I already have it. I have the Crab with a Knife. I don't even remember how I got it. Casual 17 billion damage. You might want to look closer. Those are 1,000 billion? Those are a trillion each or more. Yeah. Yeah, you just saw 4,888 billion. Yeah, that's almost 5 trillion. Casual 5 trillion damage, yes. Oh my god, they fixed this. Thank god. This overlay was insufferable before. It was, fully opaque when you were in a Helltide. There we go. I still have not gotten the power-up that I need. I haven't gotten the trace yet. I wonder if you can get it out of chests in here. Like, I wonder if these matter.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Alright, off we go. Yeah, stop spinning. Ooh, Prism. When the expansion went live, the Butcher had 275% more HP and damage than intended. More than the other bosses. Does that also include the Butcher inside the pit? Because that one was insane. The hell, he drops everything over here now? Yeah, because the Butcher inside of the pit was also just broken, dude. Because if that's the case, if they fixed him, then I'll probably swap back to Pit Butcher. Like, to be honest. Because then I won't have any reason to do Curse Merchant and Curse Rituals and all this shit. In fact, I'm probably just going to do that so we can try it out. You know? Yeah. I think I'm just going to do that. I'll do Heart of Stone and then Damned Thieves. Actually, instead of Heart of Stone, we'll go Damned Thieves instead. Pit mob density was increased? Really? I like that. Undercity. Undercity. Pit. Start. Into the pit. Yeah, because like a 110 pit is a meme, right? But I want to see if there's a stronger Butcher now.
Zafaroff on Twitch with 500 bits said, I have something that will bring you great joy. A member of the community named Marcypoo heard you say go make games and went and did it. Link to Thea new page https://store.steampower.com/app/4665150/lettuce_fish/.
That's freaking awesome. They say lettuce fish slap. I'm gonna check that game out. That sounds amazing. That's cool as hell, dude. I'm always like overjoyed when I find out one of you guys has made something and been creative and put it out in the world. Fantastic job. Seriously. Yeah, lettuce fish slap. That's very funny. Is it just me, or are the pit monsters also weaker? I feel like maybe I'm just stronger now. I don't know, man. Everything feels like less HP, yeah. Like, it definitely does. What's up in Blanky? The endgame in D4 still is very meh for me. I actually really like it because there's so many different varied activities, right? I'm also really interested in the new Mythic Unique that they've added. So, I wonder if Mephisto is strong still. I kind of want to go see if Mephisto is... Did you just leap over a wall, my dude? You totally did. I didn't know you could do that. 6 billion, or 6 trillion rather. That's the highest I've ever hit. Something feels different. I don't know what it is. Vulnerable, damage to close enemies, healthy and injured enemies. You supposed to the full Lord of the Brain Cells poem in the Discord? God damn it. You're the Lord of the Brain Cells. Wait, no, you're not. You'd give them brain cells.
Bill Dor on Kick said talking about your problems is the first step to become a better version of yourself.
True.
Given this, can you tell us why do you hate Noita?
I love Noita. What are you talking about? God damn it. Noita is one of my favorite games of all time. I enjoy the living shit out of it. And you will never stop me from enjoying it. You literal goblin. So, what is the new thing with the Tree of Whispers? Did they change something with this? Is there a new Whispers thing that I have to do? Or no? Silvery Barbs. You're a Silvery Barbs. You get an extra cash when you claim one? That's kind of weird. There we go. Go that direction. What? That's interesting. You can now force Cullian tuning prisms. I didn't know you could do that. Costs 50 million gold, but you can do it. All right. Off we go. It's in time for Diablo token. I swear to God, dude. Bro got a fungal infection in his lungs for like a year? Yeah. You were there for that, Zaf. That shit... That was a freaking nightmare. It's caused by an inhaler. So, can you kill your pack so that I may do this? Your pack killing is slow and soggy. Man, what's going on down there? Okay. I guess I'm coming this way then. Let me solve whatever this is. Can they not be done at the same time? No. You can only have one active at a time. You're good, dude. That's why I was like, what are you doing? Get that one. And I think we're good. Now he forgets how to breathe sometime? No, I don't. Yeah, no, I had a fungal infection in my lungs because I got COVID. They put me on an inhaler. And then they didn't tell me you're supposed to like wash your mouth out, and it was a steroid inhaler, and it gave me a fungal lung infection. And we didn't know about it for a long time until I was like, I went into a new doctor and I was like, hey, like my tongue burns all the time. And they were like, what? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, well, I don't know if it's this, but we're going to try putting you on antifungals. And then they did that, and it immediately went away within like weeks. It was awesome. And that was it. And then I could breathe again, and it was like the first time I could breathe in like a year. So, yeah, it was really freaking nasty, man. But I lived. But a lot of the community was there for that back in the day. Zaphroth was one of them. The mushrooms tried to consume me, so now I consume them.
You fought well.
Okay, so if you pay 50 million gold to get Kulian tuning prisms, it does this. Like, that's insane. That's so many. What's up, Sonic? Oh, did you get owned? You said you were able to secure everything else, but Discord's dragging their ass. Did you have two-factor on all your shit? We're trying to find out because everybody that I've talked to so far had two-factor, and that leads me to believe that it's a mobile phone infection. Yeah, you did? All right. My guess is, was it over like Google Auth or something like that, like on your mobile device? How much is 50 million by T10 a meme? You were hacked on PC. How do you know it was PC? Because now I'm super interested because we've been trying to figure this out and find out where the hell it's coming from. And my assumption was that it was over mobile. Based on the fact that some of these people are like, they don't even really use their PC, they use their phone. They got owned. Oh, you got fished. Your phone was dead, and I was communicating with a friend in DMs. Oh. Did they get you with the, I just made a video game, can you try it out? Here's the Steam page for it, but I have it from another download here. Did they get you with that one? We're both devs, we worked for projects together for years. Oh no, you got funny gamed! Yeah, that's really common now. Don't feel shitty about it. At all. Funny game is like super common right now, dude. It uniquely hits our community as well because we have a bunch of devs, right? Yeah. So you got funny game by a friend that you know is a developer. Oh, that blows, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. It's a really common problem, and anytime someone contacts me, they're like, "Hey, can you try my game?" If it's like not my friend, then I'm just like, "Nah." And if it is my friend, I go, "Okay, call me." Unless that shit's on Steam, you know, like, call me. And even then, it's like burner PC time. Yeah, Funny Game is a joke from Greyhack, which is a hacking MMO that we played for quite a while. And one of the exploit, like, options for you is to send the NPC an EXE and say, oh, play this funny game. And then you get a backdoor in the machine. So it's called getting funny games now, is what we've been calling it for ages. Yeah, there is no funny game, only sadness. Only sadness. Yeah, don't get funny games. I'm so sorry that happened, though, dude. It's one of the things that I keep telling people, though, is don't feel shitty about it, because they prey on your association with friends. They prey on your weakness in the moment, and everybody is. I've gotten owned before, too. It happens. I got owned in real life by a scam artist. That shit sucked, man. That was awful. Use Crapple device? Crapple. Why like this? No, no Zaproth. Not at all. No way, no way. Yeah, if you want to check out a link, open Google and Google the link, and virus total that shit for sure. Yeah, Discord security is a meme. We've talked about that for years, though. Like, Discord just being kind of a shit show in terms of that. And it's always sort of been that way, you know? All gone. We got a portal out. Come on over to me. Like, we're done. We don't need to waste any more time. Boop. I honestly wish more places allowed for physical two-factor, or more people knew that physical two-factor is so good. It would just be nice, you know?
I forgive you, child.
That actually gave 14 Tree of Whispers. That's interesting. It must have been up as an event. Oh, it was, yeah. Neato. Yeah, I'm doing I'm doing trillions of damage, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. Grab this. Into the pit. And I'm going to do 120s this time. Boop. Let's see if 120s are harder. I got rid of the stone. Okay, they're slightly harder. Still die like anything else, though. Two-man 120s are definitely carryable. I can carry 120s now. Nice. Yeah, no, these are super carryable now. What's your damage output like, Golemancer? Oh, it's like 0? Oh, okay. That's not good, dude. Oh, we gotta fix you.
SignFox10 on Twitch with 500 bits said, I think they confused. You promised that everything is crab for one of these streams, Kappa.
Yes. I will be doing everything as crab soon. Probably tomorrow. Is the idea. I've got a lot of stuff to do in Block Game off stream today. And then once I get that done, I'll be doing everything as crab tomorrow. I've also got some stuff for Indie Summer to do, so that'll be soon as well. That'll be right after stream is Block Game, and then Indie Summer stuff right after that. It's a lot of stuff going on. Hello? Hey, what's up, dude? Tomorrow you don't stream, mister? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. You don't know, man. Maybe you should watch this one. The highest you've hit is 5 to 10 billion? Okay. Yeah, we gotta get your damage up. We gotta get your multipliers going. Melt him! Melt him. I think there was 7 trillion there. 5.5 trillion. More damage. Okay, those are done. Let's see. 16% on these. Nice. I got 2 of them out of it. Not bad, not bad. Yo, what's up with you, dude? Need to break 10 to see the T. Wait, T start. What, dude? Oh, you got to get over 10 trillion to see T. Yeah, that makes sense. It won't go to 5 digits. Is that what it is? And another pit. What about Slay the Princess on Kick? I might be able to do that, because I know it's kind of a spicy game. It's a little bit.
Midnight Sparrow 1 on Twitch said, while the stream has been going, I've been playing swamp cards every hour. I now have 10 swamp cards. I tap them all to play Slice from the Shadows, which has the following effect. This spell can't be counted. This includes by the ward ability. Target creature gets X until end of turn. The creature I pick is the Goblin King. What is your response?
Wait, I'm the Goblin King. Carry on. Yeah, nothing damages me. Nice. Damn you, TTS. All they've done is empower me further.
Troopsor on Twitch said I just started a project with some friends and I'm having trouble starting a GDD.
Okay.
Do you know of, recommend a good GDD for an FPS I could use for reference?
Yes. I have a good game design document in general. You don't really need one for just an FPS. Go to develop.games, go down to designing your game, and in that section there will be a link to a game design document that should help you out quite a lot. It is from one of our Game Jam winners, and it is, you know, basically everything you need in a game design document. Really, really helpful for that reason. I think I'm only going to stop to kill elites from now on. I don't think anything else matters. Yeah, I feel like enemies have less HP. Like, I'm doing easier in a two-man right now than I was soloing yesterday. I don't know what has changed in that regard, but it feels different. I did get some, like, light bonuses to my character, like light upgrades, but I don't feel like they should have been this powerful. Maybe I was wrong. Weird. Try solo for comparison? Yeah, I might. It's kind of strange. 8-bit? That was the 8 trillion. Getting higher. 8 trillion damage, Michael. Alright. Next one, 16%. Oh. Nice. Okay. I'm at 130 on this thing now. Hell yeah. Someone wrote down the Beyblade build? No, because I haven't written it down.
Verified_nutter on Twitch said, Dear Thor, I know you have long avoided answering this clearly, but please chat is owed a definitive answer. How much is the demo?
Free.
3 goblins did you say? I have tried to catch a few in chat, but they are tricky and surprisingly spry. Any tips? Can we get a discount? I might be able to catch a mirror if I pretend to be dehydrated. P.
It's free. It's free. Not 3. Free. Goblin behavior, dude.
We agree. The plan is set.
Yeah, the moment that we hit final loot on this, though, by the way, just immediately leave. Like, we just leave instantly. It's not even about, like, finishing every one of the pillars. It's just get the hell out of the feature. I like how you just leap and then, like, that's your attack. It's completely insane to me. Off we go. This man leaps over walls in a cave. I don't understand how you can do that. You're leaping through the ceiling. Like what? He's tunneling, dude. Yeah, he's tunneling directly through the ceiling. Oh, portal. Aww. I didn't get the 4 EXP orbs. Oh well.
You have strength.
Let me
I
in!
wonder are your fangs as I have become your prey.
It's the best, dude. Secret tunnel? A little bit. Alrighty. Next one. What is the next event? Oh, I did the wrong thing. I'm supposed to do Infernal Hordes. F. What are you talking about? Alleged? Nightmare of Soul, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on Kick. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you. Seriously. You're awesome, dude. Oh, this is really weird looking. Squished. Alright, let's see. Wait. Why is this giving 3 events? Should be giving 2. Did it use your talents? Let's get mine. It's kind of weird.
Have you wandered?
It always gives 3? No, when you have the achievement, or when you have the talent for it, it gives 2 and a higher chance of a chaos one. That's why I was confused by that. Because I'm like, that's really odd. Yeah, seriously though, man. You're most welcome, sir. Nah, you're awesome, dude. The Butcher! We get the Butcher.
You fight to live. Good.
Yeah, you didn't know that was a thing? Yeah, it's an upgrade for it.
Fresh meat.
Hello, sir. The Burning Butcher.
Dinte Dark Spear on Twitch with 500 bits said "Yar cheer 500 chat. I heard from a friend, who heard from a friend, who heard from a moderator, who heard from Mirror, who heard from Zultalord, that if you subscribe to Thor for 100 months he will give you a free copy of the Heartbound demo. It's the only way I heard you can get the demo for a reasonable price.
The demo is
In
free!
all seriousness though, will the actual game increase in price when it is finished?
No. No, it is $10. It will always be $10. Always, always. I've never increased the price for it. In fact, I've decreased the price through localized means because now we can do better pricing on Steam. Like, Steam gives better tooling for that now. More masses. I wonder if they've increased the spawn rate in here, because it kind of feels like they have. Will it ever be available on PSN? No. Not planned to be. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone's going alright. I'm going alright. Hope you're having a good day. Can't even buy a sandwich in Australia for $10. Wait, what? That sounds awful. You ever just cook bacon so perfectly that it cures your migraine? Yes. It means you're bacon deficient, my dude. Yeah, bacon deficiency. It's very dangerous.
You still believe in victory?
It's very American of you. As an American, yes, I understand. Will it be available in Game Boy Advance of the Wii? No. Dude. Wait, another butcher. Bro, how many butchers are we getting here? How many butchers are we getting in here? Too many butchers? Too many cooks. Too many butchers will spoil the barbarian. That's true. I actually just want more of them, so. Too many butchers. It's too many butchers, Phil. Hellborn Undead. Yes. Butcher got only fresh meat? Dude, he does. Only butchers? Yeah. Chaos Wave. Chaos Waves can get insane amounts of points, dude. Like, insane. Yeah. Oh man, here it goes. Holy shit. Marty, it's 600. Because they're all Aether Lords, man. Anyway, free Bartek. I'm just doing my board picks. But if we do another one, I'll let you know. That was only a 6 waiver. So, like, it definitely goes much more than that. Squish. Diablo Beyblade edition, you goddamn right. Alright. War plan done. Ubisoft is doing real-life treasure hunt for a buried treasure chest in the Caribbean. People must solve 15 puzzles to reach it. That's crazy. You'd have to fly out there, too. No, that's completely crazy. I may have got some mythics in there. I don't know yet. Yeah, that sounds pretty insane, to be honest with you. And kind of cool.
It is a fortress, isn't it?
Look at that.
You know where to find me.
Wait. Oh, shit. The gift of the tree is insane. The gift of the tree is so good, dude. It was 5 gifts of the tree.
What brings you?
Huh. Okay.
Feeling lucky, mainlander?
Dead. All right. Got all these done. I got a bonus. Bonus plus
What
1.
brings you to the ancient isles?
It is done.
Is the expansion good? I've been enjoying the living shit out of it. To be honest with you. I've been really, really enjoying this expansion. And I think it's mostly because they did a really good job of making endgame activities varied, finally. Like, that just feels nice. Also, yeah, look at this. Gift of the tree. Every time I open up one of these caches, I get a gift of the tree, or 2 gifts of the tree. These are insane. And they also give a shitload of XP now. What the hell, man? I don't know why I haven't been doing that sooner.
Left it down.
Okay. Yeah, that's starting to get nuts. You got a couple of them? I'm getting a shitload of these. I had no idea they were that good. Yeah, sounds awesome to me. Yeah, Gift of the Tree. I changed my talent setup for Whispers, where now whenever I do anything, I get a chance to get, like, a bonus, basically. Like a bonus cache. And that's what's going on there, is I'm getting bonus caches whenever I turn in a cache, which is, like, kind of a meme. And on that one, I turned in a cache and I got 2 bonus caches, so it's like... Oh, you gotta wait for us to be able to pick up the resources before you go through the portal now. Like, they actually have to hit our character and make the little thing go up. Yeah, see, like that. Yeah, the chest being recursive like that is kind of insane. That might even be too much loot. Dare I say it, you know? Too much loot is heresy? Is it heresy? Is it a little heretical, maybe? You know. Alright, portal.
Such a pity. So much good I would have done. So much good.
I got another point. Let's see. Damage well fortified. Done. Hell yeah. Never enough loot? Never enough loot. More loot. Alright, let's see here. Lord Zir. Those are kind of shit before, to be honest. Yeah, they're freaking amazing now, right? Like, I'm just really surprised. You can upgrade the seals and charms. You can't upgrade them. You have to keep re-rolling them. And I just re-roll until I get a greater affix, basically. It's, not very good. I wish they were better, to be honest. I wish there was more control over the charms. By God, it's beautiful. You found the old lady mustard you were talking about in one of your shorts and tried it for the first time? You're so hooked on it? Dude, it's amazing. Like, that mustard is pain. It's really good, but it's also kind of pain. Yeah, so if you look at this, I got Tree of Plenty. The tree offers a 4th Whisper Cache. 50% more experience orbs in Whisper Caches. Completing a Whisper has a small chance to award a collection of chaos, and each Whisper Cache has a chance to drop a Resplendent Spark. This one right here, Chaotic Favor, is what's doing this. And then I get Corrupted Roots and Roots of Power as well. The roots are just kind of fun, you know. Like if I grab this, do this, and then we go inside here and do a tier 120. Pretty sure I have consumable. Yeah, I have 11 of the roots. Let me see if I can use the roots inside of here. That I don't know. You can. Oh, that's weird. Oh, dude, it instantly summons an elite pack. Holy shit. This meta has been foretold. Look at how much progress I just made in the pit in the first second because I dropped one of those corrupted roots. You have to wait to use it again, though. The chaotic cache is what you get upon completing any Whisper, not when you open a cache. Then what the hell are those Gift of the Trees? Is that new? Because I wasn't getting that before. I don't know what the hell that shit is, then. Oh, goddammit. Can't use it. It's a thing until the 20th. Oh, we just get crazy bonus loot until the 20th? Oh, okay. It's kind of insane and awesome, to be real. How long do I have to wait? Oh, I got another one. Roots. Popping an exposed roots inside of a dungeon is the best idea. Look at this. The amount of, like, the amount of pit progression that I just got from that is insane. It seems like it has a actual timer, maybe once a minute. Is what it looks like, or once every 45 seconds. Also, did they increase the density in the pit? Because it kind of feels like they did. which is nice. They did? Alright. I was gonna say, it feels like it. There's not as much traveling between bullshit anymore. Oh, there we go. Squished. Okay. 16%. Got it. 16%.
Tectone's last brain cell on Kick with 500 kicks said finally shipping out the care package for you. Got 2 Ferret magic cards, brand seasoning and a gold-plated ball sack plus stuff for Cheyenne Forest.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Gold-plated. What do you... What do you mean? Do explain yourself. You'll see? Oh god, dude, that sounds like a threat. Alright, so this seems to be meta, by the way. Is popping one of these roots. Right here in the beginning. Because having an exposed root pop like that, and then it just summoned a boss, seems like the way to push. Yeah, look at this. This thing has infinite HP. Look at this. I wonder how much progress that's going to grant. Jesus, it won't die. It's like an actual full boss. What does Rootbound mean? Yeah, that thing's dead. Alright, now it's dying. Kinda. I've never seen something with that much HP. Jesus Christ, dude. Chat, why won't it die? I'm doing so much damage to it. Oh, finally it's HP. Its shield was just enormous. That was the problem. It had a Giga shield. Yeah, it had a shield of 100% of its max HP. I wonder how much progress this is gonna grant. Right? I also wonder if I can capture another one. Hold up. Oh, I can do another one. I did another one. It just summoned another guy. There's a goblin in it. It summoned a goblin. Eat him! Got him. Wait. No? He almost got away. Okay, Treasure Goblin's dead. This is insane. We're fighting an elite pack, a summon boss. All of this came out of roots inside of the pit. And a treasure goblin. Burn it! Alright, it's almost dead. Oh my god. It's got quadrillions of damage. That gave, like, no progress. Did you notice that? They gave, like, 0 progress when it died. That was not worth it. It was not worth it at all. There's another goblin. It's an orb thief. God damn it, game. The traps are obnoxious. Orb. Another orb thief. What is going on in this dungeon, dude? I'm immune to CC for a little bit. I killed it. This dungeon is nuts. Maybe something broke when I popped those roots. Alright. That yellow was worth it. Beyblade needs the spin. Yes. Made another dude. Yeah, it makes me wonder why that mini-boss didn't actually give so much progress, because I feel like it should have, you know? I feel like it should have really just, like, thrown on the amount of like progress that kind of is denoted by its difficulty. But maybe they didn't really think of people popping roots in here. That's the only thing I could think of. Because it is a shitload of HP on that thing. Not rare elite. I guess because it counts as a boss. It still counts as a rare, though. Or it still counts as an elite, though. Because, like, elite bonus damage works on it. You know? That's legit disappointing. It's a little bit weird, right? Likely is a bug. Another one. Orb thieves are crazy. Hell yeah. Yeah, even this guy is easier to kill than that dude was. Like, straight up. You can see that this boss is easier. That's crazy. Probably would lead to a way to abuse it. I guess. You know? Maybe that root modifier was giving it resistance? Could be. The root-bound thing? Is that what you're talking about? It seems like it would, because it had a shield like the size of space, basically. It's just ridiculous. Nice. Alright. Did that even increase the chance? Yeah, 70%. 70%. Nice. Nice. Yeah, no, I don't think I'll be using roots in there again. As cool as that boss was, that thing took forever to kill. In the way I think it's kind of ridiculous. Nice.
Now then, where would you
Okay.
begin?
Yeah, roots of power. Enemies that come to the exposed roots are +1 monster power. And this one is head rotten bosses that are drawn to exposed roots have +1 monster power and will always drop a whisper cache. So in the future, it will do that. But I don't think I want to go that direction now. Completing a whisper is a chance to trigger a whisper ambush. I'm gonna go this way. Instead of doing the roots, because the roots seem like a meme. They seem cool, but they also seem like they're kind of bullshit.
Taken apart, melted down.
That's kind of whatever. Wait. The Butcher's Cleaver, that's funny.
Feeling lucky, Mainlander?
Trash. Alright.
A legendary.
I wish we could buy charms using obols. You know?
Next one will be even better.
You joined the game dev stream earlier? Gotta go watching Man City lose now? Good luck next stream. Oh yeah, you have a wonderful day. And I'm glad you liked it, man. I don't do those all the time, but when I do, they're quite fun. It's not gonna work. I just gotta keep rerolling these until I get greater affix of resource, and then I'm good to go. Man City's not losing to Crystal Palace. Oh, there's fighting words going on. Let's see. That's 40%. Channeled. That's not ready yet. Limitless Rage. $1.4. 2.8. Needed to be higher. That one's perfect. Weird. Skills that create that. That's Prey Watcher, so that one works. Fortified, so that's Crushing. Crushing aspect is now perfect. So, that should make it 130%. And it's... Wait. There we go. That should make it 65... Wait a minute. I have this fortified, you deal 65%. When I put it on the sword, it only goes to 60. Is that because it's not ancestral? Is that the reason? Okay.
You find your way back.
That's annoying. Oh well. Damn. Yeah. Time to farm an ancestral version of the weapon? Yeah, I just need an ancestral sword. Trying to think of what we can do here. Pit. Nightmare Dungeon, Pit. Harbinger of Hatred. The Butcher. And then Nightmare Dungeon. Alright.
Agree. The plan
I'm gonna go
is
down 5 levels in the pit. 125 was too much. On a 2-man. Obols? Obols are alright. I don't really like them very much, to be honest with you. They don't ever seem like I'm getting good value. Yeah, a blue pack that came out of the roots just now was worth more than that entire boss coming out of the roots. Like, entirely so. That's wild. They must have undertuned the boss progression for this. What's the website that folks collab and make games together? That would be develop.games, which is a website that I made. Teaches you a whole bunch of stuff about game development, kind of gets you started on the path, right? It's like really basic stuff. And that's sort of the idea there. It's just to get you a foothold so it's not so scary. Creeper, I swear to God, dude. Alrighty. Nice. Nice. I got 2 of them at 16%. Beyblade back at it again? Yes, indeed. Okay. So here's a big question. Since I am using the two-handed mace as my primary weapon for Whirlwind, does that mean its weapon damage is actually applying now? Because the other ones don't apply. Because they're not the primary weapon, right? Is that accurate? What's your favorite Beyblade? Barbarian. Correct? Alright, good. I need to get crit chance to cap out as a greater affix. I think it'll be 7.5%. Come on. 5.5 is low. Just a little greater affix, you know? You know what I mean? Just a little bit of a greater affix. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's never gonna happen. This is how I die. This is it, chat. God damn it. Not greater affix. Hey, greater affix finally. 7.5%. 3.8%. 7.5%. Very cool. What is my crit chance now? 75.5%. Great affix? Not greater affix? I thought it was greater affix. I mean, it's GA either way. What do you use for TTS? Custom system I built through StreamerBot. StreamerBot is really goddamn cool. You do all kinds of crazy stuff with it, to be honest with you. That rolled low end. Shit. That would have been an amazing mace. but it rolled low end on basically everything. Rerolled the life on hit. Now it might actually be better than Mon. God damn. I don't need the resource cost reduction at all.
That is Ascari craftsmanship. Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
I feel like weapon damage is the right one to do for this one. Instead of all damage.
Worthy of the ancients, this.
Yeah, 433. Oh, they're exactly the same. Oh, shit. Okay, so this new one has an extra affix? Wait, what? It's weapon damage, strength, all damage multiplier, and crit strike. This one is critical strike damage multiplier, resource cost, and critical strike chance added. It's missing an affix. Why is mine missing an affix? You notice that? Wait. I can temper an extra one onto this. Why the hell is my current one missing an affix? I'm going to get so much extra damage in a moment here, dude. Because I'm getting an extra 25% damage multiplier? That also means that I need the greater affix this again. Great. Back up to 7.5. Hey, there it is. Alright. I just made a better weapon. Makes no sense. I made my exact same weapon, but more. Alright, now the real question. Let's take a look at this. Both have weapon damage. The new one has strength. Both have critical strike damage multiplier, minus 7% on this one, unfortunately. And the new one has all damage multiplier. Okay. I think what I should do is I should put crushing on this. Because it says while fortified, and I'm always fortified, right? And then I should put channeling on that one, and then I should transfig both of them. And just see what happens. Because if I put crushing on this... That's 100% uptime of 130%. Yeah. And it'll be perfect on this one. And the other one won't be perfect. Because it's stuck at 60% because of that. If it's missing an affix, you should be able to add one using the cube. Maybe? I totally can. What the shit? It got strength. How many of these are missing an affix? How many items do I have that don't have an affix that should have an affix? What the living... Is that the only one? I'm gonna lose it. Is that actually... That really is the only one. That's insane, dude. What the hell? Anyway, the new one's better. Because this one got resource cost reduction and the new one doesn't have that. So I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna desocket this and I'm gonna transfig it. Because... there's a chance that I get the crazy bonus that I don't have right now. Yeah, this one is just even more damage. Yeah. I just got times 25% more damage with everything. I'm going to pop this one, and I'm going to transfig it. Oh, no, it's channeling at 138. I should wait, huh? I should wait. That'll go in my stash, and then I'll transfig it later, because I want to get gem bonus. Basically, if you didn't know, there's a certain affix that can happen that is gem bonus that is broken. And it takes any of the gems in the weapon and multiplies their effect. Multiplicatively. And it can get up to like 300%. So each of your gems counts as 3 gems, which is like nothing else matters, basically. So you want to get as many weapons as you can, perfect them, and then transfig them in hope. And once you get one, yeah, it's over. Like, the season is over, basically.
That's it for that piece.
Alright, let's go over here and look at this. Jewelry crafting. No. Rune crafting, mythic uniques. No. Weren't they supposed to add the new gems to this? Maybe I just don't have enough. I guess not. All right. New mace. 25% multiplier. Great. New gems use amalgamation and cube. They said that they wanted to add it to the jewel crafter, though, I believe. I guess not. I guess they just didn't do it. Yeah, new mace is crazy, to be honest with you. What the hell is this dungeon? Enemies don't even live long enough for me to test this. Alright. Another ancestral two-handed mace. Love to see it. Imagine if that thing had rolled weapon damage even higher, though. Legitimately. Because it could have. It rolled, like, the bottom range of weapon damage. It could have gotten, like, another 100 on weapon damage. Both of them could have. Which is kind of insane. What do you mean, wait, you're killing things out? Yeah, we're not in the pit 120, man. We're just in Torment 12. Fresh. I'm really glad that the butcher showed up to yell fresh and then die. Oh, you couldn't do T12 before. Oh, you're actually doing it then. Hell yeah, man. Fresh. Where the hell is the way to open the door? Is the last guy in here or something? No? Is the door unlocked suddenly? Oh, it is. Okay. Insane Dungeon of Gold. There we go. I love that dungeons actually drop dungeon caches too. Is the butcher sponsored by HelloFresh? No, but I would be. That shit rocks. Alright. Let's see how much damage I can do in the pit now. Just to see. Didn't Thor say that Heartbound is a demo? I didn't see it on the Steam page. It's right there on the Steam page. Like, literally at the top. It's always had a demo. I don't want you to buy it if you're not going to like it, right? So, like, play the demo, find out. You may not enjoy it. Hey, Golomancer, which helmet are you using? Are you using the favor one? The Perdition one? You're using Air Perdition, okay. Yeah, I'm mostly wondering because I don't know if I'm losing Mother's Favor or anything like that. Yeah, I'm definitely doing a lot more damage with this thing. Yeah, there's 8 trillion there. Kind of an insane upgrade. Alright. That might actually get me up to 135 in solo. Legitimately. It's like one of the breakthrough items that I need. It's not even like a perfect breakthrough item either. What I need now is vulnerability damage, too. You went from 5 billion on top end to 25 billion? That's not bad. That last mace brought me from 5 trillion to 8 trillion. For, like, kind of big hits. So it's definitely, like, a pretty massive upgrade. For sure. It looks like your build is going to outscale mine, though, dude. Legitimately. Because yours is so many hits, and they can go anywhere on the screen at any time, and you can leap over walls, and I can't do that. So I think yours is actually going to end up being better than mine. I gotta adapt a bit more. Still streaming? Oh shit, it's 12:07. F. Look what you've done. You've broken the spell, fool. Yeah, 7.7 or 7.5 there. Yeah, dude. I do so much more damage. Holy shit. Holy shit. Like on a grind target like that, they just melt now. Nice. Got this one up to 131 now. All my glyphs are starting to hit 130 still. You're being mobbed? It's over. Alright. Everybody, I'm gonna go raid the ferrets. But I want to say thank you very much for today. It was a lot of fun. I normally haven't been doing a lot of block game streams. I want to get back into that. I know that there's going to be less people in the community that watch that over like watching video games, but I think it's fun and it's something we should do once in a while. And kind of building that out is going to make something that we can all enjoy together. So I'm really happy with it. And yeah, with that in mind, I hope you guys have a good day, and I will be back on tomorrow. So you guys have a wonderful time, and I will see you all later. Bye, everybody.
Paladin Berserker Jedi on Twitch with 500 bits said I met her on the internet. We haven't met in person yet, and that's how I'd like it to stay.
What?
Cause I've been down this road
God
before. They
damn it.
always end up wanting more. They take one look and run away. Cause I'm a creature of the night. How could she ever love me right when I am only half a man? She's coming over here tonight to tell the truth. I'm terrified there's nowhere left to hide the fact.
You guys are ridiculous. Goodbye, everybody.